heard the sound of heavy metal footsteps, closer and closer. The metal armor and combat equipment was impressive. He had come here with the goal of fighting to the last. His attention was taken over by the creature preparing to attack. It stood unwaveringly, raising its arms with long claws and gathering all its strength to attack. A great horde of monsters appeared out of nowhere, their mouths frozen in repulsive grimaces of screams. They were screaming and tearing through. The man in armor froze at the city, his gaze conveying the tragedy of the situation, and there was no time to waste. It's time to use all your artillery. He pulled out his weapon, and the loud echo of continuous gunfire was heard. He hit the mark, and the head of one of the approaching monsters shattered into small pieces. He was unstoppable. One by one, the monsters were blown up and destroyed under his heavy hand. Everything around was on fire, acrid smoke piercing the very sky. The heat around him was so intense, it seemed as if he himself would melt. The next moment, the sky lit up with blue light, and he couldn't take his eyes off the sight. Something was rushing toward him at a great speed, something huge from the sky itself. It was a giant black dragon. Its huge mouth was open, and its eyes shone with a dangerous yellow glow. Terror and power. That's what I felt just by looking at its devilish gaze. Looking into those hellish eyes, the man in armor could not take a single step. He was completely paralyzed by the situation. His weapon fell from his hands with a loud, disgusting sound, and he himself bowed his head downward. At first he was overcome with fear, and only then did he understand what was waiting for him next. In the next moment, the hero in armor caught fire. The raging flames engulfed everything around, covering the ground with a blanket of death. His armor was powerless against this flame. His whole body, skin, hair, organs, everything was burning wildly. A cry of pain came from his throat. He opened his blue eyes and awkwardly looked up at the ceiling to find reality again. It was just a bad dream. The dream he has seen many times is his personal nightmare. The man nervously tossed at his golden hair, trying to dispel the remnants of sleep. In the next moment, the features of his face changed. He remembered that the last conscripts were arriving today. The air split under the tension of the helicopters rising high into the sky. A boy sitting in one of these helicopters hid his eyes under a crumpled hood. He looked very young, and despite this, his eyes burned with passion and determination. The boy was the leader of the saboteur Orphans, despite being only 10 years old, which impressed the man in military uniform sitting across from him and interrogating him. On the wooden table lay a white folder with a photo of the boy on the first page, his personal file. The man in uniform smiled mischievously and reassured the boy with the news that he was not going to prison at all, so he had nothing to fear. The military asked if he knew anything about the so-called ARC facility. The boy had heard that this was an institution for the development of superhuman abilities, so the question surprised him. Do they think he's superhuman? The cleverness of the boy amused the man. Everything was just like that, and he hastened to inform him that from now on he would no longer starve and sleep on a normal bed. But the boy was not in a hurry to rejoice. Instead, his eyes were filled with terrible rage. He did not agree with such conditions. He only has one condition if they want to send him to Ek. Each of his brothers must be provided for and cared for. They must take them all under their care. The military man did not expect such a reaction, and that the kid would start setting his own conditions. He leaned firmly against the table, showing his superiority over the boy, and still agreed. But there will be one small no in the contract. This no made the boy become more serious in his face. The agreement will be valid only as long as the boy remains in the named institution and not for a second longer. The man once again asked the boy if he had forgotten everything. Of course, the boy immediately agreed. He agreed to everything for the sake of his brothers. The helicopter door opened and an unbearably bright light began to cut the boy's eyes. He began to look around, first examining the tail part of the aircraft in which he was now. Standing in the middle of going outside into a new world unknown to him, he was full of determination, clutching her shoulder bag tightly in one hand and her fist in the other. Now he was ready. Superhumans are divided into ranks, and his rank is not yet high. That's exactly what that military man told him at the end. He remembered the man's advice and instructions as he descended the snow-white stairs. He remembered the main thing immediately. He will do everything to survive because the fate of his brothers depends on it. A huge metal building reaching high up to the clouds, bathed in sunlight. It was impressive. There are only a few steps left and he will arrive at his destination. Here he is already in the Ark Institution. The wind blew the hood off his head with a strong gust, blowing his black hair. His attention was drawn by an inexplicable noise from the side of the yard of the institution. Curiosity made him look around. He saw a large group of teenagers gathered in a circle, and from the very center there was a loud cry of discontent and threats. Shouted a young man with shoulder-length golden hair. He was the one standing in the center of the circle of spectators and attracting everyone's attention. He wanted some miserable person to stop crying and get out of here as soon as possible. The words were addressed to the boy who was lying on the ground and crying. One of his cheeks was badly swollen from the blow. The young man was furious with rage. He looked at the caller with disgust, clenching his fists and saying that conscripts like him are humiliated precisely because of him. He did not stop and continued to call the boy who was drowning in his tears and resting his hands on the ground as a scumbag. But then there were continuous responses from the teenagers around him. They wondered who this upstart was, with a hairstyle similar to a girl's, and why he decided he had the right to speak. His angry eyes lit up with a dangerous glow. The young man shouted at them that they were just a bunch of idiots. They cannot compare themselves to him because his natural superpowers are beyond their reach. His body became electrified and emitted a force that lifted stones into the air. The young man shouted that the experienced user over abilities holding a stone in front of his face, the power of thought. The crowd anxiously and fearfully waited to see what would happen next. Everyone present was shocked. Their attention was drawn to the stones around the boy. Most of them had never seen a Superman in action. He glanced curiously at the boy and at the stone floating in the air. Will they leave the boy here if he is crippled? Because such a weakling will be killed anyway. He had already decided what he was going to do and focused his gaze on the victim. The young man exclaimed that the rascal would still thank him for such a sincere gesture on his part. Shouting that it was time for him to go home, he launched a powerful wave and sent the stone straight into the frightened boy. Someone's hand quickly caught a stone a meter from the boy's head, who tried to cover himself with his hands in fear. It was someone who watched the spectacle the whole time and did not interfere. A boy who had just come here to protect his brothers. Having caught the stone, he looked at it in surprise, saying that it was very slow and throwing it with his hand would be much more effective. The golden-haired youth was furious at the stranger's unexpected intervention and demanded that he name himself immediately. The boy defiantly introduced himself as a teacher of good manners. He confidently and calmly threw the stone, looking into the eyes of his opponent. A crowd of lunatics, teenagers were waiting for the battle of superhumans and boldly encouraged the subscribers to the rivalry. Only somewhere behind could be heard confident steps. "Bitch children!" A loud cry attracted the attention of both those who were already fighting among themselves and the spectators. A massive man in a military uniform with a scar on his face confidently approached the two participants in the fight. The young men, who held each other tightly and were about to strike, watched as the crowd retreated from each step of the man. He went to the very epicenter of events despite his surroundings. Now he was only interested in them, the violators of discipline, and he called out to them in a menacing voice. The man ordered them to stand quietly and they obeyed. In their eyes, one could read a clear lack of confidence in their actions, and they waited for what would happen next. A stern man ordered the teenagers to call their names immediately, continuing to pierce them with a cold gaze of blue eyes. The attacker called himself Del Simon and straightened himself diagonally like a stretched string. The young man who stood up for the weaker called himself Lee Han. Without averting his metallic gaze for a moment, the man asked Del Simon if his superpower had manifested itself during training. He uncertainly replied that he only possessed telekinesis at the moment. The boy from the side watched the conversation, pondering the question of the man in uniform. In the next moment, a resounding sound of a blow was heard. A man in uniform knocked his interlocutor off his feet with one strong blow to the stomach. A jet of foam appeared from the teenager's mouth, mixed with a scream of pain that he felt along with the impact. The man humiliated him, stating the fact that one superpower is not enough to have the right to pick his nose. The teenager was lying on the ground, holding his stomach with 2 hands and listening to notes. The military man turned his attention to another young man who was anxiously watching what was happening until now. He asks again if Li Han is his name. At first, the man noted that he liked Li Han's tendency to help the weaker, but then his expression returned to sternness in its most principled manifestation. There was another sound of a heavy hand hitting and another ringing speech. If Li Han's abilities are less than Dell's, then his self-sacrifice seems even more foolish. The man in uniform launched the young man into flight with a light wave of his hand, and this made it clear how much he prevailed in strength. The 2 who were ignited by a fight a minute ago were now lying barely conscious, and meanwhile the man turned his attention to everyone present, announcing that in 3 weeks the school year would begin, and anyone who did not show superpowers would be expelled. The young man, who had just been nailed to the ground, slowly got up and grunted, listening intently to the speech. The man called himself John Red and indicated that from now on he is their instructor, and during the training period they must transform from bio-waste into combat superhumans capable of defeating the dragon and his army. Red gave the clear order to start training immediately. They would run around the stadium until he said, "Stop." The instructor hastened the frozen teenagers, piercing everyone present with a murderous metallic gaze and adding another order to begin immediately. The sweaty and tired young man continued to run with all his might. To stop the deduction, you have to run without stopping. That was the order. 2 boys tiredly fell to their knees. One of them could not restore the rhythm of breathing. The other groaned tiredly that he could not do it anymore. In response, they heard a loud comment from the instructor about their wretchedness. Everyone who surrendered must get away at the same minute. As the instructor continued to count out each exhausted person who was unable to continue running, Li Han did not stop. He has long been accustomed to physical work. He was worried about something else. Will he be able to awaken his superpower just like Dell did? Meanwhile, Dell ran ahead of him, forgetting for a while about his existence and their recent skirmish. Li Han continued to run, wondering what his superpower was and if he even had one. Strength left the body of another young man. His legs became cotton wool. It was harder and harder to move. Sweat poured down his tired face without stopping. He looked up at the mountain as if he wanted to see every drop of sweat on his forehead. The next moment he stumbled and fell, tears streaming from his eyes and foaming at the mouth. He had absolutely no strength left. The instructor angrily called the boy a telepnem and, leaning over his frail body, recommended that he go home, where such a worthless person as him could sleep. It was the same guy who they wanted to stone, and now he was lying on the ground without strength, whispering that he couldn't do it anymore. He can no longer run. Tears were flowing from his eyes, and he himself was scared. The instructor watched this scene sternly and with disgust, already wanting to pass a new verdict. Li Han ran to the boy and put his hand on his shoulder to help him up. He looked at the instructor and confidently declared that the boy had not given up yet. Li Han looked at the boy's tearful face with a smile and asked him reassuringly if he was holding on. The guy was surprised by his action. He barely audibly squeezed out that it was normal. The instructor was concentrating and silently observing this situation, thinking something over. With the same cold look, he saw off the 2 young men who, supporting each other, continued to run. The sky has already completely turned pink and the sun has hidden deep behind the horizon. The first night stars were visible. A loud squeal of the instructor's whistle was heard, followed by a clear order to stop. The training was over. Li Han collapsed onto the dry, cracked ground, completely exhausted, struggling to regain his breathing rhythm. Together with him, those young men who were still in the ranks began to fall, and there were only 40 of them left out of 72. The instructor looked intently at each of those who remained, adding up the count. The man took a deep breath and said loudly that was it for today. But it was a simple training session, and they would do this every day. Exhausted and frightened conscripts one by one began to howl in despair. They were frightened by the thought that such a marathon would happen again. Li Han listened to every word that was said. He had already rested a little and was ready for the next challenge. The next day at the ARC facility began with sunny weather and new tasks for the recruits. First, a morning endurance run in the stadium, which started at 5:00 a.m. At exactly 8 hours, all conscripts must receive their breakfast. Morning class at 9 hours, where the instructor explained how to feel the source of your superpower. The source can be in the head, or in the heart, or sometimes in the lower chakra. The main thing is to catch the image. Li Han, listening carefully to the instructor, decided to begin his search in the heart at 12:30 noon. Li Han gathered food and looked around, choosing a place where he could take food. As a result, he sat down next to Kuro and offered him a meal together. Kuro is the same boy he saved on the first day. Kuro gladly accepted the offer. He became Li Han's first friend not only in the institution but also in life in general. While Li Han wished Kuro bon appetit, some people nearby were watching their conversation. It was Della Simon, and he didn't like what he saw. Della still remembered the incident of the first day. Their appraising eyes met, neither of them wanting to back down. Della went away to another table where they were already waiting for him, willing to chat. Meanwhile, Kuro told about the fact that Della was taking a course for gifted children in Great Britain. Li Han annoyed Dell, but he had to admit that he really already had the power and he didn't. Can they be taught telekinesis in these 3 weeks? Kuro embarrassedly rubbed his cheek with his finger. He was ashamed to say that he already knows how to use telekinesis. Li Han turned pale. He definitely did not expect such a turn of events. As it turned out, Kuro is not at all such a simple guy as it might seem at first glance. Then there were evening classes, martial arts practices, and an evening run. The conscripts showered, had dinner, and ended the day with roll call. Kick-off at 22 Bruxiers exactly. Li Han lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling for a long time. He could not fall asleep. He had everything: a shower, food, a pillow, a blanket, and despite this he could not sleep. The promised words almost fell from his lips. The memory of that place where his heart was drawn to, and he couldn't say it, couldn't afford it. He remembered why he was here now, and to prevent this from happening, he would not allow himself to be weak. After 2 weeks, everything changed a lot. Many teenagers began to show the ability to telekinesis. Each of them trained diligently these 2 weeks, going to classes and following the instructions of the instructor. But what should Li Han do? He looked at the floor in disappointment. Did he really have no strength? The boy hoped that Kuro, who already knows how to use telekinesis, would help him with the theory, but it was all in vain. Kuro didn't know how he learned this and remembered that there was one person who could help Li Han. Della was relaxing in the backyard with a friend until he noticed a familiar figure approaching him. He smiled mockingly, studying the person who had just approached. The only thing he was interested in right now was what Li Han needed from him. Li Han studied his interlocutor in silence for a while. He did not dare to say this. But soon he took courage and noticed that Dell knew so well why he came to him. Dell himself answered him with a winning smile. He knew for sure that Li Han wanted to know the theory. But everything could not be so simple. Dell pointedly asked Li Han why he did not bow to him, and added that he believed that in his country good manners are instilled from childhood. Li Han was very angry at Dell's outburst and immediately extinguished it in himself, because his pride is useless here. He must discover in himself a superpower. Li Han silently knelt before a surprised and confused Dell, who was not expecting such a gesture. Without rising from his knees, he bowed his head and asked Dell to teach him telekinesis. Dell closed his eyes as if thinking something over, and just for one quick moment. Dell quickly got up and ordered the friend behind him to give him a pencil, after which he confirmed that he would teach him telekinesis, but not to regret it later. Dell's face took on cold features, and with a lightning-fast movement of his hand, he cut the air with a red pencil. He threw it at Li Han, who stood still, not expecting to be attacked. At this very moment, Li Han did not have time to understand what really happened to him. His eyes clearly reflected it. The loud roar of the helicopters once again overshadowed the relative morning silence at the ARC facility. John Red smoked a cigarette in silence, half leaning out of the window of his room. He contemplated the landscape reflected in front of him, lost in thought. His thoughts were filled with the fact that today was the day of enlistment. He didn't expect time to pass so quickly. The door handle, which was tightly closed, opened with a bang under the pressure of a man in a white coat. He politely called the sergeant by name and crossed the threshold. It was a smiling bald man with large glasses and a robe that looked like a doctor's. The man assured that he knew exactly where to look for him. Red gave him a weary look, then congratulated him. He addressed him as Octo. Octo noticed that there was an unbearable stench in the room, holding his nose tightly. He reminded the sergeant that smoking was prohibited here. Red was unhappy with the unwanted intrusion into his space. Octo sat down in a comfortable chair opposite in a businesslike manner. He had come with the purpose of attending the ceremony for the number of conscripts, and he was interested in the sergeant's opinion on the account of each of them. Red pierced the interlocutor with his usual cold look and called each recruit a piece of meat. Octo was nervous. He already thought that the sergeant was joking so poorly. Crossing his arms in thought, Red added that the two of them might be good for something. The first is named Del Simon. The boy has a bad temper and is at least a year ahead of the curriculum. The boy has abilities. The same brilliant graduate of the Royal Institution for the Education of Superhumans. Octo was well aware of Simon's record and had high hopes for this young man. Red continued to stand by the window with his back against the wall. He wondered what he could say about the second recruit. An altruistic type, it has much more strength than others. An ideal soldier, just that. Red continued to consider what to do with this boy. The Ark Institution needs superhumans, not just humans. Therefore, if he does not have superpowers, then Li Han does not belong here. Octo asked again what the name of the second was. He was watching Red all the time, who was completely immersed in his thoughts, forgetting about reality. In the next minute, a smiling and overly playful Octo told the sergeant that he had heard something interesting on the way up here and would he like to know what he was called out of sight. Red didn't react at all to this attack. He was sure that he was called son of a bitch or something like that. Embarrassed, Octo thought that it was so. He really heard how the sergeant was called son of a bitch and expected a different reaction from Red, who was in his repertoire. John Red stood proudly with his massive, pumped chest up and his shoulders squared. Today will be enrollment for the first year of training. He delivered his speech, examining each of the conscripts present. His commanding tone kept him in suspense. He assured that none of those present had a reason to turn up their noses, and only those who are able to use their abilities in battle will be able to go further. Li Han stood tall and unwavering. Only his eyes could show how worried he was. Kuro knew exactly what was bothering him. He shared his friend's feelings. The simplest ability is an external effect, which is the glow of the eyes, Red shouted menacingly, demonstrating this ability and assuring him that it was enough to be counted. Even those who do not possess telekinesis have a chance. After that, the sergeant pointed a finger at Octo and said that anyone who could demonstrate at least an outward effect should line up in front of him. He introduced him as an engineer. Octo responded with a present wave of his hand. The next minute he pointed to men in black suits. They were agents of the institution. Anyone who fails will go with them. They are selected to take them home. Li Hanis looked worriedly at each of the agency's agents present. Something was deeply troubling him. Among the men who looked alike, he noticed one who stood out. It was Major Khan. He alone was dressed in military uniform and watching him with a look of brown eyes. The sergeant gave the order to begin immediately, and after a few minutes, the teenagers began to divide into two groups. Those who triumphantly went to the engineer and those who failed. Li Han froze in place. Time stopped for him. He no longer noticed the young men passing by him. Kuro looked at him worriedly over his shoulder. Will he be able to cope with this task? Li Han tightly clenched his ribcage on the side of his heart as he thought. Memories of the very day he had asked Del for help surfaced in his subconscious. The feeling that came over him when Del's pencil painfully pierced his chest began to return. He thought back completely to that day, remembering how that training ended. He then dropped to one knee, not understanding what had actually happened. The boy behind Del was equally shocked. Blood began to stain the white t-shirt with the institution's logo, and he looked up at Del and asked if this was his way of learning. Pete stepped on the back of his head, and as he regained his breathing, he thought that maybe Del just wanted to kill him. Instead, Del assured him that it was really necessary, and now he had to fully focus on the feeling of pain that was going through him. This wound will become his channel of strength to which he must cling. Li Han was surprised at what he heard. Dell knelt down in front of him and ordered him to draw power from this channel because it was the only way. He can hold his chest for days and nothing will happen. Lee Han watched as Dell wanted to return the pencil to his friend, but he refused because he was completely covered in blood. He thought about how Dell had guessed that his source of power was in his heart. It was from that day that he began to feel it, that energy that was bubbling deep inside and which he could not bring under control. But it is not enough to feel that the power is deep inside. What is needed to get it out? The instructor's loud shout made him wake up from his memories. He was expected to act right now. He had to do something immediately. Lee Han stood in the middle of the already completely empty stadium, still clutching his heart. The instructor was looking straight at him and telling him to stop just standing there. He is the last one. The others have already divided into groups. Lee Han understood that he had to do at least something, but how? Kuro silently stared at him, begging him to pull through. John Red was incredibly angry that the boy was just standing there. He called him a freak. Maybe that's how he wanted to make him act. Red took a heavy step. It seemed that the ground was shaking and shuddering under him. Even she could not handle the fury of the instructor. The recruits watched in horror at this sight, especially Kuro, who was worried about Lee Han. Even Dell was concerned, though he hid it. Meanwhile, the instructor continued to step confidently towards Lee Han, clenching his fists tightly. The sergeant stood over him like an unshakable rock. He said that a soldier must always obey the orders of his superior. Red swung to strike the boy, and at that moment his face showed no emotion. Finally, he added that there will be no exceptions. Lee Han was on the edge. He understood that time was up. He must report immediately to Sergeant. His gaze caught on something. Something was able to cause hope in his gaze. It was a pen peeking out of the top pocket of an instructor's uniform. He focused his whole gaze on her. Perhaps his last hope is hiding in her. In the next second, Lee Han fell to the ground from a strong blow to the cheek from the instructor. But he made it. Lee Han was able to grab the pen before he was hit, and he couldn't think of anything better. The instructor turned a surprised look at Lee Han, who raised his arm high with the pen above his head. He did not understand what exactly the boy intended to do. The instructor was looking straight at him in angry confusion. The channel of power is not yet sufficiently opened, so he has to help himself. In desperation, Lee Han stabbed himself, piercing his ribcage with the instructor's ballpoint pen. Dell and Kuro paled on the spot, their mouths wide open as they contemplated this madness. Red lifted him into the sky by his shirt and desperately screamed that he was an idiot. For him, this boy's action looked like a suicide attempt. The pen fell from his hands to the ground and vibrated, a pool of Lee Han's blood already visible next to it. Lee Han's eyes flashed with blue light at the same moment. Tears fell from shining eyes. He was able to show great strength. John Red froze in place. He carefully studied the face of the boy he still held in the air. After that, with a loud whistle through his teeth, he released the boy from his arms. The instructor turned his back to the young man lying on the ground and walked away, finally saying that he had never met such a talentless idiot. In the next moment, something stopped John Red, who stopped in place near Lee Han. He looked around and gave him a promising look. The instructor congratulated him because at least he deserved to be congratulated. Lee Han looked at him in surprise, tears still streaming from his eyes, his t-shirt soaked with blood, and his right cheek was severely swollen from the blow. Lee Han has been accepted into the ARC facility, and from now on, his journey finally begins. He waved to his friend Kuro, who had already rushed to meet him. Kuro was worried about Lee Han's condition, even though Lee Han assured him that everything was fine. Along with Kuro, Engineer Octo approached him and said that he had a gift for Lee Han to celebrate his induction. Lee Han looked at his hand. The engineer had put a strange metal bracelet on it. The bracelet glowed, confirming Lee Han's identity and informing him that he had been registered. Octo confirmed that this is a new technology that he has developed. It is not just a bracelet, but a device. Lee Han looked at the technology with interest, and Octo liked it very much, who already wanted to tell him in detail about the capabilities of this device. But in the next moment, the loud cry of the sergeant was heard. He attracted everyone's attention. It's time to divide all registered people into classes. The ARC grading system is A, B, C, D. The sergeant raised his hand to the mountain, and behind Li Han, other young men were already lined up. Everyone's class depends on their skills and personal achievements, and with hard work, everyone will be able to increase their rank during training. Li Han listened intently to every word the instructor said. John Red greeted the remaining 25 recruits before giving them a stern look, asking them if they thought he was the son of a bitch. Teenagers were very nervous. Octo contemplated this situation with concern at the expense of the conscripts, as it turned out that the sergeant had a grudge after all. Full of fury, the sergeant assured that he was not just son of a bitch. He is the meanest son of a bitch they will ever meet. Then they began to be divided into classes. Class A, only one recruit, the instructor pointed to Del Simon. Next, Class B, only 4 recruits, among which was the worried Kuro. The instructor carefully studied the tablet in his hands and turned to the 5 recruits of the first 2 classes. They will go with him. Then, Class C, 5 recruits. Class D, 15 recruits, one of which is Li Han. He didn't care much that he had the last rank. He was sure that he would raise it. The last 20 who were assigned to the lower classes would go with Instructor Wei Chen. John Red pointed to the man next to him. He was an even more massive man with a square face and a nose like a bird's beak. All the conscripts were surprised and frightened at the same time by the enormous size of the new instructor. They believed that he looked more stern than Instructor John Red, and the giant smiled kindly at the audience. He introduced himself as a weapons instructor and asked everyone to do their best. Is the new instructor good? Everyone looked at him with even greater surprise. Could they really be so lucky? A step march command was heard, and the first 2 classes marched in straight line behind John Red. Del walked confidently at the front of his line, and his gaze passed in silent question to someone present. Of course it was none other than Li Han. Del walked past him confidently. Li Han continued to silently examine those who followed him. It was Kuro. He was walking right behind Del, and his eyes were full of tears again. Kuro was shaking his whole body. He must have been worried about the fact that they were divided into different groups. When Kuro had already passed him, Li Han shouted to him that everything would be fine, and soon they would be in the same group. This greatly comforted the boy. Next, their second instructor, Wei Chen, gave a voice. He gave the command to march to the gym to everyone in his group. Very soon they saw a large building between the trees. It must have been a gymnasium. Instructor Wei Chen was stripped down to his shirt, holding a long spear in his hands. He performed incredibly amazing tricks with the spear. His every move was quick and fluid, and his large biceps were eye-catching. The young men watched his training with open mouths and appreciated the degree of his high skills. Everything around him seemed to be under the instructor's control. Even his breathing rhythm, nothing could distract him. He was completely absorbed in his work. Li Han was completely engrossed in the picture unfolding before his eyes. He caught every new movement of the instructor. The instructor stopped and turned his attention to the children. He said that they had to master energy weapons, and to do that, they had to master conventional weapons first. There is no such matter in the world that can hold a mental charge of energy. But the skin and bones of a dragon are able to transmit and contain energy. Therefore, only weapons created from dragon parts can harm a dragon.
Li Han asked the instructor how they could kill the dragon if they didn't have such a weapon before.
The instructor's gaze became sterner, and his eyes radiated an ancient sadness. The answer was simple. Humans were fighting hand to hand in that fateful battle, so one dragon killed hundreds. It was a battle of great losses. Some superhumans hit the dragon from a distance, and it was possible to kill it only from close range. The main objective was to deliver the final blow using the energy release weapon. This task was performed by a special unit of soldiers called strikers. The young men listened with delight to every word said by the instructor. The story stunned them, and the striker unit was especially delighted. Instructor Wei Chen suggested that each of the students pick up a weapon right away. Li Han gripped the spear tightly with both hands as he examined it with interest, remembering the techniques demonstrated by the instructor. The instructor approached him and asked if he liked such a weapon. Li Han confirmed that he did. Li Han added that he enjoyed the demonstration of the spear in action, its whistling and speed. He was very strong and powerful, wasn't he? The instructor looked at the student with interest. He remembered the events that took place during the enrollment ceremony. How quickly the boy attacked Sergeant Red using calculation and strength. The boy grew up in difficult conditions and, unfortunately, already had experience in fights. The instructor couldn't help but notice that the boy had certain abilities. He smiled as he thought about it. He asked Li Han to try hard in training, and the boy smiled at him, promising that he would do so. Wei Chun promised to help Li Han with his training. Li Han himself was also in the mood for hard and intensive work. He wanted to rise in rank and become stronger as soon as possible. 2 weeks of grueling training have passed, where each of them demonstrated their fighting skills. Li Han stood in a fighting stance. He looked intently at his opponent, clutching a spear in his hands. His caller, a curly-haired boy with golden eyes named Jose. He too was a focused duel. Li Han provoked his opponent until he gave up, blaming everything on Jose's fatigue. Such an attack only made the boy laugh. He said that it was Li Han who looked tired and not in the mood for a fight. He made a swift strike and the spear flashed before Li Han's very eyes. Li Han was able to dodge and deflect the strike at the very last moment. After that, he made a turn and with one lightning strong blow hit Jose's spear. The blow was strong enough for Jose to drop the spear from his hands and fall to the ground. It was the second Sunday of training and he was able to defeat their class head Jose and become the strongest in Class D. Jose raised his hands to the mountain, indicating that he seemed to acknowledge Li Han's victory. The boys shook hands at the end of the fight, and Jose announced that next week he would be transferred to Class C, so the boys would need a new headmaster. Jose carefully examined Li Han, who was standing in front of him, without hiding his surprise at this news. Jose thinks that Li Han is the best candidate for the post of headman. It was very nice of Li Han, but it is not up to him who is chosen. Jose smiled and pointed a finger at the boys behind him. He assured them that they would choose him. The young men laughed heartily, raising their fingers up. Li Han thanked all the boys and Jose himself. It was good news for him. If he becomes the head of the class, he will get closer to his goal of moving up the ranks. The angry face of Sergeant John Red seemed even more severe from the shadow that fell on him. Li Han stared at him, wondering why it seemed so familiar to him. 2 strong men working out in the gym, they discussed Red. The one who continued to pump his biceps noted that he often got the better of him. I could hear some of them running fast and shouting that Red was completely out of his mind to fight a first grader. Although Li Han was nervous and stood firmly and confidently on his feet, he aimed his spear at his opponent. The hand of his caller caught fire. Tongues of flame began to wrap around the body. It was red, and he lit his cigarette under his own power, setting fire to his hand. From the outside, it looked crazy and awesome. Smiling high school students shouted words of support to Li Han from the window. They hoped that the fierce sergeant would not understand which of them had done it. Everything is empty. Red heard them perfectly and knew exactly which of these bastards shouted to get it from the first grader. Li Han continued to stand his ground, his eyes filled with rage at the recent events. Red pointed his finger at Li Han standing in front of him and said that a moron who can't even use telekinesis can't be an elder. The sergeant looked at them as idiots and did not understand why they decided to support him. He wanted to know why he should appoint this moron as headman and for what reason they trust him. The sergeant called out to Li Han, who continued to stand tall and wait for orders. The next moment, the sergeant picked up the spear and broke it with his foot to sharpen the point. With a quick movement of his hand, he launched a pointed spear towards Li Han. Li Han, in turn, still managed to catch him with his right hand. He looked at the sergeant in surprise. Red had heard that the boy was the best javelin fighter among his classmates, and he challenged him to a duel. Li Han was confused that the spear was too sharp. In response, the sergeant asked if he really thought that with his skills he could injure him with a sharpened stick. Li Han didn't think so. Red shed his jacket, cigarette between his teeth, his every movement screaming confidence and power. Li Han looked at this and couldn't help but ask if the sergeant would really fight naked. To Red, the question was stupid. He wasn't going to fight a kid with a glitch. The sergeant explained the rules. If any part of his body touched the ground, such as an elbow or a knee, he lost. A guy loses when he gives up on himself. Li Han smiled. Under such conditions, he will definitely not lose. Li Han quickly twirled his spear with his hands while he did not stand still but continued to advance. Red assumed a fighting stance and clenched his fists tightly, his gaze darting around the stadium. The first graders were also watching from the window. They appreciated Li Han's training and skill and couldn't believe that he could win. Del Simon, who overheard their conversation, came to the window, dispersing the others. He also wanted to see Li Han fight. Simon was worried about what might happen during such a crazy prank. Meanwhile, Li Han fought with all his might. With a shout and will in his eyes, he threw one blow after another. His spear was swift, as was the movement of each of his limbs. John Red carefully followed the movement of the weapon in the air, taking note of every detail. His eyes were already used to some of Li Han's techniques, years of experience on his side. In the next moment, Li Han jumped high into the air to force his opponent to touch the ground. He decided to attack from above. Instructor Red, not surprised and dodging, started to set the block in time. Li Han didn't have time to blink when the instructor was already holding him firmly in his arms. After that, Red delivered a strong blow to the stomach, which made the boy crumble. Fallen to the ground, Li Han tried to cover himself with the stick, while the instructor prepared to inflict more blows on him. Red did not feel sorry for the boy, preparing to kick him in the head himself. The instructor almost managed to do it, but Li Han dodged and rolled to the side. In the very next moment, Li Han stood firmly on his feet, resting his spear on the ground. He did not lose a single drop of courage. But he was frightened by the thought of what would happen if the sergeant kicked him in the head. Then he would be dead. Was the instructor trying to kill him? As if reading the boy's thoughts by the expression on his face, he replied that the dragon kills everyone, sparing no one. The instructor said that he would not make any concessions to him even if he was a weakling. If he faced the enemy's army, this situation would not seem significant to him. At this, Li Han trembled and asked if he should stop snooping and start a fight. Red was stunned for a second by the boy's endurance. But in the next moment, the sergeant rushed at him to strike a new blow. With incredible speed, he grabbed the boy, who did not have time to react in time. It was easy for a massive man like John Red to lift the little one into the air with his staff. He launched it so high into the sky that it really caused delight and wonder. After flying a certain distance, Li Han fell on his face with a loud noise. Li Han began to rise again, rubbing the affected area on his head vigorously. The similar fall was really strong. Sergeant Red looked down at his right cheek. The boy was able to scratch it with his spear. Blood started to ooze from the wound. But when did he make it? Li Han's classmates began to scream loudly, raising their hands in the air. The fight was not a joke, and now they were asking him to break the sergeant's nose. At that moment, Li Han stood up, coming to his senses finally, and rushed to counterattack the instructor. The instructor became more serious. He decided not to relax and watch the boy's movements. Before he could finish his thought, the boy danced around him again, expertly attacking with a spear. And again, the sergeant was forced to dodge his numerous attacks from different directions. Li Han did not relax for a second. He was completely absorbed in the goal of defeating the sergeant here and now. Sergeant Red, in turn, kept his eyes on the boy's movements. He looked for his strengths and weaknesses, analyzed his movements. The instructor concluded that Li Han was so agile because of his good command of the body's centrifugal force. Red mentally praised Li Han's skill and thought that Wei was praising him for a reason. Red also liked this guy now. Meanwhile, Li Han was pushing off the ground, looking for resistance in it. Finding resistance, he pushed back with all his might and rose into the air for another powerful blow, this one to be the last. The sergeant was already ready to repel this blow. Something went wrong and the sergeant felt a pain that extended along his chest. Li Han sliced through his chest with one blow, breaking his spear. Li Han's spear broke and stuck in Instructor Red's body. The sergeant slowly removed the object from his chest. Li Han was kneeling behind the instructor, burning with rage and surprise. He didn't expect the boy to be able to hurt him. The next minute, Red was holding Li Han tightly by the throat, lifting him into the air like fluff. Li Han began to crumble and suffocate from Instructor Red's strong hand, which could now break the boy's neck or strangle him in an instant. Sergeant Red ordered the boy to surrender immediately if his plans were not to die today. Instead, Li Han continued to hold on and remain silent, John Red's hand burning and melting Li Han's throat as he screamed in excruciating pain. Dell and the other youths watched in horror at this crazy sight. It really looked like they were trying to kill Li Han. Sergeant Red's eyes glowed with red flames as brightly as the air around him. The order to surrender or die sounded. Although tears appeared in Li Han's eyes, which immediately evaporated under the heat of Red's hand, and he refused to give up even if he died. As Red continued to hold the boy in the air, quick footsteps were heard from behind, someone approaching them. It was Instructor Wei Chen. His face was sweaty and he looked very worried. Wei Chen ran to Li Han and shouted to Sergeant Red to let him go immediately if he didn't want the boy to really die. The instructor let go of Li Han emotionlessly. He wasn't satisfied that Li Han didn't give up and couldn't defeat him, so the fight was unfinished. Instructor Wei Chen didn't seem to be listening to him at all. He was holding the unconscious boy in his arms and his eyes darkened. He was furiously dissatisfied with the methods of John Red and the Ark Institution. Wei Chen angrily looked into the very eyes of the sergeant. To this, Red did not respond. He tiredly rubbed the back of his head and lifted his jacket. Displeased shouts of the audience could be heard from behind. This only annoyed John Red. He shouted menacingly and ordered everyone to shut up immediately. The sergeant replied that since the boy could no longer fight, so be it. He will count today's fight as a victory for Li Han. Throwing on his jacket and about to leave, Red turned to Wei Chen for a final word. The sergeant asked him to immediately stop messing with the boy. Dell and the other observers watched the events transfixed, unable to believe their eyes. Li Han is capable of overcoming any difficulties. He proved it today. Sergeant Red also added that after the treatment was over, Li Han should be upgraded to Class B, after which the sergeant silently left the stadium. A new sunny day began at the Ark Institution, and the door of the office did not stop knocking. A young girl in a white robe opened her mouth in surprise. She had just found out that someone from Class D was being transferred immediately to B, and it shocked her. Red confirmed this information and added that today he will put the boy on the list for promotion. The girl, in turn, added that this is not exactly according to the rules. In turn, the sergeant said that the boy is ready for training, that he is passing Class A, but unfortunately, he has little energy potential. The girl noted that this is exactly what the management is interested in. Red believed that the management does not understand many things, and the size of the energy potential is not everything. When it comes time to fight a dragon, potential alone won't be enough. You'll need a strong will and the ability not to panic to land a critical strike. The soldier must hold his weapon and not retreat before the power of the monster. In this regard, Li Han can become the best striker that the institution has produced. Such a talent cannot be missed due to the fact that his energy potential is slowly developing. The sergeant looked at the girl and added that suddenly, the guy he singled out will be able to save humanity in the future. The girl did not expect praise towards the soldier from him. She thought the boy was annoying him. Why did the sergeant answer that it was nonsense and that the boy, on the contrary, really liked him? The girl called him a sadist. It was already the 7th day since Li Han was on sick leave. The girl in the white coat loudly asked where or who he would be entering the ward. It was Instructor Wei Chen, standing outside the door with a basket of fruit. He was a little embarrassed, to say the least. The girl immediately turned her attention to this basket and its contents. Wei Chen replied that he picked up something delicious to eat and continued to stand still. The girl did not understand why he did not dare to go inside. He opened the door lightly without going in and showed the girl what was happening inside, which was exactly why he expected it. Li Han was sitting on the bed in a lotus position and had his hands near a small blue orb. His gaze was completely focused on her. Each of his hands was a few centimeters away from the ball, holding it as if in a vacuum from his hands. Li Han seemed to be dusting and devouring her with his gaze, trying to exert as much effort as possible into his will. Instructor Wei Chen and the girl watched what was happening with concern and curiosity. The air around the ball glowed and it itself became electrified, starting to climb the mountain. Wei Chen was very happy at Li Han's small victory, and he and the girl touched hands happily. In the next minute, the two of them stood back, realizing that they had violated work ethics, and yet noted that the boy had excellent concentration. While Li Han was loudly letting out air from his lungs, instructor Wei Chen confidently walked into the chamber. He immediately turned to Li Han, asking how he was feeling today. To this, the boy replied that he was better thanks to the instructor Wei Chen. It's certain that since the boy got treatment, the instructor was confused by his condition. Instructor Wei placed a basket of food next to Li Han, for which the boy thanked him. While Li Han ate, they discussed his studies in Class B, the instructor enjoying the boy's progress in telekinesis. Even on sick leave, he didn't waste time just like that. The instructor was proud of Li Han. Why, he replied that he couldn't just lie down. He is troubled by his low energy potential. Instructor Wei cleaned the apple and supported the boy, because really having a weapon is not everything, and the ability to use telekinesis is also necessary. The fight with the enemy can take place in the air, and if you lose your weapon, it will be necessary to return it precisely with the help of this force. In the next moment, the instructor's face changed. It looked as if he had just invented something truly amazing. In the next moment, Wei Chen was standing in front of the reception hall, trying to arrange for them to be let out for a short time. At first, the disgruntled nurses were against it, because the hour was late. The night sky stretched around. Surprised, Li Han stood in the middle of the dark gym, the night light streaming in through the window. He still could not understand why they came here. Instructor Wei replied that he was worried about Li Han's abilities. His chances of awakening the superpower were very small and decreasing day by day. After all, his peers at least already possess fire and telepathy. But he still had better leave hope for such achievements. The instructor's look was very serious, and Li Han did not know what to expect next. In the next moment, the instructor's eyes lit up, and he himself shouted whether Li Han understood how he would fight. The answer is very simple. He must put all his efforts into the development of telekinesis. With such a schedule, telekinesis will be able to overpower him. Instructor Wei radiated strength and was completely serious in his words and actions. But it seems that Li Han still doubted this idea, to train only telekinesis. Meanwhile, Instructor Wei demonstrated his skills with the help of telekinesis to the student, stating the fact that skill is like a muscle, and the more you train it, the stronger you become. Any division into ranks is nothing more than a formality, and the skills of the new generation of recruits are higher than the skills and potential of their generation. And that is why the instructor is sure that Li Han should work as hard as possible in order to become stronger. In turn, Li Han made a promise that he would do so, and his fighting spirit and self-belief greatly increased. He confidently stepped forward. His goal was already very close. He was already standing in front of the Class B door and savoring his breakthrough. All that was left was to open the door. Li Han pumped a little more air into his chest as he prepared to go inside. But in the next moment, the door opened by itself and a tall, bold young man crashed into it. The young man did not immediately understand what happened, and he slowly lowered his eyes to Li Han, wondering who he was. In the meantime, Li Han rubbed his nose, which he had damaged in the fight, and then said his name. At first, he was not sure that his name would mean anything, and as it turned out, many people had heard of him. The tall young man reached out his hand to Li Han and introduced himself as the headmaster of Class B, Dmitro Volodymyrovich Petrov. Li Han wondered if he needed to call him by his full name from now on. To this, the young man replied that he can call him simply Dima, and he hopes for their mutual cooperation in the future. Dima added that Li Han arrived on time, and they now have free time for training. As they entered, they heard a huge amount of clashing sounds from the students who were training at that moment. Li Han froze in place looking around. Now he will train here all the time. Li Han loved training, but the routine of the Ark Institution was suffocating him with its monotony. His abilities were too small, and the possibility of expulsion constantly hung over him, adding to the stress. Li Han slowly approached the arsenal of weapons and chose one spear. The only activity where he can really relax and let off steam is his training. Finally, he will be able to fully let go while fighting with his classmates. Dima watched him with his hands in his pockets. He seemed too relaxed even though he was an old man. He watched Li Han's movements and predicted his next actions. It seems that the guy likes to draw attention to himself. Li Han himself rushed forward at this time, gripping his spear tightly and aiming it at his target. One by one, his classmates were hit hard and fell in defeat. He was very fast, maybe too fast, giving in to his desire to give into the fight and dissolve into it. Li Han angrily looked at his classmates lying on the ground. He asked, "Did they come here to have fun?" Kuro was standing behind the angry Li Han, holding his head and shaking. It seems that the boy was getting another attack from the other recruits. Meanwhile, Li Han yelled at those who lost to him. He told them that Kuro's energy abilities were beyond his power. Do they think it's fun to spit on those who are weaker? They should be glad that competitions are not included in the mandatory training program of the Ark Institution. The head of the class continued to observe this situation. A smile appeared on his face. Dima thought that Li Han was even stronger than he thought, and that made him happy. Finally, he will be able to break away from his soul. It happened again. He was on his knees, looking at the wooden sword lying on the ground. He heard the footsteps of someone approaching and now saw his shoes in front of his eyes. It was his classmate, scornfully looking at Kuro and demanding to attack him. Another guy came up. He was not happy because now it was his turn to fight Kuro. Classmates decided which of them would be the first in line to beat him. Kuro didn't say anything. Only deep inside, he hoped that someone would be able to save him. He remembered that brave boy who had saved him on the first day. Li Han, if only you were here. In the next moment, a strange noise was heard. His classmates lost interest in him, trying to understand what was the matter. Someone dissatisfied with what is happening in the sports hall attacked them. He knocked down the opponent with one light blow. Kuro looked up and didn't immediately believe that this was actually happening. Li Han was standing in front of him and he was fighting with his classmates. As if hearing Kuro's pleas, he stood in front of him, knocking his opponents to the ground. Li Han covered Kuro with himself, hiding his friend behind his back. He himself stood confidently on his feet. No one could even touch him. Kuro, with tears running down his cheeks, reached out to him with his hand, not believing that this was really happening to him. Li Han angrily turned to the head of the class. What he had just seen could not be called healthy competition. Kuro watched their conversation in silence. He had not yet recovered from what had happened. Dima did not feel particularly guilty about this situation. There is no place for weaklings in the Ark Institution. Their enemy will not spare anyone. Dima replied that Li Han was special, but Kuro had received too much of a favor from him. Meanwhile, Kuro had already risen to his feet, holding on to his injured arm. The elder was sure that such favors would not lead to anything good. Meanwhile, Li Han's anger only grew. But even in such an institution as our Ark, attacking 3-on-1 is not a good thing. The headman glanced at the boys mocking Kuro. They got what they deserved and already began to doubt the correctness of their act. Meanwhile, Dima radiated wild energy. He was too excited to worry about the losers. He suggested that Li Han show the rest a real fight. Li Han gripped his spear tightly. He was fully prepared for this. Forward. Dima threw blows with all the passion he could put into the fight. Li Han, meanwhile, was blocking his blows. So far, he hadn't missed a single one, and his opponent's excitement made him wary. Dima counterattacked again, reminding Li Han that if he blocked several strong attacks in a row, the spear could break. Such provocations did not work for Li Han. He calculated his opponent's movements and was already ready to implement his strategy. The first step comes into play, to distract the opponent. Li Han whirled around Dima, confusing him. Then the second step is to knock the opponent off his feet. Li Han, from the first time, was able to deliver an accurate blow to Dima's leg. The opponent was unable to react quickly enough to dodge or block the blow, so Li Han continued his attack. Dima began to lose his balance. Falling to the ground, he did not notice how another blow flew into his head. The main thing in a javelin duel is not only speed, but the ability to keep balance under any circumstances. The headman is also well trained. At the last moment he began to dodge. The spear passed a few millimeters from his cheek. Dima rushed at Li Han, avoiding his counterattack. He closed the distance between them with one movement. Here something happened that Li Han did not expect at all. Dima did not hit him with a spear. He simply kissed his head with his own. Due to the speed with which Dima rushed at him, the blow was strong enough to knock Li Han onto his back. Li Han was very indignant as he got up. Who butts his head in such a match as if it were a street fight, not training? This made a self-satisfied Dima laugh. He replied that he has been doing Sambo since he learned to walk and that you need to watch not only the enemy's weapons. Dima threatened that if Li Han falls for him, he will not collect the bones, and this did not scare the boy. He wondered if he would also fight the dragon with the help of Sambo. But it seems that Dima would have enough madness for such an act. He added that if he had to, he was ready to strangle the dragon with his bare hands. Li Han's new classmates loudly applauded and supported their elder, calling him a tiger cub from Siberia. Although Dmitro himself did not like this nickname because it sounds very idiotic, and he himself has long been in the mood to be a tiger. The boys teased Dmitro as if he was still a kid at the age of 12, and he threatened to deal with them in response. The situation was dire for Kuro and Li Han. Although these reptiles insulted each other, it was clear that they respected Dmitro and recognized him as a leader. Li Han felt that they were attached to the old man. So it would be difficult for Kuro to defend against their attacks. He had no support other than Li Han. Kuro stood with his head bowed and deep in thought. Li Han looked at his friend, considering how he should proceed. At that time, a spear thrown by the headman flew at him, and Li Han caught it without any problems. It seems that Dima is fed up with the opponent looking around. He lunged at Li Han, continuing their duel. It looks like today's training is not over yet. Han was able to react in time and repel his surprise attack. It seems he has no time to worry about Kuro right now. He was challenged again. It seems that each of them was more serious this time. The victory meant too much to Li Han, while Dima was just excited about the fight. There is no point in prolonging the fight, so Li Han should end it as soon as possible. Another counter-offensive, Dmitro also wanted to show his full potential, so he was eager to fight. The speed with which the spear moved was enough to make the air around it vibrate. Li Han was going to end it right now. Pushing off the ground with the help of a spear, he found himself in the air above his opponent. Dmitro looked up at Li Han hovering over him. He wasn't going to retreat. He was assessing the situation opposite. Li Han continued to stay in the air, his body expertly spinning with the help of the spear. He was able to cheat gravity for a while. A quick turn around and his eyes met his opponent's. He was charging straight at Dima. Having regrouped, Li Han directed all the gravity of his body in front of him to the place where Dima was standing. It seemed as if he was jumping on him from a height. At this time, Dmitro was preparing to repel Li Han's blow. Everyone froze in anticipation of who would win. Classmates froze in amazement. What they saw stunned them and made them open their mouths. Up flew pieces of wood, scattered by a strong impact. In Dmitri's hands was a completely shattered sword. Li Han knelt down and contemplated his broken spear. There was no doubt. Dima's plan from the beginning was to break his spear. It was not good. Pieces of his broken weapon now lay on the ground like debris. Meanwhile, Dmitro, without waiting for Li Han to come to his senses and react, rushed at him head-on. His potential is to fight naked. He grabbed Li Han's arm and threw him over his shoulder, displaying all the greatness of Sambo in action. Li Han was knocked to the floor to the loud cheers of the onlookers supporting their elder. Dima piled on top of him, blocking the free flow of air in his lungs. Li Han began to suffocate. Dima performed the capture perfectly and was able to easily capture all of Li Han's movements, completely immobilizing him. To the loud cheers of his classmates, the elder felt like the king of the situation. He demanded that Li Han surrender. He forgot that even Sergeant Red could not force Li Han to surrender. He provoked Dmitro. Let him try to strangle him. This self-confidence reflected badly on Dmitro's mood. He was not going to hang around with him for a long time either. Screams of encouragement were replaced by frightened, pale faces. Dima's followers froze in place. Li Han lay on the ground, holding back screams of pain, sweat streaming down his face. This is the whole beauty of the right rapture. You have complete control over the opponent's body. Dmitro looked at Li Han with pity, probably seeing the boy's suffering did not cause him any pleasure. He begged him to surrender, and Li Han resisted to the last. Only his hands froze. Frightened Kuro did not know what to do in this situation. He felt very sorry for Li Han and felt guilty for what had happened. If only Khan hadn't tried to save him again. Dmitri had already turned his back on him. He was about to leave and could not help but notice that he was surprised by Khan's patience. Even a broken arm did not make him cry. He indifferently asked someone to take the boy to the medical center, not even suspecting that he was already standing behind him. There was a loud sound of hitting wood. Li Han hit Dmitri on the head with the remains of the spear. Li Han held his own and he mocked Dima, relying on the fact that he chooses weak opponents who can only shed tears. Dmitri fell from an unexpected blow to the back of the head, and now Khan was looking down on him. Li Han demanded that the headman get up immediately because they had not yet finished their duel. But for some reason, Dmitri was in no hurry to get up. Khan was looking at the stick in his hands. Could the blow have been so strong? Dmitri was lying on the floor, drooling as if he had fallen fast asleep. The next thing that Dim saw was the white ceiling of the medical center. He did not immediately understand where it was. A minute later, he suddenly rose with his torso from the bed and began to scream in displeasure. He did not understand why he was lying here. He was brought to his senses by the sound of an alert and turned his head to see Li Han lying on the bed next to him. Li Han's bracelet glowed, letting him know he was getting a call. The Major's image appeared, and he informed that Li Han had exceeded all their expectations and his brothers were well taken care of. Next time the Major promised to show them to him, tears of happiness welled up in Li Han's eyes, and a puzzled Dmitri watched him silently. Veer saw a photo of the Major smiling around his 3 younger brothers who were nicely dressed in school uniforms. They waved their little hands at him. The conversation ended. Li Han was filled with happiness. His brothers looked really good. Even their faces plumped up and became rounder. In the next minute, Khan turned his attention to Dmitri. His tone quickly changed and he ordered Dima to help him open the next photo if he was already awake. Khan could not do this himself because of a fracture. Dmitri froze at first and then confusedly answered that he would help him now. Dima could not understand why he had to do this, and Li Han reminded that he himself had broken his arm. This angered Dmitri even more, and he reminded Li Han that he had a crack in his head because he attacked him from behind like the last coward. To this, Li Han calmly replied that it was his own fault. How could you pretend like that? Besides, didn't he say that this is Ark and the enemy spares no one? Li Han was very angry at that time and did exactly that, but he was not angry with Dmitri for breaking his arm. Dima replied that he was also angry then, but the next victory would be his. Li Han thought that he had not done the right thing with Kuro. He should have offered him a helping hand instead of getting into a fight. He remembered the picture of Kuro lying on the floor, crying on his knees behind him. Dmitri understood very well what Li Han was talking about and thinking, because after moving to the second course, they could die. The meaning of Dmitri's words did not immediately reach Li Han's ears. Only after a few minutes, he turned around. What does it mean to die? What did he mean? The doctor's slippers were quite remarkable. They creaked a lot when walking. Li Han did not understand where he and Dmitri were in such a hurry. Dima replied that it is better to see once than to hear many times. They walked up to a door with a big red sign above it that read, "Resuscitation." As Dmitri said, this is a place where they say, if he is breathing, we will save him. The rumble of wheels grew in the corridor and they saw how the doctors quickly delivered a new patient. The boy was covered in burns and seemed to be breathing with his last strength. They were in such a hurry that they didn't even notice the 2 first-year boys. Li Han was almost knocked off his feet. He stood still, trying to understand what could have happened to this boy and how he could have received such significant injuries. Dmitri did not see the point of pulling and directly told him that this is a consequence of daily training. Sometimes they can become fatal. Li Han was puzzled by the patient's age. Shouldn't the boys from the second level be their age? This man looked more like an instructor than a student. Too tall. Dmitri tiredly rubbed the back of his head, pondering the answer to this question. When they go to the second year, they receive special drugs that stimulate their rapid maturation. Li Han couldn't believe it. Were the engineers here to make them grow up fast? But this is complete delusion. Understanding Li Han's feelings from his frightened face, he decided to clarify. There is no time to remind them that in their 3rd year they will already be fighting a dragon and waiting for them to grow up. Indeed, no one would wait for them to grow naturally. It was something unreal. Well, it's great. Li Han smiled, which visibly surprised Dimitro. He always wanted to grow up faster. In order to survive in this world, he had to do many terrible things, including confronting those who are much older and ahead of him in strength. Li Han remembered those distant times when he had to rob passers-by in order to feed himself. Very often he was overtaken. Adults were faster than him with his small size. In such cases, they started beating him. No one felt sorry for him because he was still a child. It was such a life that hardened in him the strength of spirit to never give up and fight to the last. The assailants could attack him at once as a group, as if he were a dangerous criminal and could resist grown men. Perhaps this was the reason why he always stood up for people like Kuro. He hated those who enjoyed the fact that he was stronger and took advantage of it. He doesn't need a happy childhood. To survive is his main goal, but he needs to grow up. Dimitri was impressed by Li Han's courage, saying that Han is probably the most mature of his peers in Ark. Li Han replied that he fully understood what Dimitro wanted to talk to him about and that they should go back to the ward. A new day of training arrived, Sergeant Red standing proudly above them as always. He informed them that today would be the day of air training. They had to follow the instructions exactly. The start would be at 4:30 p.m. and they should prepare and check their things in advance. Having just been discharged from the hospital and immediately in the air, Dimitro asked if Li Han missed his hospital ward. He only smiled in response to such a question. Now is not the time to be on sick leave. Li Han noticed that there was a lot of food in the supply bag, as if their training might be longer than expected. He concluded that this might not be an ordinary aerial training and shared his thoughts with Dimitri. Some have already opened their rations. What a shame. Dimitro, as an old man, did not like this attitude towards the task of his classmates. In the next moment, Dimitro's gaze caught on something unusual. Dimitro began to attract Li Han's attention so that he would also look at it. He patted his classmate on the shoulder. When Li Han turned around, he realized exactly what Dimitri was talking about. He was pointing at Del Simon, who was also checking his equipment. This is the same genius from England. That's what Dimitri called him. It seemed that his hands were itching from the desire to beat him. Li Han rolled his eyes and reminded himself that this was aerial training. Meanwhile, Del only looked around. It seemed that he was completely alone and he was not interested in it. When Del noticed the evil aura emanating from Dimitro and his followers, he got goosebumps. What are they all of a sudden? From afar, Li Han noticed Kuro sitting calmly and holding his backpack of supplies in his arms. Kuro seemed very upset, but Li Han didn't know how to start a conversation with him. Very soon, there was a menacing roar from Sergeant Red. He was fed up with them messing around with their packages for so long and immediately ordered them all on board. Mindful of the sergeant's terrible temper, the students pulled on their gear rather quickly. The helicopter made a loud noise, notifying everyone that it was ready to take off. One by one, the students began to climb aboard. Red stood firm as a rock as he watched the boys climb aboard. One by one, the helicopters began to rise into the air, far from flying away from each other. Sergeant Red and the other instructors were watching their flight below, and now he was addressing them. They too should have left immediately. The sergeant once again thoughtfully glanced at the helicopters that had just taken off. It was the last time they would wipe the snot out of these bastards. Li Han, when I first saw you, I realized that you're not like others. You were very different from them. These were Kuro's thoughts as he thought back to their first day when Li Han had protected him and helped him pass the first difficult test. Li Han's abilities have also confirmed over time that he is telling the truth and that Han is far from an ordinary guy. Khan has always been special to him and will remain so forever. But he will no longer be able to save him from danger, no matter how much he begs. Li Han will not come to the rescue. And now Kuro was all alone when he realized that tears fell from his eyes. Kuro was hanging in the air, his parachute tangled in the branches of tall trees. Now he was trapped. An hour before, the helicopters were rapidly approaching their target. By this time, they were flying over the ocean. Students continuously asked one of the presented instructors about how long the flight would last. The Ark buildings seemed very small from this height. A notification arrived on the students' wristbands. They fly past a deserted island in the middle of the ocean. The goal of the training was simple: to survive on this deserted island so that nothing happened. This notification came from Sergeant Red, who was now sailing on the boat, who said that there would be enough food and provisions for several days. Then they will search for food themselves. Some students immediately began to panic. Did the instructor really say they would be there for such a long time? It seems that Dmitri just liked this prank, survival in the wild. It's like he got into the camp. Finally, Sergeant Red added that the instructors would take out the survivors in a week. The sergeant wished success to all students. Try not to die before the training ends. Sergeant Red sat in the boat and held the half-conscious student by the hood, which remained up to the neck. He asked his colleague if this was the last conscript to surrender. And so it was. The rest of the students had already arrived at their destination, clearly visible on the electronic tracking map that Octo had developed. Pulling out the last of those who surrendered, Red wondered if all the recruits were evenly distributed across the island. He was answered that, at first, yes, but then the 7 united in one group. The sergeant noted that they are not so defenseless anymore. They behave almost like adults. If you leave them alone, they will immediately start to solve everything by force, and instead of uniting and trying to survive, they will start robbing each other. One of the groups did so, a fat recruit beating his peer, smiling evilly. He got food for himself, at least for several days ahead. The looters were examining the backpack of supplies they had stolen. The supplies were not touched at all, and that was gratifying. A fat recruit who beat a peer ordered the others to get away, the rest for the chief. He called his friend Carl to show him something, a blond man with a bandana on his head, sitting on a large stone in a relaxed position. He was the main one in the group. The chatter of the rest annoyed him to the point of grinding his teeth. He was angry that they were sitting idle, although they had promised to look for supplies until the sun rose. He was not going to arrange a joint dinner with his assistants. He had completely different plans for them. The chief ordered them to rob others and gather supplies so that no one could defeat them in this task. The fat cadet, hearing this, seemed to remember their real goal. He was motivated by the desire to win. The others also supported him and began to cheer loudly. Together they were not afraid of either Dmitro or Li Han. They can defeat even Del Simon united. Suddenly, somewhere in the distance, a mournful squeal was heard, and after listening, it became clear that it was a cry for help. The leader of the group was the first to hear this voice. He turned to it and listened to understand its trajectory. Very quickly he realized where the voice was coming from, namely, from the top of a nearby tree. This was great news for them. Now they know where their next victim is. The sun heated the water and the land like hell. The shadow of one of the recruits was visible from afar. He had just come out of the water and realized that he had wasted too much time swimming to shore. It was Li Han, and he got completely wet in the water, and it didn't bother him much. Now he's on the island. He looked around and immediately noticed that there was a beautiful place to camp nearby. He just needs to find a suitable shelter where he can rest as soon as possible. Li Han made his way through the thickets of the forest, thinking about how to survive and pass the training successfully. He was starving all his childhood, so the provisions allocated for 2 days should be enough for him personally. Li Han immediately realized that many people would think of taking provisions from the weaker ones, and he wondered if Simon and the others had already done so. Simon stood in the middle of the forest with his fists clenched tightly, his hair blowing in the strong wind, and he himself was staring intently at someone. This one tensed every muscle in his body and seemed to be ready for a fight. Simon did not show any emotion about it. He indifferently inquired what he needed from him. Dmitro was one of these, and he was obsessed with the desire to compete with such a genius as Del Simon. Simon stared at him for a while, as if he were a new species of animal to him. But in the next moment, he turned around and without any interest headed away, saying that he would not waste his energy on Dmitro. Dmitro rushed after Simon, persuading him to stop and adding that he had misunderstood him. Dima was interested in sports. Simon looked at him with even greater incomprehension. He decided to clarify whether Dmitro was sometimes sick. Dmitro threw a backpack with supplies on himself and said that maybe it was too fast for him, and they should first get to know each other better. Talk. The atmosphere is not right. Simon called him boring. He was already starting to get scared by the thought of this boy's unhealthy interest. The first day on the island was almost over, and the first stars were visible in the sky. Quiet, careful footsteps could be heard in the depths of the forest. It seemed that someone was sneaking awkwardly. It was a group of mourning marauders who had united and had already robbed many of their peers. They tracked down the one who was begging for help, and now they couldn't stop laughing. It was poor Kuro, who had parachuted into a tree and was now hanging like easy prey. Of course, they were not going to help him. The only thing they were interested in was the boy's supplies. The marauders thanked Kuro for his help and greedily picked up his present. All that was left for Kuro was to greedily persuade them to leave him at least a little, and the group of boys left. The leader of this group said that Kuro was very lucky. If he hadn't been hanging on a tree like a pear, they would have beaten him. They left him, saying that he could not die of hunger in a week, so let him wait for the instructors here. If it rains, he won't die of thirst, they added. Kuro cried silently. He was already used to such meanness towards him. Kuro hung on the tree and cried for a long time. He felt like a miserable, useless person. A memory flashed through his mind of Dell yelling at him on the first day and trying to throw rocks at him. He did not understand what he had done wrong. The guys from the marauding group hated him too, long before the task. They looked at him with disgust and disgust. Even Dmitri, everyone was annoyed that Kuro often cried. They hated his tears and mocked him. Can't he cry just like that? Why does everyone want to punish him for his tears? Kuro wasn't just crying anymore. His tears were filled with anger and despair. He continued to hang on the tree and cry until he was completely exhausted. He was very hungry and tired, but he cried to his heart's content, and no one humiliated him for it. His empty eyes were already beginning to close little by little. He was really very tired and falling asleep. He saw a familiar figure in the bushes, as if a ghost had come to him. He saw Lee Han before his eyes. Was it really him? Could he be so lucky? In one moment, Kuro thought that a ghost would fly to him and save him. But in the next moment, his eyes closed completely. Sleep engulfed him. He was too tired. As soon as his eyes closed, the apparition began to disappear and dissipate. And so it happened, he completely disappeared. Lee Han didn't come to him, it just seemed to him, the play of his exhausted mind. He was once again left completely alone in the middle of this cursed island. Maybe he will die here. Strange sounds began to come from different directions, and maybe it was in the same direction. He had already fallen asleep and could not know this. Lee Han made his way through the forest in complete darkness. He tried to be invisible to possible enemies. His attention was caught by a strange shadow, someone hanging directly on a tree. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was... Morning came. Lee Han was able to set up the tent and was now sitting sharpening his spear knife. Kuro screamed as soon as he opened his eyes. He was on the ground. Moreover, he was in a tent. It was already morning. How long had he slept? But when he looked out of the tent, the first thing he saw was a boy sitting with his back to him. It was Lee Han, who stopped sharpening his spear for a moment and asked Kuro if he was awake yet. Kuro couldn't believe his eyes. Did Lee Han save him again? He was not a ghost, but real, and he sat across from him. Lee Han brought a modest breakfast for Kuro. It was chocolate and a small number of crackers. Lee Han replied that he couldn't find Kuro's bag, so they would eat his provisions. He also took what Kuro gave him and started eating breakfast. How much Kuro hated being a burden to Lee Han. The rations would barely be enough for one person, but now. But the hunger was stronger. Kuro pounced on his food. He hadn't eaten all day yesterday and was incredibly hungry. He tearfully thanked Lee Han and asked for his forgiveness. He was truly incredibly grateful that Lee Han remained his friend and saved him every time. Next, they decided to go in search of water. Death from dehydration is very common in this climate. A group of marauders was walking through the forest. They had no idea that their every step was being watched. There were robots and equipment all over the island for continuous filming and video surveillance. Sergeant Red was smoking his cigarette and sitting on the couch, he watched each candidate carefully. In the next moment, Octo burst into the room. As usual, he reminded the sergeant that you can't smoke here, and the sergeant advised him to keep his mouth shut. Octo believed that the sergeant wanted to appear cool. He even turned off the light in the room. He wondered if Red had found anything interesting. In response, the sergeant pointed a finger at the monitor. There was one abnormal person who caught his attention. The red-haired boy was smiling confidently. On his head was a hat that looked like a knitted vessel. He was amused by the fact that he had to stay on the island for a week. The main condition for survival is therefore, he built a raft and returns to the ark. This weirdo's name was Nudmeyer, and he was originally from Norway. Lee Han and Kuro stared at their blurry reflection in the clear water. Lee Han collected the liquid in a special rapid self-cleaning device. He first tested the quality of the water on himself. Everything was fine and the water was drinkable. He asked Kuro to get drunk and they could move on. The sun seemed even more hellish than usual. Walking during the day was much more difficult than at night. The only thing Lee Han thought about after the need for shelter was the need for food. It was necessary to find provisions to have enough for the two of them. Is there anything edible on this island? Not even coconuts in sight. Under such circumstances, everyone will start stealing. While Lee Han was thinking, Kuro began to emit a strange glow. In the next moment, Kuro shouted for him to stop immediately and grabbed his shoulder. Khan did not immediately understand what was happening. He began to stop, and Kuro was already holding him with two hands. Looking under his feet, he noticed that he had stepped on a branch that was in his way. He almost fell into a trap. The hole was not deep enough to kill himself and enough to accidentally break his leg. Lee Han immediately wondered how Kuro even knew there was a trap here. Kuro didn't know how to explain it exactly, and Han added it himself. He guessed that maybe Kuro saw it in advance. And so it was, a moment before Lee Han almost fell into the trap. Kuro had something akin to a vision. It was difficult to explain, and he began to wave his hands emotionally, telling and demonstrating how everything spun before his eyes. It didn't seem like he was daydreaming. Maybe being on the island revealed another superpower in him, and now Kuro sees the not-so-distant future. This is a very useful skill. Lee Han thought that this happened because Kuro was very worried during these 2 days. It was emotions that could help the Force to awaken. It seems that this task can really help him develop his superpowers. The two shadows approached the tent that had recently been Kuro and Lee Han's temporary shelter. A familiar silhouette looked inside, carefully inspecting the room. He was the head of a group of marauders. His eyes glowed with a purple glow. He quickly deduced that there were two of them. It was not difficult to understand that there were two empty bowls of food lying on the ground. There were no bags. One of the henchmen offered to kick their ass. It was not wise to follow. The chief was sure that they would return here. Maybe they had gone to look for water. He decided that they would fit in later. It would be best to attack them when they are resting. Kuro was all sweaty and tired. He couldn't believe that they had finally reached a stop. He desperately wanted to lie down and rest. Lee Han encouraged him that there was very little left. In one moment he stopped, his gaze troubled by what he saw. Lee Han asked Kuro to stop immediately. Judging by the changes that took place around their camp, they had guests. Lee Han deliberately left a stone as a mark when entering. He knew that this could happen. The stone was moved, so someone entered the middle of the tent as little as possible. And there were many untidy tracks around. He counted 2 pairs of shoes. It is easier to rob others with a large group. Lee Han decided that they should immediately pack up the tent and leave. Kuro was not happy, but he understood that this should be done. They continued their journey after gathering things. It was getting dark quickly on the street. The sun was hiding behind the temples of the trees. A little more, and it will begin to fall below the horizon. Lee Han knew that they should immediately find a place to stop before it got dark. He asked if Kuro could see something, and he answered. Not for the first time, he felt very sick. The world was spinning around him. Lee Han rushed towards him worriedly. He looked really terrible, like he was about to pass out. In the next moment, Kuro's body seemed to heat up from a high temperature. He was burning all over. Kuro's eyes also changed. It seemed that his gaze was directed beyond this reality. He saw a giant black panther coming at him, baring its teeth. Then he saw Lee Han standing and looking up at the mountain in confusion. The panther lunged at him, opening its mouth and letting out its claws. Kuro shouted and rushed at Lee Han, who was heading towards him. He pushed him as far away as he could. The spear fell from Lee Han's hands, and he himself flew back, not understanding what happened this time. It lasted only a short moment. Everything was too fast for them to understand the situation. Between them was a large black panther. She pounced on the place where Lee Han had just been standing. If Kuro hadn't pushed him, the panther would have most likely pounced on Lee Han himself from above. She now stood between them, ready to attack again at any moment, her attention especially drawn to Li Han. She probably aimed at him right away. Li Han was looking at his spear that was behind the beast. He wouldn't have time to get it. The panther continued to approach and growl viciously in his direction. Her eyes shone in the darkness like two yellow lanterns. Without waiting long, she jumped on Li Han again, preparing to have dinner with him. A bright flame ignited all around. Distant sounds were heard. They were not alone here. The fireball hit the panther that almost attacked Li Han. A loud sound of the hit was heard. The force of the blow turned out to be enough for the frightened animal to retreat and run away into the forest. Li Han froze as he looked at his savior. The boy asked if he was okay. Li Han couldn't believe his eyes. Standing in front of him was his friend Jose, who had been a D-class elder before they transferred. Jose looked exhausted. He looked around and asked him if it wasn't Kuro with him all of a sudden. A bandage was applied to Jose's leg. It seems that he himself was injured and was holding his own leg. Li Han immediately noticed his injuries and asked what happened to him. As it turned out, Jose fell into someone's trap, and it is still difficult for him to stand on his feet. He fell to the ground next to Li Han and Kuro to catch his breath. Jose was glad to meet them. Li Han remembered the trap he almost fell into. It seems that it is a trap of the same people. Jose also guessed that there would be those who would rob others, but he had no food with him, so nothing was taken from him. They asked where his supplies went. As it turned out, Jose ate everything as soon as he got into the trap. Li Han couldn't believe that Jose was such a fool to spend everything so quickly. They should have found a place to spend the night much faster. It was already dark. Meanwhile, the chief of the marauders was sitting by the fire in a sleeping bag and looking at the night sky. The flames engulfed his consciousness completely, forcing him to plunge into the memories of the past months. Made him remember who he used to be before he got into the Ark Institution. A man in an expensive suit was kneeling in front of him. He tried to tell him that the detector at the airport had worked on him, which means that he is superhuman and this is his chance to join Ark. This man was his own father. He didn't understand why he wanted Ark. They were preparing to shoot a movie. He's Karl Heinz, so he should forget about clowning on camera once and for all. He must develop his gift and get wealth and fame at any cost. Telepaths would go down in history when the war was over and would be able to rule an entire nation. His father was obsessed with this idea. Abandoning his dream for his father's crazy dream of gaining power? Was it really his desire to come to the Ark? He well remembered the day when he found himself at the threshold of this institution for superhumans. Prolonged moans echoed around. Some even started the morning on a deserted island with training. It was Dmitro who was doing push-ups on one hand while Simon was chewing something in the shade under a tree. Dmitro asked whether Simon still had strength left, who did not share his love for physical exertion. Simon continued to chew chocolate. Stuffing his mouth full, he regarded Dmitri as an oddity. He was more worried that they didn't have any more supplies left, and he reminded Dmitro about this first. They should find new supplies and not play sports. He asked Dmitri if he suddenly decided to starve for 5 days. He answered this with the language of muscles, showing off his unsurpassed figure and reminding once again that he is an athlete. Simon was annoyed by his position. He believed that in order to become a good soldier, one should really train a lot. But telepaths do not fight with their fists. Dmitri, in turn, could not erase Sambo from his life. He was convinced that even telepaths can fight with dignity. He remembered Li Han. He was very bored without him. Only with Khan could he fully practice his dueling skills. Simon lost interest in food when he heard a familiar name. Did Dmitro fight with Li Han? He demanded that he immediately answer him. Dmitro was amused by the sharp reaction of Simon, who did not react to him for the second day. He was grateful to Li Han, thanks to whom he would be able to exchange powers with Del. Li Han himself and his friends were in a tent, hiding in a cave. This cave was deep in the forest, in the very rock. Li Han was the first to wake up and he wished Kuro and Jose good morning. The boys sat around the fire and warmed themselves. Li Han suggested that they stick together the rest of the time. Also, Li Hunt took on the authority to partially share their responsibilities. He and Kuro would go together to collect firewood. They decided that it would be better for Jose to stay here while his leg hurt. Someone should watch over the vault anyway. Li Han added that with his pyrokinesis, they had every chance of surviving and going through this training, so he should conserve his strength. Jose is controlling the flames, they thought, as they watched a small school of fish scurry from side to side. Fish was just what they needed for a good dinner today. Lee Han assured Kuro that they should go fishing. Kuro began to get nervous. He didn't know how to do it at all. He had never fished before. So he turned to Lee Han for help. In turn, Lee Han only smiled sincerely and thanked him. Kuro did not expect such an answer. He couldn't understand why Lee Han was so grateful. The friend replied that he had saved him yesterday. Besides, it was Kuro who was able to find shelter when it was already dark. Lee Han's gaze became sad, and he seemed to be reminiscing. All because Lee Han felt that he was the one who should take care of Kuro. But later he realized that he could not take care of him forever. Lee Han admitted that he didn't know how to behave with Kuro. During their time on the island, everything changed. He finally saw that Kuro was truly a telepathic genius. He has the power to protect all of them, so Lee Han suggested Kuro to always be together from now on. After all, they are friends with him, so they should always help each other. Kuro has been used to being treated like nothing since childhood. He was an orphan from Japan. An orphan who didn't even have his own name. How pitiful and sad at the same time. He was named Kuro because of his dark skin tone. Kuro's peers and his teachers never stopped making fun of him. He constantly heard such expressions as worthless fool, crybaby, garbage, stop crying, idiot. Kuro has never felt so happy. He has a friend he can trust. Lee Han laughed and said that it was even cooler than he thought, and what should they do now? Kuro knelt down and watched the movements of one of the fish. Lee Han sat down next to him and became silent. The fish seemed to split and move ghostly under the water. Kuro saw its rapid movements in advance. He can now tell exactly where it will swim in the next moment. Now he can predict the future of the fish. Lee Han was moved by Kuro's strength. He was sure that the boy had incredible abilities from the beginning, and they should only wait a little while to catch fish. Kuro shouted that it was time to act, and a large fish flew into the air under his watchful eye. They were incredibly happy, especially Kuro. He will succeed, and he will be able to feed his friends. And indeed, one by one, the fish rose up and fell to the shore. It took a little time and patience. They still managed to get a hearty lunch, and this was only the third day since the beginning of their stay on the island. Kuro and Lee Han happily walked towards the storage, each holding a basket of fish. This time, they had caught as many as 8 fish. Jose will definitely like it. He also improves his fish cooking skills every time. But when they went to the shelter, a strange noise was heard. Something had definitely happened. Lee Han immediately understood what could be the matter. Several bad scenarios were running through his head. Without thinking, he rushed to Jose's aid, leaving Kuro to wait outside. The shelter was already quite close. He and Kuro had almost arrived at the place when they heard a noise. What exactly could have happened? He hurried inside as fast as his legs could carry him. Lee Han froze at the entrance, his eyes darting around the cave in search of answers. Debris and traces of a fight were all around. Jose was lying on the ground in the middle of the cave, seemingly completely unconscious. They were attacked. The wooden sword was thrown high into the sky. The sun's rays painfully cut the eyes of those who followed its flight. The one who threw the sword shouted loudly for Simon to catch it. Of course, he skillfully caught it. Simon was surprised that Dimitro took a sword with him to training, 2 in fact. Did this weirdo know that they would survive on the island? In fact, Dima just wanted to practice fighting with a sword in both hands, and he had no idea where they would be. He was only interested in why Simon decided to fight him. To this, Simon replied that he had told him about his fight with Lee Han before, which means only one thing. He is the head of Class B, Dmitro Volodymyrovich Petrov. Simon had heard that they even wanted to transfer him to Class A. He would personally check whether the instructors were in a hurry with such a decision. Such a reaction only ignited Dmitri's interest in the fight. He definitely liked Del Simon and his passion for a worthy rivalry. There is no point in delaying. They rushed into battle at the same time. Who will be stronger in the end? Simon was incredibly fast. He was next to his opponent in a moment. Dmitri was above him and already swinging for a blow. He realized that if Simon did not stop now, then... Dmitro didn't have time to think. because he was thrown into the air with one stroke of the sword. Simon's speed is truly commendable. With the next blow, Simon rested his sword on the opponent's chest, which in some sense could be counted as a victory. He looked at Dmitri once more, trying to understand his next move. Is this all he is capable of? But Dmitro long ago understood what Simon was thinking. It only made him laugh. He was determined to seriously play with him. With one sharp blow, Dmitro cut the caller away from him so that he had to fly away. If Simon retreats even better than him, he will counterattack from the run. It was this run that added speed to his blows. He threw them one after another like a madman. Barely had time to deflect them from different directions. This fight turns out to be too energy-consuming. Each of them gives their all, trying to use their experience to the maximum. But no matter how many strong blows Dmitro gave in a row, it seemed that Simon got tired of it. In one moment, he dodged one of these blows instead of fighting back. In another moment, the gaze of Simon's green eyes calculated the next maneuver for the attack. He was really fast. He was able to imperceptibly bypass Dmitri around and attack from behind. Having been hit on the head, Dmitro realized that in a fight with such an opponent as Simon, one strength is not enough. He must concentrate. Dmitro retreated back, realizing that one careless step and he would end up on the ground. At this time, Simon did not even think of stopping. He was fully focused and preparing a new attack. 1 second and Simon's sword cut through the air. Dmitro expertly lowered himself to the ground at the last moment. At that moment, Simon realized that he had put too much effort into the blow and now he was completely open to Dmitro. No matter how hard Simon tried, dodging at such close proximity was impossible. Even with his speed, the sword was knocked out of his hands. Dmitro did not hesitate, not even a second. In his wonderful manner, he rushed at the opponent whom he had just disarmed. Everything must end here and now. Dmitri will finally be able to get hold of Simon and defeat the genius. He was again above his head and swung, putting all his strength into the blow. Nothing happened. Dmitro stopped at the last moment. Absolute incomprehension was visible in his eyes. Was completely calm and didn't even try to dodge, his eyes shining like his superpower was on. Simon exhaled slowly, allowing his eyes to take on their usual form, and looked at Dmitro. He attacked him in the back with the same sword that Dmitri knocked out of his hands before the attack. Simon admitted that in hand-to-hand combat, Dmitro would have won, and they were still telepaths, not ordinary warriors. Simon ruffled his golden hair as he looked up at the sky. The fight hadn't exhausted him at all, and he wanted to know if Li Han was stronger than that idiot Dmitro. Meanwhile, Li Han was in their shelter. Holding Jose in his arms, he tried to wake him up. Li Han feared the worst had happened, and Jose... But in the next moment, he heard a quiet, barely audible wheeze. Jose was alive, and he asked Li Han not to scream so much. Despite the pain, he even tried to smile at his friend with a bruised face. The sun barely reached the edges of the cave with its rays. The crowns of trees were visible from the entrance. Kuro, Jose, and Li Han were sitting in the cave around the fire. They were warming up together again, and Li Han wanted to know who had beaten his friend. Jose was silent for a moment, as if wondering whether he should answer or if he just wanted to catch his breath. Karl-Heinz attacked him. He gathered a group of 7 people. It was he who was involved in thefts from the first day. Jose reported that Karl's group had taken all their food and they would come again, so they should get out of here. Li Han was against such a decision. He looked at his friends and assured them that they should stay. He won't stand for some bastards to bully his friends. It's time to get back at Karl. Jose smiled with one eye that wasn't closed from the bruise. He jokingly called Li Han his amigo. It seems that he expected exactly this reaction from him. They left their shelter, only to attack later and find a new place to temporarily settle. Li Han decided that it would be at sunset that they would surprise Karl and his band of marauders. Kuro and Li Han stood guard, keeping their eyes on their target. Everything went according to plan. As Li Han expected, Karl's group settled in their former hideout. Kuro followed Li Han's signals. As soon as it was necessary, they would start. Li Han wouldn't be able to handle a whole group by himself, but together with Kuro, they would be able to handle these idiots. At this time, Kuro thought that Li Han was the only one who truly believed in him. He wouldn't let Li Han down for anything. The emotions he felt made him much stronger. Kuro lifted a pile of stones from the ground with his telekinesis and then launched them in the direction of Karl's friends in one wave. It was much faster and therefore stronger than the first day of selection when Dell wanted to cripple him. One of the group was immediately hit in the shoulder and fell to the ground in front of his comrade. His comrade reacted with a scream, and that wasn't enough. Kuro hit each of his legs. Karl, who was in the middle of the shelter, was surprised that they dared to attack. He did not expect an ambush. When the rest of the group went outside, they saw one of their own lying on the ground and crying out, hugging his legs. He pointed to the bushes and shouted that someone was throwing stones, so you should dodge. The three rushed in the indicated direction. At this time, Kuro seemed to have completely merged with his power. He was one with it. He knew where they would run first. The darkness could not stand in the way of his eyes. One by one, stones hit the looters from different directions. At this time, the moonlight illuminated a figure rushing out of the bushes. It was Li Han with a spear in his hands. He finished off the stone-wounded enemies one by one. They were no match for him in hand-to-hand combat. Darkness helped to deliver a decisive blow because not all trainings are quick to react in it. When it seemed that the last of the pawns had fallen, the main one appeared behind him, and he was very angry. Karl's white t-shirt was stained with the blood of an opponent beaten by Li Han. Karl looked like a beautiful and black shadow that was not happy about the appearance of strangers. In the glow of the fire, his face took on an embittered look. Li Han was not at all intimidated by Karl's silhouette. He was ready to attack him at any moment. Karl stared at the dark silhouette that scattered 6 of his brothers. He recognized Li Han almost immediately. Wiping the blood from his face, he couldn't believe that Li Han defeated the 6 by himself. It was impossible. Karl was sure that someone was helping him from behind, and he asked who came with him. Li Han asked Kuro to get out of the ambush and move away. He would fight Karl one-on-one. Karl was furious. They beat his group with just 2 of them, plus Li Han was helped by that fool Kuro. Li Han replied that they came to avenge Jose. He's an idiot if he thinks he can get away with it. Karl got tired of these empty conversations. He picked up one of the spears of the defeated allies from the ground. This time he had the intention of severely punishing Kuro and Li Han for their day off. He threw off his jacket as he prepared to attack. Li Han was also fed up with this and ordered Karl to attack instead of lashing out. Enraged, Karl rushed at Li Han head-on. In turn, Han did not take a single step in the direction of the enemy. He hit Karl in the face with one movement, knocking him back, which stopped the enemy's attack. Karl did not immediately understand what had happened. He was too engrossed to concentrate enough, his anger giving him no chance to control the fight. Enraged, Karl got up and rushed at Li Han again with a shout. He didn't want to admit defeat. To no avail, he was too slow for Li Han, who was fully focused on the fight. Han again took aim at Karl with another blow. Karl gritted his teeth and grimaced, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. Li Han was standing over him and looking at how the opponent's body was shaking. He wondered if it was difficult for him now. This is just the beginning, and he should prepare himself because it will be a long evening for him. He will answer for Jose's pain. Karl rushed at him again like a mad dog on a leash. He wanted to catch him by surprise, but it was all in vain. Li Han lightly struck him with another blow to the face without even dodging. Unlike Karl, he didn't need to move much or exert much effort to hit his opponent. Li Han repeatedly beat Karl without showing any emotion. For him, it was nothing but cold revenge. A few minutes later, Karl rolled on the ground with a bag. He was covered in mud. Bruises appeared all over his body. He couldn't believe that he was lying on the ground defeated by Li Han. Moreover, he couldn't even fight him back. He was simply beaten like a motionless sack of potatoes. Is Li Han that much stronger than him? He wondered this question while crawling on the ground. Meanwhile, Li Han directly asked why he beat Jose so badly. There was no need for such cruelty. Karl didn't want to answer. He hated himself for this moment when he was once again looked at by superiors as if he was worthless. How dare Li Han think that he is somehow better than him? He will never allow that. Karl was a famous actor in Germany. It was thanks to his talent and popularity that his father was able to reach great heights in politics. But there was no end to his father's ambitions. He didn't have enough of the power he got, and that's why he sent Karl to Ark. Father ordered that anyone who stands in his way must pay for it, and he remembered these words. he was able to progress so far in his studies. He won't let some bastard ruin everything. Carl, rising from his knees, scooped up sand in his hands and threw it into Li Han's eyes to blind him. Li Han didn't expect such a mean reception. He tried to clear his eyes quickly while Carl was already charging. Li Han was unable to defend himself against the attack. His opponent put all his strength into his fist and charged at his cheek. Kuro jumped out of the bushes and rushed to save his friend, trying to protect him. Meanwhile, Carl was holding Li Han by his jacket like a little kitten and was smacked with more punches. Seeing Kuro running in their direction, Carl gave him a hateful look and ordered him to stand still. Kuro stood and watched as Li Han continued to be beaten, while Carl tried to satisfy his bloodlust. Kuro wanted to jump up and rush to help his friend, but he couldn't decide what exactly he should do. Kuro froze in place like a statue. Carl brushed Li Han away like he was ordinary trash and wiped the sweat from his face. Taking the spear in his hands, he slowly headed towards Kuro. This time, his target was him. He wanted to punish Kuro for helping that bastard Li Han attack his people. A wave of force stretched through the air heading towards Carl. He barely managed to stop the stones that flew straight into his face with his hand. Kuro used his super strength to protect himself and Li Han. He would not stand by anymore. Carl quickly closed the distance between them. He walked up to Kuro and took his jacket. He asked if Kuro wanted to get it right now too. Carl didn't like Kuro right away and told him about it, that he was so worthless. How could he forget an arc? He was now regretting that he hadn't dealt with him earlier. Meanwhile, Li Han had risen to his feet and was already standing behind him, listening to the conversation. He responded to Carl for his nasty words towards Kuro and for the ground maneuver with a hard punch to the face. Carl, flying away, hit his head on the ground and blood gushed from his mouth. Li Han was very angered by Carl's words, and now he wanted to know what good it was. How better than Kuro, a loser who gathered weak followers and hid behind their backs? Del Simon with his bad character, Dimitro with his crazy love for hand-to-hand combat. Jose and Kuro, each of them is much better than him. That was how Li Han answered Carl. It was Carl who looked down on others and had no right to do so, because he himself has no special skills. Not too much dirty work waiting for him if he wants to get ahead. Li Han called him just an ordinary nothing. Carl couldn't utter a word. He just stared at Khan in silence. He finally lost to him. Li Han charged at him, aiming his spear directly at Carl's head. He thought that Li Han would kill him now, but nothing happened. The opponent's look changed from angry to completely indifferent. Li Han hit the ground a few centimeters to the right of Carl's head with a spear that didn't even try to dodge. He accepted defeat. In the next moment, Li Han stood up and turned his back to the lying Carl. He decided that he had had enough and it was time to get out. Finally, he added that if Carl dares to offend his friends again, it won't happen as easily as today. If Carl wants to be first, he should find another way to achieve this goal. After Li Han left Carl, the boy lay on the ground thinking about his father. He never wanted to join ARC. He never wanted to be a telepath. He was lying on the ground with his arms outstretched and laughing loudly. After some time, Carl Hein left ARC of his own accord. Li Han walked arm in arm with Kuro, supporting him. Meanwhile, Jose was already waiting for the two of them and was smiling, showing a welcoming gesture with his fingers. After that, Kuro and Li Han went fishing again to the already familiar lake. 3 days of stay on the island flew by in an instant. Helicopters again rose above the island. Jose, Li Han, and Kuro watched the arrival of the helicopters with palpable relief, agreeing with one voice that they did not want to repeat this experience. After a minute, they were called by 6 more cadets who expressed great gratitude to them for their help in the last days. If they had not left them some food, they would have died. The cadets asked Kuro how he managed to catch so many fish and Jose about his ability to cook so deliciously. Jose himself thanked Li Han. If he hadn't stopped that idiot Carl, they would all have starved to death. Their bracelets vibrated. Sergeant Red's voice appeared, announcing the end of training. They still managed to show good results. Del Simon and Dimitro sat under a tree and also listened to the message. Dimitro noted that he never thought he would be so happy to hear the sergeant's voice. Red ordered them to board the helicopter in the order he would name. Li-han immediately understood that they wanted to separate them, but why? The helicopters rose high into the sky again. All the cadets who had undergone training and did not give up were divided into groups. Sergeant John Red inspected the unit of 4 cadets he had assembled. He had a special task. He turned to them and reported that each of them had been supervised by instructors during training, after which it was unanimously decided to keep the 4 of them. It was not an ordinary survival training, but a test to understand who will save humanity in the future. He looked again at Kuro, Simon and Dimitro, each of them feeling very different emotions from what he heard. And also Li-han, who was sitting tightly clenching his fists. It was decided that they would go to the second course. Enough time has passed since the decision was made to transfer them to the second course. The Arc Stadium once again melted in the sun's rays. Jose came to see Li-han. He had fully recovered from the training on the island. All the bruises had disappeared, and there were not even any scars left to remember. They had a day off, which hadn't happened in a long time, so he invited Li-han to chase the ball. Jose asked if he could play football. It was a stupid question for someone like him. A weekend at the Arc facility was indeed a very rare treat. So many wanted to join the game. Dimitro asked Simon if it was possible to use abilities, to which he replied that it wasn't during the match. Kuro already looked tired, even though they hadn't started yet. Only on special days are students allowed to rest. This time, the reason was a meeting of instructors. It is at this meeting that the instructors will discuss their entry into the second year. John Red sat waiting for everyone to get together, and it would be possible to finally start. Also, one of those present at the meeting was Wei Chen, who was Li-han's instructor when he was in Class D. A middle-aged man with a thick beard and glasses on the bridge of his nose ordered to start. It was Alexander Lekor, head of the RK headquarters. The girl with the short hair was interested in the new selected students. This time, there were 4 of them. Her name was Sasha Grace, and she was the head of Medical Building 2. The chief of staff at first named only 2 in whom he was sure, Del Simon and Dmitro Petrov. These guys had enough strength in all parameters, and here are the next 2. Li-han, his ability level was the lowest since the beginning and remains so until now. It was only thanks to Sergeant Red that the boy did not stay in Class D and was able to advance this far. Alexander Lekor did not understand why they should send him to the second course. He expected an answer. This time, Instructor Wei Chen wanted to speak. He drew the attention of the audience to the footage taken during the fight between Li-han and Sergeant. He recalled Red's words that the boy not only possessed excellent hand-to-hand combat skills, but also great willpower. He had all the makings of an excellent soldier. Lekor was surprised to hear such praise coming from an instructor, but Sergeant Red knew perfectly well that if Wei did not praise the boy, he would not be transferred. Sergeant Red remembered how Li-han tried to hurt him. He added telekinesis to his spinning power. The guy has the ability to manage the situation during the fight. And the most amazing thing about all this for the sergeant was that Li-han did everything himself. No one taught him this. While the instructors were talking to each other, Li-han himself was running around the field and accurately scoring goals. After thinking for a while, Chief Lekor decided that he should now move on to the last guy. Meanwhile, Li-han and Jose were running around the field. Jose jokingly elbowed him. He praised his great play, even though Li-han said before the match that he wasn't playing very well. Dimitro was angry and glared at Del Simon. He scolded him for his terrible game. He thought that England played good football. Simon did not understand what he was doing here. Meanwhile, there was commotion in the meeting hall. Someone shouted in displeasure and, banging on the table, said that those present must be mocking. It was Sasha Grace, and she was not happy with Kuro's choice. She called him mentally weak, or rather, the weakest of them all. She explained that immediately after the transfer to the second year, the bodies of the students are modified, so that the students must be strong and durable to endure this process. Certain that Kuro would not be able to physically withstand the modification, she turned to the hall and shouted that they wanted to kill him. John Red just sighed. Kuro's telekinesis was at the highest level. His abilities surpassed many famous talents. Besides, he has the ability to see the not-so-distant future, which is an exceptional ability. Leader Lekor was not sure, because it was not a matter of strength, but of Kuro's endurance. whether the boy would be able to withstand the modification. John Red added that this is why he wants to transfer him with Lee Han. Lee Han has a strong influence on Kuro's willpower and stamina. It seems that even such news did not completely make Leko happy. This Lee Han again? Should he play the big brother role for Kuro? He nervously rubbed the bridge of his nose as he considered his final decision. Larocque looked again at everyone present at the meeting. He turned to the two instructors. It seems that they really wanted to transfer the boy to the second year. They were John Red and Wei Chen. Lee Han ran around the field and drove his soccer ball forward, during which time he had fans. His attacker was too slow, and Lee Han passed Jose before the opposition could do anything. Jose thanked Lee Han by catching the ball in the air. He noticed that it was a really cool pass. While the opponents remained far behind, Jose continued to play the ball forward. He shouted to them to try to take it away now. The goalkeeper began to get quite nervous. He spread his arms and legs wide, expecting an attack. Simon and Dimitro ran up to protect the goalkeeper. They surrounded Jose, preventing him from scoring the ball. But Lee Han at the same moment ran up to Jose from the left side, receiving a pass from him. Now they are 2 for 2. Lee Han performed a quick maneuver and hit the ball with all his might. Neither the defenders nor the goalkeeper himself could stop him. Lee Han scored another goal. Simon and Dimitro glared at each other. Jose ran up to his friend and shook his hand. He and Lee Han exchanged gratitude for a good teamwork. Heavy steps were heard. The moment of enjoying the victory was interrupted by the shout of one of the instructors. It was Sergeant Red. He said that the meeting was over and the results would be announced soon, and if they were all here, he would warn them in advance. They have all been approved for transfer. Dimitro was very comforted by this news. Simon stood silently, but Kuro seemed frightened by the possibility of moving to a new level. Lee Han clenched his fists and silently analyzed the information he had just heard. He fully understood what the translation meant to him. Lee Han felt someone's touch. It was Jose who came from behind and squeezed his shoulder. He wanted to support a friend. He asked if everything was all right with him and hurried to congratulate him with such news. He smiled sincerely at Lee Han and said that his time had now come. Everything is changing for him now. Lee Han extended his hand to him and replied that it looked like that. He said goodbye to Jose. Sergeant Red is always in his repertoire. He did not tolerate calf tenderness and ordered everyone to run to their rooms. There was a separate order for the 4 of them. They needed to pack and get ready. Lee Han stopped in front of Red and thanked the sergeant. He had wanted to do this for a long time. He is almost sure that it was thanks to the sergeant that he was able to transfer from Class D and now also to the second year. To this, Red replied that if Lee Han completed his second year without incident, they would see each other again. He was not sure that this was exactly his merit and reminded that there would be no turning back. Then he was able to give him one more order to survive in spite of everything. After that, Red lit his cigarette. Lee Han was grateful to him for everything he had done for him and for everything he had taught him. He saluted him by putting his hand to the line of the forehead, as was customary in the military. Lee Han continued to stand as straight as a string, holding his hand in that position until the sergeant left. If someone looked at it from the outside, he would notice that the sergeant himself felt something and did not show it. Already when the sun began to set, 4 students gathered together with filled backpacks. The time has come. Dimitro was as always cheerful and encouraged others. Simon looked at him with the usual surprise. It seems that he and Dimitro became close friends during their time on the island. Kuro was shaking with terror, while Lee Han, meanwhile, clarified whether they needed to go to the second medical building. It seemed that Kuro was going to start crying again, and the next moment he felt a warm hand on his shoulder. It was Lee Han, and he reassured Kuro by promising that he would not leave him and be by his side. Kuro explained that he is very scared because of the fact that they will undergo an operation to accelerate the growth of the body. The modification scared him a lot. At that moment, Dimitro rehearsed that the eyes are big in fear and they will soon become even stronger. No one could understand his joy. They reached the medical building already at dusk. They were immediately called inside. Sasha Grace was expecting their arrival. She introduced herself and warned that she would be watching over them for the next 5 weeks. Lee Han immediately paid attention to the time she indicated, and he wondered why it was 5 weeks. To this, Sasha replied that their bodies will develop that much, 2 weeks of which will be in the incubator and 3 in rehabilitation. At this point, even Dmitri got nervous. 14 whole days in this contraption. Lee Han looked at them worriedly, as if remembering each one of them. After that, he raised his hand and waved to them, saying that they would see each other in a few weeks. The rest's spirits immediately lifted, and even Kuro looked more cheerful. He was holding on for Lee Han. They approached and finally clasped hands together, a ritual akin to a promise to return in a few weeks. Grace watched this with a smile. So this is the same Lee Han that Sergeant Red was so supportive of. The boys had time to argue with each other. Simon called Dimitro a child. Lee Han could not hold back his laughter. Sasha Grace stood together with a colleague, carefully examining some calculations. At this time, Simon and Kuro were already sitting up to their waists in some kind of liquid in the incubator. Each of them was confused. Dmitri also admitted that he was completely uncomfortable with a strange thing on his mouth, sitting in an incomprehensible substance. Lee Han was the calmest. He was already completely in this liquid and breathing was becoming quite difficult. Sasha Grace answered them that it's claustrophobia, every soldier must go through it, they must suffer, after which they will fall asleep. She gave the order to begin the operation when the process of deepening sleep was complete. It's been a week since the operation, no problems have arisen, but Sasha was worried that some people may have a hard time with surgery. If this continues, can the human race continue to exist? She looked at the 4 children sleeping in the incubator. The girl with the pigtails approached Sasha Grace and asked if she wanted to rest, because she must have been very tired. She really should rest. Conducting operations and constantly monitoring the condition of students requires a lot of effort. She slowly headed towards the exit, thinking about her work. But in the next moment, something stopped her. She noticed a familiar figure in the case. It was Sergeant Red sitting on the couch. She wondered why he comes here every day if he sneezes on children. The sergeant lit his cigarette in silence, his look speaking more than any words. But he suppressed it in himself and smiled, answering that it would be sad if such valuable footage died because of Sasha. He stabbed her in the face, directly indicating that he doubted her skills and qualifications. This greatly annoyed Grace. She crouched across from the sergeant and dryly assured him that everything was under control. Now the second phase of introduction of nutrient solution is taking place. It contains the power of a dragon's telekinesis. In other words, a high-density liquid mixed with the very heart of a dragon is injected. Red thought that if he made the dragon's heart resonate, it would be easier to control the telekinesis abilities. And if he pushed Lee Han a little, the moment of thought and negotiation ended, an alarm message blared on Dr. Grace's bracelet. She immediately left the sergeant and started running back to the lab. Something happened. She burst in screaming about why the alarm was screaming and what had happened. A frightened Red was behind her. The problem was with Lee Han, his eyes were frowning and he himself started to move his fingers. This indicated that he was coming to his senses. It wasn't an unplanned awakening. If he regained consciousness now, he wouldn't be able to bear the pain. He will be in too much pain. Sasha Grace started to panic. She ordered to stop the process immediately. As the doctor's hand reached for the lever to turn off the process, someone stopped her. She froze for a moment and then looked at the one whose hand held her, preventing her from moving. It was Sergeant Red. He wouldn't let her finish the process. She asked what he was doing. Red coldly looked into Grace's tearful eyes and seriously replied that the process cannot be interrupted. Lee Han must definitely transfer to the second year. It was a clear day, and the rays of the sun were shining through the windows of Sasha Grace's office. She was not alone in the room. Her patient was sitting across from her, and nothing interested Sasha so much as his current state and well-being. This patient was Lee Han, and he replied to Grace that he was completely normal only thanks to her. She hastened to inform that this is the first time in her practice. No one had ever rejected the introduction of a dragon's heart before. She remembered the night when Lee Han was convulsing. Someone was shouting that they were out of their minds and that the boy would die if the process was not completed. Then, Sasha realized that Lee Han was not the one who got to them thanks to the gift of telekinesis. Red wouldn't let her stop. He ordered the mental induction process to stop and continue. He will survive in any case. Sasha reported that it will be registered as the only case of strengthening only physical qualities. She was interested in whether he had organic rejections. Li Han felt great. There were no problems, and now at least he won't be expelled because of grades. She thought his psychological fortitude was incredible, the same soldier Sergeant Red promoted. Stamina and telepathy are directly dependent on each other, but why is his willpower so high and his telepathy so low? Grace told Li Han that he could go. As she continued to think about it herself, Grace came to the conclusion that it was related to the rejection of the dragon's heart. Dimitro approached Li Han and said hello. From now on, they are all in the second year. Simon stood behind like a harsh shadow of Dimitro and carefully studied Li Han's eyes. He, in turn, greeted the boys and added that 5 weeks flew by imperceptibly. He was surprised by how much his friends had changed. They were now unrecognizable. Kuro had changed especially much. Even the color of his hair, which had grown noticeably, was now white. The most important thing for Li Han was that everyone remained safe and sound. Simon shouted that nothing special had happened and there was nothing to be happy about, even if he was special here. These words were addressed to Li Han. Simon immediately left after saying this. Dimitro just waved his hands at Simon's act and told Li Han not to worry about it. Li Han was used to such antics of his, so he replied that it was normal. The dormitory for second-year students was not much different from the previous one, but studies from the second year are carried out in detachments. Each squad includes from 4 to 10 people. At this moment, there are 12 sophomores in ARC. Li Han couldn't believe that he would finally have his own room. He would be in a paddock with Kuro and 7 other boys. A smiling but completely beaten boy approached them. He even had honey plasters on his face. He called himself Kato Swoki, the head of the squad. He met Kuro and Li Han, then gave them a short discussion about the fact that there are many disciplines in the second year and that one should focus on the 3 main ones: fire training, air combat, and combat simulation. He asked if they knew about the first, to which Li Han replied that modern weapons are quite effective when fighting monsters. This is true. Among the monsters known to them, there are those that do not have high intelligence. For example, ogre, grant, werewolf. But their commander, Ella, has a well-developed intellect and uses telekinesis on a par with fighters. Li Han wondered if the weapon would help if Ella used her telekinesis. That was a good question. Firearms are definitely not going to help here. Ella can't use telekinesis forever as a dragon, and if her power runs out, she won't have much left. Fire training is important, and aerial training and simulated combat are more important. Why? Because students compete with each other. Combat simulation is training in an artificially created arc arena. The main task is to capture the flag at the enemy base. Here, everything is decided by the strategy and individual skills of the fighters, and this is a very unsafe training. Even if you don't use metal weapons, you have every chance to die. Air combat takes place on e-boards. Although it is quite easy to bypass the enemy here, there are still nuances. Supporters should always be in the back. They control most of the boards. They either help to move them or deal an emergency blow to opponents. Until recently, there were no strong telepaths in their ranks, and with the arrival of Kuro, they had nothing to fear. That was Kato's opinion. Kuro was surprised by his words and high expectations in his direction. The attitude towards him changed noticeably. Kato asked Kuro if he could handle such a task, but instead of answering immediately, Kuro hesitated. The man behind Kato didn't like this, saying Kuro's opinion didn't matter. If the team needs his skills, he will not turn away. Li Han interceded for his friend and replied that he could handle this task without any problems, and it was not worth constantly scolding him. The man who attacked Kuro didn't like Li Han himself either. He called him a jerk and made him shut up. At this moment, Kato himself decided to intervene. He thought that Li Han was right. Besides, they were only here for the first day and did not know much. He also turned to Li Han himself. He asked him to behave more quietly because others here have more experience. They looked at him with scorn and curiosity. Only Kato tried to hide this attitude behind a smile. But in the next moment, Kato's eyes flashed with a dangerous glow, and he said that Li Han was only here because he needed Kuro. He had to take Li Han due to the fact that he and Kuro are always together, as if on a 2-in-1 promotion. He was amused by Li Han's low level of telekinesis and advised him to just not bother them. All the other members of the squad also laughed. Li Han clenched his fists tightly as he stared at the ground, his gaze darkening. He thought about how he should act in such a situation. He looked up at the leader of the Kato squad and replied that he understood him. Li Han decided that now was not the time to provoke a conflict. Li Han smiled and held out his hand to the boy. He would do anything to avoid getting in their eyes and disturbing them. It seems that Kato didn't expect such a calm reaction. Maybe his goal was to catch Li Han or lead him into a conflict. But he just silently approached the boy, shaking his hand as a sign of acceptance of the terms of their cooperation. Kato did not abandon his idea. He wondered how long this little reptile would last. He did not consider him an equal relative to himself and looked down on him.
Li Han accepted Kato's stance completely calmly, assuring him that he would last as long as needed.
The shower door opened very slowly and with an annoying creak. Li Han went inside and stood under the jets of hot water. It was incredibly relaxing. The water washed away all the impurities that settled on him during the day. Attention landfill, the inscription that hung on the net of the detachment, there they learned to use firearms. During training, Li Han could forget he was focused on one goal, to become stronger and survive no matter what. Kato did not leave him unattended even during combat training. He was watched over. The sounds that came from under heavy shoes during running and training are already used. Li Han ran forward with his weapon, and one of the fighters quickly caught up behind him. He regrouped from running to counterattack. Loud shots were heard at the arena targets. He also followed Kato and noticed that he supported the squad even morally, and that was not good. As if sensing Li Han's thoughts, Kato ran up to Li Han, glancing swiftly in his direction. But the next moment he turned his head over the left side and called Kuro. He demanded that he be faster. Kuro was nervous and tried to figure out how to use the weapon as quickly as possible. Because of his anxiety, everything came out slowly. Kato put his hand to his forehead. He was frantic with rage and considered it a disgrace to the squad. Li Han watched this silently from behind. Li Han continued to stand in the shower, remembering the training at the training ground. It became clear to him. He is too far behind and is still far from recognition. The room was completely filled with hot steam, and when the door was opened, clouds of steam came out. Li Han wrapped one towel around his hips while wiping his wet hair with the other. He remembered the words of Kato, who had informed him that he would be the backup during the simulated combat training. Kato was sitting on an iron chair in a dark room surrounded by the entire squad. The team should consist of a minimum number of fighters, and in their ranks, without Li Han, there are enough masters of hand-to-hand combat. Kato patted Li Han on the shoulder and replied that he would watch the entire second year after the fight on the training ground, and he could also watch from the sidelines. Li Han looked over and over at the photo of the major with his three brothers looking so happy and well-fed. He remembered why he was here. He didn't want to be superhuman in the first place. His desire was to save the brothers and give them the opportunity to live a full life. Many sophomores gathered in the gym. They were informed that the flag would be captured today. The 3rd and 9th squads are participating. Kato reminded his teammates that there is also a newcomer in the 3rd squad, so they should watch his telekinesis carefully. Li Han heard this. If there is a newcomer among them, it is most likely Deli Simon. He was right. Simon in combat gear was standing next to his new squad. Everyone in the unit had heard his name. Even here he was considered a genius telekinetic. Everyone was nervous because they would have to fight him. They looked at the monitor where, in addition to the fighters of various units, location maps were shown. The squad in blue equipment was shocked by the antics of the red squad. They wanted to attack them head-on. One of them laughed. Why should they hide when telekinesis genius Del Simon was with them now? At this time, Simon was already fully prepared to attack. His body was glowing and radiating power. He knew how wonderful it looked now and assured him that it would not cost him anything to take the flag from them. The other squad was provoked by his impudence and self-confidence. They rushed at him and demanded that he attack in hand-to-hand combat. Something happened. The squad began to look at their hands. Their weapons were completely gone, and now they stood naked. Of course it was Simon, attacking them with his telekinesis. He was tired of the chatter and wanted to end this game as soon as possible. They raised their heads to the sky where all their weapons hung above them, Del in full control of them. And he wasn't going to dwell on it for a second. It was time to attack and show these teleps what a real battle of telekinetics was. Weapons began to fall on their owners and attack them from the sky. The students covered their hands and tried to dodge. Dell's allies rushed to attack the enemy squad with shouts of victory. At this time, Dell was standing aside. There was no point in him rushing, and he could just watch the results of his power. His squad easily defeated another disarmed and weakened squad. They rejoiced in their victory. They did not even have to make a hard effort for it. Kato watched this match from the side and informed the others how important the role of the telepath is in the matches. If Kuro is with them, they will be able to win. Kuro stood aside. He understood how much was expected of him, and it put pressure on him. Lee Han couldn't just leave it at that. He approached Kato and refuted his vision. He was sure that everything would be completely different at the training ground. Lee Han reported to Kato that the 9th Squad did not take into account the terrain and battle tactics. Therefore, you should rely on the strength and skills of the fighters. Lee Han wanted to say something else, but he stumbled on the word if and fell silent. Kato really didn't like that Lee Han once again decided that he had the right to open his mouth, but he still asked him to finish his sentence. Afterwards, a furious Kato finished for him. If he was the squad leader, that was what Kato thought Lee Han wanted to say. At that moment, Lee Han finally understood the true reason behind Kato's hatred towards him. The man who had always stood behind Kato called Lee Han after him. This was the boy who had been aggressive towards them and Kuro since the first days. Lee Han silently followed behind him, leaving the group behind. He guessed what conversation was waiting for him. The man admitted that Lee Han is an outstanding fighter. Even Kato agrees with this, and that Lee Han does not belong in the 7th Squad. Everyone thinks that he should get away. Lee Han reacted calmly to this. As expected, his head held him in check. He wondered why he did not fit into their team. The answer was simple, because he is not afraid to challenge Kato during training. The man admitted that he himself thinks that if Lee Han were in his place, he would have acted better. But only one person can be the head of the squad. If Lee Han pushed a little more, it would make Kato angry. This will cause a split in the pack, which is very dangerous. Since Kato is the main one, he cannot contradict him, so it will be better if during the next distribution of squads, Lee Han will transfer to another one. He closed his eyes and replied that he would most likely do just that. Now everything is clear. The chairman must gain the trust of the squad members. Lee Han had acted recklessly when he had encroached on Kato's authority. He continued to stand alone in the corridor, thinking about it. There is no other way out. He should write an application for transfer. It will be better that way. Another day came to its end. As Lee Han had promised himself, he submitted his application on the same day. He stood tall in front of Instructor Wei Chen's desk, carefully reading the statement the boy had brought. Wei Chen was surprised that Lee Han had asked for just that, and so, soon after joining the squad, he asked if Lee Han was sure of his decision. The young man confirmed that this was the case and that he had thought it through. Instructor Wei Chen replied that he understood him, but he should know that it would take some time to make a decision. Instructors should discuss this in a meeting. Already sitting on the bed in his room, Lee Han thought that it was even good that decisions would be made for a while. Now he can focus on personal training instead of team training. He should learn more about other squads and think about how to proceed. There was a light knock on the door. It was Kuro, and he wanted to visit Lee Han before going to sleep. Kuro sat down next to him and asked what he was talking about with the deputy squad leader. Lee Han waved it off that it was not important and asked how the preparation for aerial training was going. Kuro replied that he was now able to control 4 e-boards simultaneously. Did Lee Han inquire about the boards themselves? Kuro replied that he could control the boards along with the people standing on them. This pleased Lee Han very much. He knew that Kuro's skills would grow greatly here and did not doubt him. Kuro was one of the strongest sophomores at the time. Lee Han promised that Kuro had nothing to fear and that he would root for him all the time. Kuro was very happy about this and didn't even hide his emotions. Their relationship really resembled a brotherly bond. Students gathered at the stadium were discussing interesting news. A strong telepath named Kuro appeared in the 7th Squad. Lee Han heard these conversations. Everyone is wondering what Kuro is capable of. Today, he will be tested. He watched his friend through the big screen and mentally tried to support him. Lee Han believed in Kuro despite everything. The teams of different squads were already climbing into the ring. The match was about to start soon. Their squad leader Kato turned to Kuro and asked him to take care of them. Kuro was ready for this. He must give his all in order not to lose their trust. They announced the beginning of the air duel. Squad 1 will fight against Squad 7. The goal of this battle is to learn how to work with airboards. They will be necessary in future aerial duels. After all, almost all dragons fly perfectly and will fight in the air. At this time, the main equipment, along with the jetpack and hook cable, is the A-board. Electronic board for moving in the air, some of them are modified with fire equipment. In battle, one person can use 2 E-boards at once. One is needed for movement and the other can be used to attack. There is also such a person as support in the teams. He is the most important fighter because he manages the E-boards of other fighters and additionally manages the number of boards with which his strength allows. Support stays in the rear and makes life much easier for his partners, controlling all the equipment thanks to telekinesis. Partners can focus completely on the fight. This is the perfect position for Kuro. But Kato ordered the 7th squad to step up and act according to the plan. If everything goes as planned, they will win. The squad listened to its leader and rushed into battle. There were loud shouts of support. Kato remained behind the rest of the participants. The 1st squad also rushed to attack their opponents. They slowly flew forward on E-boards. The deputy head noticed that, as Kato had said, the enemy would advance slowly. The 2 boys from the 1st squad were from the front. They looked at each other and gave each other the command to regroup. They went in different directions, as Kato said. Everything went according to his prediction of a fight. The substitute got ahead of one of those who had separated and attacked from above with a smiling face. With one strong blow, he knocked the boy of the 1st squad off the E-board and he fell to the ground of the arena. At this time, Kato did the same to another guy from the 1st squad. He also couldn't resist. They didn't even have time to understand what had happened as they had already left the game. Kato was pleased with himself because everything was going according to his plan. Spectators were surprised. The game had just started and 2 of the first 2 had already been eliminated. Is the 7th squad really that strong? They seemed to know in advance about all the moves of their opponents. During the development of the strategy, it was decided that Kuro would take control of as little as possible of Kato's E-board and his vice. Kato knew that there was no strong support in the 1st squad. Kuro was also ordered to use his ability to see the future in order to predict the movements of the opponents. Everyone agreed with this plan. Zam and Kato were very happy to be able to scatter the boys from the 1st like kittens. They were determined to win. Lee Han was also present at the training squad meeting. He admitted that Kato's plan would guarantee success in theory. After the agreement, they began to prepare almost immediately. Now in the arena, Kato and his deputy were walking forward, savouring the taste of victory. At this time, Kuro was sweating and trying to be fully focused on every detail. If he made a mistake, the team would lose. Of course, they will accuse him of this. The difficulty was that he must not only control the E-boards, but also view the future at the same time. It was difficult to use 2 different abilities to the full at the same time. But he must definitely cope with this task. He could see new options for the future. He could see where the enemy would strike. One of the 1st squad still managed to strike and hit a student of the 7th squad. After that, he jumped back to his partner. He was surprised that there were only 2 of them left. Have these 7th graders always been this strong? At this time, the students of the 7th squad were in their battle formation, namely Kato and his deputy in the front, followed by the other 2 and Kuro behind them all. The boy understood from the first that if the sapper was not removed from the game, everything would be over for their team. He ordered his friend to act according to another plan, namely Plan A. They decided to start immediately. His friend, a black man from the unit alone, immediately understood what was required of him. He rushed forward at the enemy. The other followed him in a counterattack with a loud cry. It seemed that they were in despair. And the reason for this was simply that there are fewer of them, but they rush head-on. Kato was surprised by such senseless courage, and he ordered his squad to attack as well. The boys from the detachment alone did not change their course, running forward and rising high into the air. The black man crashed into Zama and Kato, holding them in his hulking arms as his companion charged forward further. Kato shouted angrily. He himself was too self-confident, and now he was trapped in the hands of the boy from the first. Meanwhile, the other boy skillfully got rid of 2 of the 7th squad. They were behind the old man and the deputy, and therefore were weaker. He ignored everyone else and rushed forward, only interested in one opponent at the moment. One of the 7th still persisted and could not understand where he was running. At this time, Kato was screaming and asking him to come here immediately to help them. Otherwise, the idiot would throw them down the first time. This was Kato's big mistake. The black-skinned boy held them with all his strength, sweat running down his face, and they were not the main target of the plan. Lee Han immediately understood what the squad's plan was. They wanted to cut off their support. The boy should protect Kuro, not rush to Kato's aid. At the training meeting, Kato told Kuro that the 4th and 8th E-board should always be with him. Kuro watched as the boy from the first quickly moved towards him, preparing to attack. 4 and 8! Whatever flashed through his mind at the last moment, he must take advantage of it. Kuro sent these 2 E-boards at his opponent, who almost reached him. He must protect himself. The guy swung for a hit from the first without noticing that there were E-boards behind him. Meanwhile, the black man continued to hold his opponents. He did not move, even when he saw the sword near his head. The guy from the 7th helped his Zam and the head. He cut off the black man from them. The guy kept them to the last by sticking to their plan. An excellent fighter. Kato's team silently watched as he fell to the bottom. Then something else caught Kato's attention. He yelled for them to turn back. Kuro was lying face down on the ground, with a boy from the 1st squad standing proudly over him. He smiled tiredly. His friend had sacrificed himself, and their plan had succeeded. The 7th squad had lost its sapper. At the same moment, Kato and his deputy lost their balance and flew downward. Kuro lost consciousness and was no longer in control of their E-boards. The spectators were shocked. Now there was a one-on-one fight. They were amazed that Kuro could control 2 E-boards at once. It was cool, but he exhaled. Lee Han also watched the fight silently. Lee Han was silent. Although everything happened as he predicted, Kato only hoped for Kuro's telekinesis, and they lost. Lee Han remembered that last moment of the attack on Kuro, when the enemy was very close. The boy from the 7th tried to deliver a decisive blow by reaching the opponent, but as a result, he had to turn back after hearing a loud noise. It was 2 E-boards that crashed into each other and self-destructed behind him. Kuro could not protect himself with them. He was left completely disarmed and defenseless. The boy from the first moment even felt a little sorry for Kuro, but he wasted no time and made it. Lee Han was sure that the whole thing was that Kuro was under a lot of pressure. Because of this, he made a mistake and failed. Lee Han did not even look at the end of the match. Everything was so clear. Very soon, there were shouts of congratulations for the winners of the 1st squad. He understood that if Kato accepted him into the team, Kuro would not be left alone, if he was the head of the squad. Lee Han was once again standing in front of instructor Wei Chen. 3 weeks had passed since his application, and he was ready to discuss the results with the boy. The instructors reviewed and approved his application for the position of head of the new unit. At first, Lee Han stood there swallowing his tongue for a while. He couldn't believe that the instructors agreed. Wei Chen replied that Lee Han had shown himself to be a good commander in his first year. Now he had to prove it again. He was given a chance, and now his charisma and reputation will be tested. He gave him a piece of paper that described the requirements for creating a new unit. Counting him, there must be at least 4 people in the squad. 1 from any squad. Candidates can refuse him if they do not want to join. Lee Han understood that if he acted according to these laws, he would become an enemy to the heads of other squads. He had to be careful to gather the most talented guys. Lee Han clenched his fist tightly and replied to Wei Chen that if he had it believed that everything will turn out as planned. The instructor praised him for being a quick learner and told him to wait for the results, after which the door slammed behind him. It is necessary to concentrate and select candidates as soon as possible. His team. When he thinks about it, the first things that come to mind are Jose and Kuro, his friends. He immediately felt sad. Jose is no longer around, and the first thing he should do is talk to Kuro. He didn't notice another boy passing by who was studying Lee Han's back carefully. This is not surprising from Lee Han's side. He looked like a broken and very tired guy who was lost in himself. He immediately cheered up when he remembered that he had another oddball in mind to invite. He immediately went to the room of the one he thought of, and after a few minutes was knocking on the door. The boy did not immediately open the door and froze when he saw a familiar face. It was Dmitro, and it seems that he had just come out of the shower with a towel around his neck. He wondered what exactly Li Han needed at such a time. Meanwhile, Kato was angry about their loss. He was sure of the team's victory. But now what? He was accusing Kuro all the time, and the deputy told him that Simon Dell had to be taken. Kato also thought about it. Simon alone defeated several opponents and showed himself well. His hand-to-hand combat and telekinesis skills are impeccable. And Kuro is useless in the same conditions. His skills are full of bullshit, Kato noticed. Li Han overheard their conversation. Deputy Kato believed that it was necessary to find a replacement for Kuro. Otherwise, he would have to be constantly put as a support. Li Han remembered the conversation with Dmitro. This oddball was immediately interested in his idea of creating his own squad, and he wanted to know what else Li Han's name would be. Of course, he replied that he would take Kuro. He wanted to work with him from the very beginning. Dmitro was sure that no leader would give up his soldier. Li Han, instead of answering his question, asked what he himself had decided. After all, Dmitro never responded to his proposal. Dmitro was pleased, but he believed that his departure from the squad would be a betrayal of the team. It turned out that Dmitro is the head of the 5th squad and he cannot leave his boys alone. Li Han was very surprised by this turn of events. He did not expect that Dmitro was already the head of the squad. But under such a course of circumstances, there were no other options. Indeed, the chairman should not leave his squad. Dmitro wanted to tell Li Han something else if they had already started this conversation. He rubbed the back of his head uncertainly, thinking about how to get his point across and choose the right words. He believed that it would be better for him and Li Han if they remained rivals and didn't play boss versus subordinate games. Dmitro smiled at Li Han in the way that your equal does, because he himself recognized Li Han a long time ago. And he took it as the greatest act of sincere intentions to remain rivals despite everything. He jokingly punched Dmitri in the chest and asked him not to cry when they met on the battlefield. Dmitro replied that next time he would break his 2 arms. Li Han walked down the corridor and heard the whispers of the students gathered there. News has already reached them that he is gathering a new squad. They considered him a bastard who wanted power. Li Han himself did not understand why they were whispering so quietly. He suggested that they speak louder. It's no wonder that the heads of other squads are following him now, because after all, news spreads quickly in Ark. Kato radiated special hatred. He said that he did not expect that Li Han would try to turn off the knife in his back. He gathered the entire squad to turn the boys against Li Han. Kato told him to get out and added that no one would give Kuro to him. Kuro heard their conversation. He was standing behind Kato near his Zama, his head down. When the leader of the 7th squad attacked, Li Han replied that under his leadership, Kuro would not be able to reveal his talent. Kato replied that Li Han thinks a lot about himself, and Kuro is capable of becoming the best fighter in the team. Li Han was amused by the chairman's arguments. He replied to Kato that the enemy would not wait, and with him, Kuro would have much more chances to grow. The task of the head of the squad to win even with limited forces. Despite everything, nothing will change if you blame someone else for the defeat. Kato was beside himself with rage. He grabbed Li Han by the collar of his jacket and shouted that he would not get Kuro. Li Han declared in front of everyone that the defeat of the 7th squad is the fault of a bad leader. Kato will not forgive him for this. Li Han remained completely calm and informed Kato that it was only Kuro who decided which squad to be in. He himself could not influence his decision in any way. Kato angrily turned his face towards Kuro and threatened him if he left them. Kato promised that he would kill Kuro with his own hands under such circumstances, his face contorted with rage. Kuro was frightened and more surprised by such a direct threat to his side. Li Han laughed at the lack of self-control in Kato's behavior. He said that he could only scratch his tongue. Even if he drowns, he will not be able to shut up. Kato lunged like a dog and slapped Li Han on the cheek in front of the entire squad. Li Han fell to the ground and blood flowed from his mouth. Kato didn't immediately realize what he had done. Li Han smiled and replied that he didn't even want to get his hands dirty with someone like him. He got up in silence and walked past Kato, who could no longer utter a single word. Turning his back to Kuro, he replied that he would wait for his decision. They yelled at Lee Han that he was out of his mind to leave his squad for something not yet created. Lee Han understood that he had to do it now, or the fee would be too high. Kuro kept looking at Lee Han's trail. He was very worried and couldn't say a word. He walked down the corridor thinking about the fact that he had talked to everyone he wanted to today. What should he do now? If this continues, everything will turn out badly. He has no one left on the note. Lee Han was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the guy walking towards him. They bumped into each other and looked at each other. The next moment, the boy jumped away from him and continued on his way. Lee Han turned to look at him once more. His speed was amazing. He asked the young man if he could dress like that in the institution. He had a skull mask on his face, and his clothes were similar to street clothes. The boy caught Lee Han's interest, and the next moment he turned his attention to his bracelet, which began to vibrate. He received a notification. The leaders of all units are ordered to gather near the second medical building. Sasha Grace was standing next to a group of students lined up in 2 rows. She reported that these are newcomers who need to be divided into squads immediately. This time, the new chairman will be the first to be elected. She asked Lee Han to step forward. Everyone looked back at Lee Han standing behind. This was his chance, and now he must get at least one rookie. He came forward and introduced himself. He said that he is the head of the 13th squad and he does not have enough people, so he will be happy for each of them. The heads of other squads began to whisper and mock that he was the only one in his squad. One boy raised his hand to the mountain and quickly replied that he wanted to join Lee Han's squad. Lee Han looked at the recruit and a happy smile appeared on his face. Today is still a good day. In front of him was his old friend Jose, who raised his hand and took the initiative. The day ended and Jose was now sitting in Lee Han's room. They were talking about their future plans. Jose said that it would be good if at least someone else joined them. Lee Han reassured him that some of the newcomers had not yet decided where they would enter. Lee Han thanked his friend for his trust and admitted that he always wanted to be on the same team with him. In response, he said that anyone who refused to go to him was an idiot. They simply did not know about his abilities. Otherwise, they would have stood in line. From the next day, they will start working hard, and now Jose should go home and rest a little. He stretched to stretch. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Lee Han was surprised that someone had decided to visit at such a late hour. When he opened the door, Kuro was standing in front of him. What he saw stunned Lee Han. He asked what happened to him. Kuro was all battered and mutilated. His face was bare, and he continued to smile. Kato talked about the consequences if he decided to leave the squad. Kuro remembered Kato holding him by the collar and continuously beating him, calling him a pathetic bastard. Lee Han was shocked. He could no longer believe that this was the same Kuro he knew. It seemed that not only his body had grown, but also his willpower. Jose shouted joyfully that the team from the desert island was together again, and now they would definitely handle everything. They did not have time to rejoice enough when a stranger came to the still open door and asked if he could join them. They seemed to be having fun. The guy replied that everyone calls Lee Han a traitor, and it seems that now in the 13th unit it will be more fun than anything. Jose knew this guy in the first year. He was in Class B. Lee Han replied that they would definitely need such a talent. It was a red-haired boy named Knut Meyer. He folded his fingers like pistols and jokingly demonstrated that he was shooting them. Knut greeted everyone with a smile and asked if it was possible to join their team. Lee Han decided to immediately warn those present that they were not on good terms with the other squads and that if something went wrong, they could be disbanded. Are they ready for the consequences? Knut seemed to sneeze at it, and Kuro was ready to follow Lee Han no matter what, just like Jose. Lee Han understood what a great responsibility now rested on his shoulders, and he was sure that they would manage. He firmly replied that from now on they are the 13th squad and will meet tomorrow at training. The next morning, they stood neatly in a row opposite the chief instructor. He greeted the entire 13th squad. He was a second-year senior instructor, and his name was Grossman, a green-eyed, slender man. Lee Han took a step forward and also greeted the instructor, calling himself the squad leader. He then named the privates standing behind him, namely Jose Batista and Knut Meyer. The instructor already knew Kuro and immediately asked what had happened to his face. Kuro laughed and seriously answered the instructor that he fell down the stairs yesterday. Of course, the excuse was not very convincing. Could a fighter of his level have tripped on the stairs? Most likely, Instructor Grossman himself knew perfectly well what had happened. He asked Kuro to be more careful and avoided this conversation. The instructor reported that since their unit was formed later than the others, they were given extra time to prepare and adapt. They have 3 whole weeks to train. After graduation, they will train with others at the same level and participate in matches and competitions where the opponents will be chosen at random. They should prepare well before this time. Li Han listened carefully to the instructor's report, and he believed that Grossman underestimated them too much, so he told him about it directly. The competition Path of Survival opponent is the 9th squad. They have many skilled shooters, and they have won the most in this competition. Knuth took off his helmet and began to wail that it was not his at all, and if he did not fall, could he go to the bench? Li Han hit him on the helmet so that it seems that he was pressed into his head, becoming one with him. He told him to concentrate if he didn't want to die. Khan pulled him to himself and with a murderous look ordered him not to give up and fight to the last. Frightened, Knut agreed. He won't let any of his boys die. Li Han ordered everyone to follow the mobile bunker plan and asked them not to laugh at the name he had just made up. All together, the squad members repeated the name of Li Han's plan, Mobile Bunker. Groups of 2 squads were distributed to bases at different ends of the arena. The competition will soon begin. The start of the competition for survival between Squad 13 and Squad 9 was announced. The boys from Squad 9 were ready to attack and wanted to finish off their opponents as soon as possible. Li Han encouraged his squad and convinced them that they would win if they acted together. Immediately after the announcement, the fans shouted for the 9th squad to defeat the traitors as soon as possible. Dimitro also came to watch the competition together with his squad. He noted that Li Han, as always, remains famous. Everyone is discussing him. Del Simon was also burning with curiosity. Although he did not admit it, he thought that there were no winners in this competition and wanted to see what Li Han would come up with. Slow steps made the grass rustle under the soles. You need to be quiet if you don't want to be counted. The 9th squad was moving straight towards the enemy's base. They didn't meet Li Han's squad on the way, so they were at their starting position. They didn't see any other options for their whereabouts. Knuth stood behind the tree and heard their conversation. He did not expect the boys to be so fast. He sent a message with a bracelet notifying the team that the enemy was 200 meters away. They advanced quickly because they were sure of their victory. Nut stood in ambush reporting on their movements. Li Han and the other 2 also continued to sit in ambush about 100 meters away from Knut. Li Han received his notice and he was not entirely satisfied that the enemy was in such a hurry. Jose also confirmed that this hellish 9th squad will not give them even a little rest. Even if they had time to prepare and regroup, they still didn't have time left. Li Han wondered what Knut would do. In his place, he would have already entered the situation. Maybe, instead of chasing them, he decided. Knut ran as a sharp pain pierced his knee. He screamed at the top of his lungs. The pain was too unbearable. This loud cry was heard by all their enemies. While Knut intervened under his nose, holding onto his painful leg, the enemy's squad had already rushed to him. Knuth grimaced and turned at the loud roar of the 9th squad running head-on at him. He turned around and started shooting at them blindly, thinking that he would shoot at least one. The 9th squad managed to hide behind the trees, and they discussed among themselves who would remove the boy from the position. Knuth tripped and fell to the ground on his buttocks. His knee still hurt quite badly. In the next moment, he saw that he was being shot at, and by some miracle leaned back and dodged. If everything goes according to plan, he will return to his squad. The leg injury is not a big problem. The main thing is to buy time now. He hid behind a tree and waited. Meanwhile, the 8th squad did not understand why the boy was alone. What was the point of sending a scout if there were only 4 of them? In any case, everything would end in a shootout. One of them was challenged to go forward if the rest could cover him. Li Han and the others were still standing behind finishing their preparations for the duel. Li Han gave the order to go. Knut was able to buy enough time for them to start. He added that Knut might be wounded He suggested that the ninth squad would most likely decide not to unite and act, but to wait. Shosei thanked Li Han. Thanks to him, they were able to rest. The group is stronger than ever and ready to fight. They were even able to miraculously knock down a tree with fire and telekinesis. Now it's time to show the ninth squad what they are capable of. Time to implement their plan. The fans shouted for the 13th squad to go fight and not stand still. When they saw that the squad had cut down a tree, they did not understand the point of doing it at all. While everyone was wondering what the tree was for and whether they should cover themselves with it, Simon and Dimitro shouted at the same time that it was for Kuro. After that, these two who were standing next to each other looked at each other. Simon was not ready for Dimitro to notice him so quickly. Knuth continued to hide behind a tree and shoot back. He shouted that these reptiles will get from him. But in the next moment, his weapon fell silent. He needed a reload, and immediately, one of the ninth squad approached him from behind. He was amused that Knut was really alone. He thought that they were being lured into a trap, and they were simply improvising as they went. Dimitro and Simon continued to watch. It seems that one of the 13th fell out, and now they only have a fallen tree. Will they be able to win? Simon noticed that there was a weak point in their tactics, and he was sure that most likely Li Han already knew about it. The ninth squad began to shoot back at them. The 13th was moving, and with them, a strange attack that was difficult to repel. One of the ninth noticed that they were all good shooters and that there were no strong telekinetics in their ranks to answer. Li Han must not understand this, or they will all be in trouble in this fight. The attack was strong, and the entire ninth squad was hiding in cover. They decided to wait until the 13th was weakened. Their commander ordered them to bide their time as long as possible. There was no other plan. Li Han was well aware of their squad's weaknesses, and the wooden shield would help them win again for a while. This is necessary in order for Jose to be able to notice his strength, which is why they need so much extra time. Everything around caught fire. The fighters of the ninth began to suffocate from the smoke. They did not understand where the flame came from. Spectators watched in amazement as Jose sets fire to the forest. He knows how to control the flames. They didn't even know that this was possible at competitions. Jose replied that there is enough at home, and they are unlikely to see at least anything. Li Han asked him to now take on those who managed to get out. Two of the ninth climbed out of the fox's clubs, panting and sneezing in different directions. Jose found them and immediately started continuous fire on them. The shelling began. Two more of the ninth were still sitting in the smoke. They had already learned that two of them had dropped out and continued to sit in the city, thinking that the enemy could not see them. But it was an empty guess. The next moment the two of them kissed, it happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to understand anything. Moreover, they did not know from which direction they were shooting. Kuro and Li Han could see everything perfectly, even in the smoke, thanks to Kuro's superpowers. Li Han launched a final attack on the enemy, and the rest of the ninth squad was eliminated. There was an announcement about the victory of the 13th squad. This training shocked many. The students discussed how Kuro used rocks for radar to navigate in space. Li Han was called a devil because of his ability to shoot well. Dimitro clenched his fist. He was satisfied that Li Han won. Meanwhile, Simon gritted his teeth, calling everyone idiots. Jose and Kuro took off their helmets and happily walked to their head. They were a little covered in soot, but completely normal. Li Han smiled at the team as he held up a finger. They did it, won the competition. Some of the instructors also watched this match with interest, rubbing their chins. He was very interested in Li Han, and he repeated his name in his voice, thinking about something. 4 glasses clinked loudly together, and 4 friends shouted that it was time to drink. They were sitting in the room, having prepared a celebratory dinner for the winners of today's competition. Knuth agreed that it was worth it. Jose laughed as he remembered how he had been shot, and Knut recommended that he somehow try it on himself. The table was filled with various delicacies. There was a chicken in the middle of the table, and someone wanted the head to say a few words. Jose took a chicken leg and brought it to his mouth as if it were a microphone, then said that now there would be a speech from Commander Li Han, who had led them to victory. Li Han thanked everyone present and confirmed that his tactics were somewhat aggressive, and he knew that they would win if they acted together. Li Han put the greatest emphasis on teamwork because each of them contributed to the victory. Kuro exclaimed that his plan was not aggressive at all, but incredibly cool. Li Han added that they were lucky that they had great physical strength and their tactics were banal. It was immediately clear who would take which place in the squad. Knut was amazed at how quickly Li Han could read the enemy and was glad he had made the choice to follow him, choosing him as his leader. But in the next moment, Knut realized that he was moving too actively and bent over in pain. After all, he was shot. Concerned comrades advised him to lie down. So Knut replied that everything was wonderful and that even if he died, he would never miss such an elegant banquet. They laughed so loudly that their laughter could be heard far outside through the open window. At this time, the head instructor was reviewing the data and analysing today's day. He couldn't believe that the 13th defeated the 9th, one of the strongest, and he didn't like it. He wanted to crush them before they thought too much of themselves. Who could be the best fit for this mission? Surprisingly, his choice stopped at the former squad of Kuro and Li Han. He chose the 7th squad. They will certainly do everything possible to keep 13th in wet places, but what will happen if the 7th loses? He will do everything to ensure that this does not happen. The 7th must crush the 13th squad. Li Han was lying in his bed and couldn't fall asleep. He kept looking at the ceiling with his hands folded. His insomnia used to be due to the fear of being kicked out of Ark, but now he has teammates and nothing to fear. It does not matter who will be their opponent, they will win anyway. Squad 1 versus Squad 13, a new competition called Battle of the Captains. The leader of the first squad asked the team members if they all remembered their plan. They will follow Jose and Kuro. Among the sophomores, their abilities are some of the strongest. They will deal with them as a matter of priority, although their telekinesis and a strong and good will help them forget about him. It is not clear that with the abilities of other fighters there should not be any problems with them. The head of the first was sure of this. The black-skinned boy who had been injured in the aerial competition where Kuro had been defeated now punched his chest hard. Dimitro and Simon were in the audience again. Dimitri noticed that the instructors were making fun of them. Immediately after the fiery battle with the 9th, they appointed a battle of captains with the 1st. In battle, it is necessary to defeat the captain, a fighter with a bandage on his head, and the 1st captain with his scale. Even a few people are unlikely to put him down. They chose this monster as their captain, so all they have to do is repel long-range attacks and defeat the 13th. Dimitri again wanted to see what Li Han would come up with. He clenched his teeth and fists in anticipation. Simon asked him to shut his mouth. The guy from the first squad became dumb from what he saw and stopped. Why did this happen? Why is the captain's headband on Kuro's head? Meanwhile, Kuro was standing behind Jose and Knut, and it seemed that he himself was no less surprised. The black-skinned captain asked what they should do now, and Li Han completely disappeared somewhere. A shout was heard from behind Kuro from his team, asking him not to drift and start. They shouted that they would protect Kuro at any cost. Jose was already completely fired up with the desire to fight faster. The real head of the first replied that it is necessary to act. Even if one of them is hiding somewhere, it will not prevent them from winning. The first squad rushed to attack head-on, running at the enemy like one big battering ram. Li Han carefully watched everything that was happening. He had a strategy. He was standing on a branch of a tree behind his pen. In the Battle of the Captains, it is not necessary to destroy this team. The main goal to win is to defeat the captain with the bandage on his head. The first squad had almost reached the 13th. Their leader raised his hand in order to continue. Jose and Knut were already waiting for them, ready at any moment to give a good fight back. One of the first attacked Jose, who was preparing to fry him a little. The boy shouted to Jose that strength would not help him here, and he did not take into account that Jose was not a bad hand-to-hand fighter either. Knut shielded himself from the attack with his sword and held it with all his strength in front of him. At this time, Li Han continued to stand and watch them from below. He was waiting for the right moment. Everything was almost ready. Li Han asked Kuro if he was ready for the second stage of the plan. He reassured his partner that they had prepared well. In the next moment, Li Han jumped off the branch and was in the air with his arms out to his sides. The massive black captain had already stretched out his huge hands towards Jose and Knut as if he was ready to crush them naked. Jose and Kuro looked up and down in horror at this giant coming at them. He attacked the two at once and seized them in his deadly savage embrace. The rest of the first squad praised the giant and ordered not to let them go until they dealt with them. They decided that they had already almost captured Kuro, who was left defenseless, and Lee Han was almost on his way to his goal. He saw the two of them attack Kuro, the giant holding the rest of his team tightly. Kuro raised his hands to the mountain and stood still as the two opponents advanced, repeating that victory was in their hands. Kuro used telepathy at this point and looked up while still holding his hands there. One of the opponents stopped for a moment and thought where he was looking. In the next moment behind them, there was such a loud sound of impact as if a projectile had fallen from the sky. They quickly turned away from Kuro, who had already lowered his hands and was catching his breath. Behind them, where their commander stood, there was now a huge cloud of dust 10 meters wide. They realized that it was just a trap thought out by the commander of the 13th Squad. The commander of the first one was lying on the ground unconscious, and Jose and Knut let out loud gasps of surprise. Lee Han landed directly on the target at the commander of the first squad, and Kuro helped him. He got up from his knees and showed the audience a red armband in his hands. That was the end. Victory is now in their hands. This time, the spectators did not cheer, but stood with their mouths open. The victory of the 13th Squad was announced. Then the scream was heard again. They thought Lee Han was just crazy and very cool to jump from the top of that tree. There were at least 5 stories. Dimitro reminded that a few minutes ago, these guys were throwing mud at Lee Han, and now they are delighted. He understood that showing such a result once was worth a lot. Everyone was wondering who the leader of the 13th Squad was. Someone behind answered that he used to be in the 7th grade and then left. The students began to discuss why the head of the 7th did not use such a tough fighter. Probably the head of the 7th did not understand what skills Lee Han possessed. Kato heard all this with his own ears, and he hated Lee Han that he humiliated him so much and left to take Kuro from him. The day before the battle with the first squad, Lee Han was floating in the air under the ceiling of the gym. Kuro held him in the air and controlled him with his telepathy. This was their special training. When Kuro got tired, he lowered Lee Han to the ground with different gravity. Lee Han constantly praised Kuro's abilities, repeating that they should have no problems in battle now. Kuro replied that Lee Han was much better and asked if he himself was not afraid. If it doesn't work out today, he'll at best break his nose, but tomorrow he'll have to risk his life. Lee Han explained to Kuro that it is very difficult to control a person with telekinesis. Otherwise, all the fighters would have been flying long ago. Lee Han warned that he would hide and then jump from the tree. Kuro had to make sure he and the other team members didn't get hurt when he fell. Kuro was kneeling in front of Lee Han and apologizing for breaking his arm because of him. Kuro felt terrible because Han had completely trusted him. Lee Han was shocked by his apology. He explained that it was normal, the main thing was that no one died. The task was very difficult, and he managed it perfectly. Knuth also asked Kuro not to blame himself, because without him they wouldn't have won at all, and then reminded him about the size of that monster from the first squad. Jose changed the subject, wondering if they were going to cancel team training until Lee Han's hand was healed. They could not discuss it, because a notification signal vibrated on the bracelets of each of those present. When they saw the text of the message, they were beside themselves with rage. New air battle training in 2 days. The 7th Squad against the 13th. Someone was speeding down the corridor. He only wanted to see one person now. He needed answers. And he intended to get them right now. Reaching the office, he knocked loudly to announce his presence. In front of him was a large door similar to the front entrance to a small room. It was the office of Instructor Grossman, who sat solemnly in his chair, pondering his plan. Someone broke into the office, but the instructor was ready for the fact that he had visitors, although he expected to see another person. But in front of him now stood the enraged Kato Sfoki, the head of the 7th Squad, who appointed them to compete with the 13th. Kato wanted to know what was going on. He was ready to talk to the instructor. Meanwhile, the 13th was discussing the latest news, how they could even be scheduled to fight if the head broke his arm. This is almost an automatic loss. And with the 7th Squad, the 7th Squad will do everything to crush them. Jose was furious. They should go and talk to management immediately. They must be out of their minds. At this time, Kato was talking to the instructor, who mockingly asked him what he was not happy about. Now his squad has a chance to win. Kato replied that they would have won even if Lee Han hadn't broken his arm, not liking the instructor's tone. In response, Grossman asked that he confirm his words and bring victory to the squad. Kato left the office even angrier. The devil instructor didn't even try to hear him. He filled his chest with air and exhaled heavily. Now he needs to prepare for the competition. Kato turned and walked away from the chief instructor's office, stuffing his hands in his pockets. Lee Han walked over to his squad and ordered them to stop the skirmish immediately. It won't change anything, they just have to get this win. Lee Han had to admit that he didn't have a strategy or the slightest plan, but he would do anything to come up with something. The squad listened attentively to their leader until the stranger approached them. They turned when they heard footsteps approaching. It was Kato. He was surprised by Lee Han's optimism and decided to scold him. Does Lee Han really think that he can do something, or is it just empty talk? Lee Han replied that of course he was not comfortable with the injury, but one hand would be enough to kick their squad's ass. Kato reminded that in aerial combat, it's not just about kicking someone's ass. To this, Lee Han promised to come up with something original. They should try not to be ashamed. The head of the 7th was beside himself with rage, that cocky Lee Han again. He vowed loudly to kill him with Kuro, but in the next moment, Kato fell silent and froze in place. He heard Lee Han say his name. His very voice sounded like a threat. Lee Han's eyes lit up, and without taking his eyes off Kato's face, he said that someone like him had never killed anyone in his life, so he shouldn't talk like that. Kato immediately backed away. He turned and ran, shouting at the end that Lee Han would see everything for himself. The members of Lee Han's squad looked at him with disdain. Jose called him a pitiful jerk. Lee Han confirmed that it will definitely not be easy for him. They should immediately go to the gym and start training. This they did. The team got together and headed towards the building. Lee Han raised his good hand and used telekinesis to try to hold back the eye-board. Unlike the rest of the team, he had too little time to keep the eye-board in the air. It was a failure. Even with a healthy hand, he could only manage 2 e-boards at most. And with a broken one, he could barely hold one. Lee Han looked around the gym, watching how the others coped with the task. It was not an easy task for Jose either. He has to control 2 e-boards and control the fire at the same time. They can only count on Kuro, and that's exactly what the 7th squad did. Lee Han didn't want to overwhelm him. Even without additional support, the 7th squad is perfectly balanced in terms of physical strength and telekinesis. As a leader, Kato planned their teamwork well. They definitely won't be able to defeat the 7th by attacking head-on. Lee Han's thoughts were interrupted by Jose, who approached his head and warned him that they had a problem. Jose demonstrated exactly what he meant by setting his hand on fire and shooting the fire into the air. There is absolutely nothing in the air that can be set on fire, so its power will be of little use. If you also take into account the speed of movement on e-boards, even aiming will be too difficult. Jose's power was another calling card for their squad. Now they have no way to take advantage of it. 2 of the 7 watched their training. It was a pitiful sight for them. Did they really expect anything with this level of preparation? It was the head of the 7th and his deputy who replied that they had nothing to worry about in this competition. Kato agreed with him. Kato was sure that Lee Han had no chance of winning, just as they had no chance of losing to the 13th. The students discussed the next battle, again the 13th. Everyone knew that Lee Han's arm was broken. Besides, the 13th did not participate in aerial training. Do they have a chance to win? The day of the competition came, and even Dimitro understood that everything pointed to the loss of the 13th. Instructor Grossman is just a bastard. Simon also came to watch this competition, and he didn't say anything, he just stared ahead of himself. Dimitri stood behind him at a distance of 1 meter, practically breathing down his neck. Simon got angry and asked what the hell he was doing. Dimitro replied that Simon himself was complaining that he was not standing next to him, but he was standing behind him. Dell replied that Grossman usually picks teams by analysing information and calculating statistics so that each has a 50-50 chance of winning. But this time it will be difficult for them. What will you do now, Lee Han? That's what Simon was thinking. The 7th squad stood ready. They were waiting for the announcement of the start of the competition. Lee Han's squad was also ready to start. They were standing at the other end of the air arena. Kato gave the order to tear the opponents to pieces. Let them remember what happens to traitors. Lee Han asked how Jose was feeling now, to which he replied that he was ready to set the arena on fire. Lee Han asked him to take care of them, as he is the basis of their strategy today. A loud announcement was made to begin the battle immediately and launch the E-boards. The E-boards of the 7th squad lined up and lit up. The participants were preparing to start. Spectacular screams rang out from all over the place, shocked by the number of E-boards Lee Han's team made. Is such a number allowed? They are completely insane. Kato opened his mouth in surprise as he nervously counted the number of opponents' E-boards. As many as 16 E-boards. He counted twice to make sure the count was correct. All around Lee Han's team, the air was filled with flying machines. They controlled each of them. It is impossible. The sophomore fighters can handle a maximum of 2 each. Kuro wouldn't be able to hold 10 E-boards by himself. Some can't hold 2 E-boards, but here there are as many as 16. Lee Han saw that Kato couldn't say a word. He was confused. Khan approached him for this reason and asked him to let him explain something. The hall is uproar. Lee Han once again managed to surprise everyone. The opponent is confused and confused. The students of the 7th squad began to sow panic among themselves. The deputy was waiting for the orders of his head. Kato ordered everyone to shut up and not start fearing until he threatened what was hanging over them. Kato was sure that if they continued with the plan, they would defeat them one by one. Lee Han's team also entered the arena. They were already standing on their E-boards ready. Lee Han remembered how hard they had been training all this time, leaving no time for rest. Although his abilities are below average, and Lee Han was able to learn to concentrate his strength in the desired point of the body. If he can develop this skill beyond just controlling objects with telekinesis, he will be able to control them much faster. Lee Han was guiding one of the E-boards with his good hand. He had already mapped out his target. The next moment he pushed the E-board away from his hand and launched it forward as if it were a ball. I-board flew towards the enemy at high speed. For many, it was a real madness. Kato watched as the enemy's attack flew in his direction. Is this how they will use E-boards? Too fast! But before they reach the target, you can react. Kato jumped up, dodging the attack. Since there is nothing in the air to set fire to, Jose's powers will be of no use. Jose's hand caught fire as he concentrated all his strength in it to attack. He remembered how much depended on him for Lee Han's strategy to work. Then, Lee Han told him that even during aerial combat, there are things that can be set on fire. The only thing they will use during the competition as a mandatory battle attribute. The sound of an explosion thundered through the entire arena. Jose blew up the E-board, launched by Lee Han. Now the entire arena was on fire. Dimitro and Simon could not take their eyes off the screens. This is real madness. The conversations in the hall did not stop. They blew up their own E-board. How much does each of the E-boards cost? More than an instructor's salary? To hell with them, blow them all up. It seems that Lee Han's methods have gained fans and admirers. They couldn't wait to see how things would end. Lee Han kept the new E-board ready while Jose waited for the signal to proceed. And then the new E-board flew under the force of Lee Han's push, and Jose sent a fireball after him. Another explosion ignited the arena field, followed by a blast wave that caused the ceiling to shake. 2 of the 7th squad lost their E-boards, which were simply blown up by Lee Han and Jose's attack, and they flew down. Kato yelled at his order to block the attack or they would lose all their E-boards, and if they got any closer, they would be affected as well. To the loud screams of other students and to the sounds of explosions, Instructor Grossman himself rushed. He began shouting towards the arena, ordering Lee Han's team to stop immediately. Another blast wave was heard as Kato screamed, followed by Instructor Grossman. Instructor Grossman sat in his dark office and silently stared at one point. Lee Han could not understand what the instructor wanted from him and why he had been silent for 10 minutes. With Sergeant Red, it was easier to check and let him go. The instructor grabbed his head and replied that he was very uncomfortable starting this conversation. He asked if Lee Han even understood how much one damn E-board costs. Lee Han was silent for a second, counting round numbers in his head, then he replied that there were probably a lot. The instructor glared at him and replied that if Lee Han hadn't been a member of ARC, he would have paid for his entire life. Li Han understood this, but it seemed to him that the instructor wanted to discuss his strategy, not the prices of e-boards. Instructor Grossman closed one eye and grimaced as he picked out the right words. Technically, Li Han didn't break any rules, and he should have understood how much controversy his strategy could cause. Although some instructors would approve and appreciate such a way out of the situation, but he is not one of those. Grossman demanded that Li Han warn him the next time he planned something like this. Li Han replied that he understood the instructor, but he wanted to ask him one personal question. If they were fighting a dragon, the question of the cost of e-boards would hardly arise. They must win at any cost. Isn't that the purpose of their training? When Li Han spoke, Grossman thought that Sergeant John Red himself was standing in front of him. In response, he laughed and admitted that Li Han had correctly caught him, and also added that he reminded him of an acquaintance of his. Grossman added that he is thinking correctly and it will be interesting to watch him after the fight. After that, the instructor announced that the conversation was over and he was free. Li Han finally saluted the head instructor. When he left the office, Kato was already standing in front of him. Perhaps he too had been summoned by the instructor. Kato seemed to swallow his tongue as he continued to look at Li Han as he remembered the competition. Flames surrounded Kato, who was trying his best to escape from the enemy's attack. He launched a counterattack, hoping to finish off Li Han first. But the flames were faster. The blast wave hit him. Kato's shoulder was numb with pain. The flames also surrounded Li Han himself, who was going to finish the match as soon as possible. He rushed at Kato, pushing him down. Kato immediately knew that he was about to be thrown. Li Han did well. Kato went down from his punch and was defeated in the contest. Now he wanted to convey to Li Han that even though he won because of his stupid strategy, no one would praise him for it. Li Han only smiled at this. He was pleased that Kato was standing at the door to say this, and whether they would praise him again remains to be seen. Kato wailed that he was passing by, that it was a great honor to wait for him at the door. Already walking back, Kato yelled at the last one that he would finish off Li Han, so he must not lose to anyone until this moment. Li Han wasn't about to lose to anyone. He headed to the second-year dormitory. His comrades were already waiting for him in the room. They were eagerly waiting for the head of the squad. Li Han waved to everyone present. This day is finally over, and they are all safe and sound. They won. Jose was afraid that they would be expelled for breaking the rules. Krut reminded them that they had not broken anything. Jose was silent for a moment and looked at his bracelet. He continued to look at it and looked worried. Kuro asked him what the matter was, and he himself couldn't answer, just every time during their feasts. He pointed his finger at the bracelet. He was worried about this thing that constantly spoils their holiday. And the next moment their bracelets jingled, Jose winced, and why is he always right? It seemed that they had pissed off someone at the top because the new news was even worse than the last. Kuro had lost the ability to speak at all. In a week, there will be a Capture the Flag competition. The opponents are the 5th and 13th squads. Dimitro was in the gym and continued to pump his muscles. He was constantly thinking about something. His entire face was strained. To face after one battle of this format immediately another, and even with the strongest opponent in this format. Li Han sat next to him and watched. One competition after another, it looks like Grossman. Dimitro was returning to his dormitory after a good day's training. He was incredibly hot, and all he could think about was to take a shower as soon as possible. Soon he noticed someone walking towards him with quick steps. A boy with shoulder-length purple hair and great rage in his eyes. His gaze was truly horrified. They had almost passed each other when at one point Dimitro stopped. He knew this guy. This was the head of their squad, or rather, the former head, since Dimitro was the current one. He touched the former head on the shoulder and asked why he continued to ignore him after being promoted to 3rd year. Dimitro, beaming with a smile, replied that everything was fine in their squad, and he was now the leader. Dimitro did not understand why he continued to be silent. He looked at him with a dumb question on his face. The guy continued to drill him with a murderous look. He recommended Dimitri to get away before he killed him. Dimitro wondered what had happened to him during the time when they had not seen each other. After that, Dimitro smiled widely in an animalistic way, and veins stood out on his wide neck. He answered the boy that he wanted to hear everything down to the smallest details after their battle. Lee Han stood slightly bent, a battle sword in his hands. He exhaled heavily. Footsteps were heard not far away. Someone slowly approached him. There was no point in hurrying. He kept wondering who this guy really was. He was already quite close. It was the same stranger he encountered once in the corridor. A guy with a strange outfit. His strength amazed Lee Han. The glow of his eyes protruded from under the cutouts of the mask, which resembled a bare human skull. He was standing 20 meters away with 2 long swords in his hands. The wind was tearing the green leaves from the tree branches and blowing them around. In the next moment, the leaves fell to the bottom and the boy in the mask simply disappeared. It was the speed of his movement. Lee Han felt a lot of pain. He couldn't dodge such a fast attack. The enemy was able to get him. The guy in the mask was already behind him. He was so fast that only a blurred silhouette could be seen. Lee Han screamed as the pain shot through his body. Things were bad. He fell to his knees on the ground, his weapon falling from his hands and rolling away from him. 6 days before. Lee Han was standing in the office of Instructor Grossman, who answered that everything is as it is. He couldn't reveal all the details and just tell Lee Han what he was so interested in. A man with long purple hair and a crazy look, the former head of the 5th Squad. A violent fight took place between him and Dimitro, which cost Dimitro dearly. Dimitro was defeated and seriously injured. He will not be able to participate in the competition. But the competition will take place at the time that was planned immediately. That was the instructor's decision. What will the 5th Squad be like without Dimitro? Lee Han imagined a chicken without a head. Most likely the victory would be in his pocket. The instructor reported that there was another reason why he summoned Lee Han. He had a bundle of documents in his hands. Lee Han asked what kind of papers these were. As these squad transfer applications turned out, some students wanted to join Lee Han's squad. Lee Han became known for playing to each fighter's strengths, while Kaido received only bad reviews. Lee Han guessed that something like this would happen. He was sure that most of the sophomores would like to compete on equal terms despite everything. The instructor replied that he had time to think and Lee Han was ready to take everyone at once. He was in no position to choose. There were a total of 4 new recruits who were now standing tightly, waiting for Lee Han's decision. Lee Han congratulated everyone on joining the 13th Squad. He examined the first 3. Their names were Domingo, Kwasim, Andy. The boys were very different in appearance and had smiles on their faces. The last one was a boy named Jong Kijo, with his arms spread wide and folded behind his head. He hummed a tune. It looked like he liked playing with his muscles. Lee Han informed them that the preparation for the competition would begin tomorrow, and now he wanted to look at their strength to put everyone in position. When he finished, he asked if anyone had any objections. One of the group called out to Lee Han by name while not forgetting to mention his status. Lee Han turned towards him. It was Jung Kijo. Lee Han wondered what exactly Jung wanted to ask. As it turned out, he wanted to ask Lee Han to take care of the Korean's brother. Lee Han was angered by this request. He replied that in Ark it doesn't matter what nationality you are. John must demonstrate his skills first, and John continued to insist. Lee Han turned away from him, indicating that he was suspended today. Chong told him behind his back that he was a jerk and a bore. Young walked away, continuing to shower Lee Han with mats in Korean the whole way. One of the recruits asked another what Chong's words meant. He happily explained to him that these were quarrelsome and bad words. An hour ago, Squad 5 and Squad 13. Start of the Capture the Flag competition. The roof of the stadium began to close, simulating night. Jose started to get nervous, so they tried to reduce their chances of winning. Some kind of kindergarten. The whole group, including the newcomers, did not expect such a turn of events. They looked at each other. Lee Han ordered to calm down. Because the other team is also in such conditions, you should wait until their eyes get used to the darkness. A new order was then given. Lee Han said that Nut's team would go first and Jose's team would follow. He himself will attack from the flank with Kuro and Kijo. After the speech, he addressed the audience again. Without Dimitri, the team of the 5th Squad becomes their weakest opponent and one must not lose vigilance. They must try and win. 10 minutes before. The first team went forward, followed by Jose's team slowly advancing. Lee Han showed a command finger gesture to Kuro and Kijo. Now it is time for them to continue their journey. 5 minutes before. Knut's team took out another guy from the 5th squad, victory almost in their hands. They gathered together again as a whole squad. Lee Han asked if all 5 fighters were defeated and received the answer that the last one remained next to the flag. Knuth pointed a finger at the boy who was just sitting indifferently next to his team's flag. The boy in the strange outfit looked completely calm and relaxed with 2 swords lying next to him. He was the last, and why didn't he act before that? But just watched as his teammates were beaten. The boy took his 2 swords in his hands and rose from the ground. After that, he slowly headed towards the 13th squad team. Not even a moment passed as everything around them began to spin. One by one, the members of Lee Han's team began to fall to the ground in defeat. Lee Han didn't understand what was happening. He was not an ordinary fighter. The boys they met ahead of them were no match for him. Kuro ran up and pushed Lee Han away. He yelled for Lee Han to dodge and go faster. In the next moment, Kuro flew away due to a strong blow to his face. He was hit because he stood in Lee Han's place. He overcame all of his boys almost instantly with no effort at all. But how does he manage to move so fast? Is it teleportation? The only thing that came to Lee Han's mind at that moment was that he didn't have time to think right now. He quickly took out his weapon because every second could be worth the complete defeat of his squad. The masked boy came forward to attack again. Lee Han was ready to act this time. Kijo was also still standing next to his head. Kijo gritted his teeth and asked Lee Han if they could even get close to him. The guy in the mask stopped the attack and stood still. He saw how the fighter of the 13th rushed in his direction. It was Kijo. He decided to attack the masked boy head-on, pointing his sword at him. But the boy effortlessly dodged and jumped into the air, flying over Kijo's head. Kijo raised his face to the mountain, trying to look at his opponent. He began to speak his mother's words again. The masked boy landed a kick on Kijo's face. The blow was too strong to stand on his feet. Kijo now lay level with the rest of the squad at the feet of his masked opponent, ready to end this contest. Spectators said whether the 13th squad had lost, everyone was wondering who was hiding behind the mask. One of the audience said that he is known by the name Taisha. The whole hall was buzzing. It seems he was quite famous. Even his name alone frightened most of the people present. Del Simon, as always, was present and watched the match of Lee Han's team. He's heard of a guy named Tisha, if it's really him. Things are bad. During training, his central nervous system was damaged. Because of this, he lost the ability to speak, and his superpowers began to develop at an incredible speed. Experiments began to be conducted on him. But as far as was known, Taisha was in its 3rd year. Everyone was wondering if the 3rd year could participate in the competition of the 2nd year and if he was really that strong. The competition took an interesting turn of events. The guy in the mask stood with his back to the defeated opponent. It was Lee Han who was on his knees, and he reached for his weapon, trying to stand up. Lee Han rose to his feet and turned to the masked boy. Although he did not know who he was not going to lose to him. After that, Lee Han called his opponent a skullcap and gathered his strength. The guy in the mask heard his words. The weapon in Lee Han's hands glowed with blue light. It looked magical in such darkness. His eyes also shone and radiated his confidence and willingness to fight to the last. Now, Lee Han was ready to answer the skullcapist for what he had done to his squad. As long as he can stand on his feet, the battle is not over. The guy in the mask carefully followed Lee Han's actions. He thought that he had already won, and the opponent was stubborn. He quickly crouched as if looking for support in the ground to increase the speed of his next attack, and so it was. Pushing himself off the ground, the guy in the mask rushed at his opponent. Del Simon was very angry. This is what the same silence looks like, but it is much stronger than any sophomore. No matter how much Lee Han wriggles, he will not be able to defeat him head-on. Simon didn't understand how Lee Han would act this time. Lee Han knew full well that if he didn't block the attack now, it was over for him, and he couldn't lose so easily. He began to quickly think about what he saw. Judging by what he saw, this skull moves at a speed of about 15 meters per second, and it does not save power, so it can be even faster. Only the goal of the competition is not to defeat everyone from the squad, but to capture the flag, so if he can stop it, then they will win. Li Han then began to ponder when exactly it would be possible to do so. There should be one chance. The guy in the mask continued to approach. There was almost no time left. He would have a chance when the skull used his superpower. That was the only idea that came to his mind. He will be able to tell when the time has come by the blurred space around the flag and skull. Li Han carefully watched the space change, stretch and collapse. It was an aura of power. He continued to look around. There were several other places with such an aura. 1, 2, 3. And at that moment, when Li Han uttered 3, the guy with the mask was behind him, attacking him. But Li Han was able to dodge at that moment, counter-attacking his opponent. Sometimes, a simple calculation can save a life more effectively than strength or speed. Li Han's sword was dangerously close to the skull's neck. It was not just a sword, but a strong energy field that engulfed Li Han's hand, which hit the masked boy on his chin. Li Han was able to cut through the masked boy's hood. It seems he didn't think Han was capable of getting him. But Li Han couldn't do anything else. The masked boy threw him to the ground and put his foot on Li Han's neck, cutting off his air. The masked boy looked him down, raising one of his swords over Li Han. But despite the fact that Li Han was lying on his back on the ground, he was smiling. A silent question was read in the look of the skull. Why is he laughing? While Li Han was pinned to the ground by the skull's foot, his sword continued to circle above their heads. In the next moment, Li Han's true attack found its target and the sword struck the skull from the sky. Li Han had specially shot it upwards a moment before. He kissed the skull's head and his strange mask began to crumble and crumble on his face. The masked boy looked at the ground below him. Something changed after the attack, and the lying Li Han was no longer under him. The enemy of the skull disappeared. Skull turned to see Li Han holding the flag of the 5th squad. Li Han praised him because it took him 3 seconds to regain consciousness after being hit, but 3 seconds is enough to reach the flag. Li Han smiled triumphantly and threw the flag over his right shoulder. It's over, and they won. Simon clenched his fists tightly. There was too much shouting around him. Li Han defeated the 3rd-year student. Now, many regretted not being in his squad. They shouted that they should be in the team with Li Han. Simon gritted his teeth. So surely Li Han was really special, not like the others, and it was driving him crazy. Kuro smiled and sat up lightly on his heels. He looked pretty good after their contest, all without injury. He broke off a piece of meatloaf and handed it to someone small at his feet. It was a white and red cat, meowing loudly and looking at the person who offered him food. Kuro patted the cat on the head, saying how good he was. He always loved animals. There was also a similar cat near his orphanage, and he decided to tell his new furry friend about it. He had no friends at all, no talents either. Besides, he didn't look like the others, but he could always talk to a furry friend. But now, something has appeared that Kuro is good at, and his friends have also appeared. He continued talking to the cat without noticing that someone approached him from behind. It was Kijo, and he thought that only losers talk to cats, but he thought that his abilities were better than Kuro's, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he asked what Kuro did for a living. Kuro was startled by his voice. He was sure that he was hit. Kijo insisted on discussing something on the day off. Kuro didn't immediately understand what Kijo wanted to discuss, but he quickly let him know. He reminded that now the position of deputy in the detachment is vacant. Kijo wants to take the post of deputy head of the 13th squad and asked Kuro to support him. While Kijo was talking, the cat caressed his leg. This annoyed Kijo, and he kicked the cat, launching it into the air. He cried out that this furry piece of shit was dirtying his things and making it difficult for him to speak. Kuro couldn't bear to watch Kijo abuse the innocent cat. A grimace of pain and pity for the animal appeared on his face. The cat ran into the bushes while Kijo wanted to continue the conversation, and Kuro interrupted him, asking him to step aside. Kuro stood opposite him. It seems that everything around fell silent, and even the wind began to subside, feeling how the atmosphere heated up. Kuro's eyes lit up and tears welled up. His large body electrified and radiated unstoppable power. Kijo didn't understand what happened, and Kuro's murderous look scared him. He stepped back with his arms crossed in front of him. Behind Kijo was a metal garbage can that began to shake and vibrate violently. Kuro raised a large stone into the air and gave it a flight path, or rather, he directed it to Kijo. Seeing that he was about to be hit by a rock, Kijo started screaming and looking around. Kuro ordered him to never do that again. Kijo replied that he understood and asked him to calm down. He was very scared by Kuro's angry face alone. After that, Kuro left Kijo, and as if nothing had happened, rushed to where the kitten ran. Meanwhile, Kijo fell on his buttocks and turned pale. Meanwhile, the cat nimbly jumped from tree to tree and climbed up the building. He passed by the window of the ward where Lee Han and the wounded Dimitro were now. Dimitro's hair on his head has grown noticeably during the time he has been here. He had a bandage on his head and he himself was quite pale. Dimitro asked why Lee Han decided to visit him. Dimitri thought correctly, and he came here not only to visit him, now there was something in common between them again. Dimitro said that it was only his own guesses. He thought that Ark was hiding something, but when he saw Lee Han, everything became clear to him. Lee Han stated the fact that Dimitri was attacked by a third-year student not long before the competition. Dimitro confirmed this information. It was the former head of his squad. Students of the third year, in a word, they are completely different. No, they are not just different. Dimitro tightly squeezed his bed with his hand. This is not the point here. Dimitro replied that he didn't even have time to move from his place when it happened. He now tightly gripped his head. Lee Han had never seen him so confused. Dimitro replied that there was something wrong with that guy. He seemed to have lost his mind and could not control himself. If the boy wasn't like this from the beginning, then Lee Han thought it was due to his third-year training. In Ark, there is almost no equipment for the third, and it is almost impossible to meet them. Going to the third course was not so difficult. This means only one thing. Lee Han concluded that they had a real battle ahead of them before they were released. Dimitri also thought about it. What exactly will happen to them during the transition to the third course? Most likely, they will soon find out for themselves. At this time, someone resembling a man in metal armor was preparing to emerge. He looked towards the exit, his final destination still unknown. The steps were heavy. The floor of the building rumbled under the pressure of the metal armor. The exit in front of him was free, the only source of light in this dark room. But in the next moment, something strange happened. A small white and red cat ran past the exit. But the cat stopped and began to meow, and a worried Kuro rushed to meet him. He had been looking for this cat around the institution for so long. Now he lifted him in his arms, asking if he was in pain. Tears welled up in Kuro's eyes. He was really worried about the cat's condition after being hit by that idiot. Kuro was about to give the cat something tasty when something strange caught his attention and scared him so that his hair stood on end. Standing in front of him was someone who looked like a walking robot, and he was too close. In the next moment, the slave man spoke and asked Kuro who he was. The servant repeated the question, and Kuro simply froze with the cat in his hands. He was sure that he had already heard this voice somewhere before. The robot removed its helmet, revealing its face. Kuro understood why the voice sounded familiar. Before him stood Sergeant Red. The sergeant looked closely and recognized Kuro, although he said that the boy had changed a lot. Kuro followed Sergeant Red, who thought he was lost. The sergeant noticed that he had really gone far. The machine rang and dispensed several drinks in aluminum cans, which fell loudly to the bottom of the machine. The sergeant gave Kuro a drink and explained that he would be picked up soon and taken to the dormitory. Kuro carefully opened the can and looked in Red's direction. He thought the sergeant would be angry with him for hanging out so far from the dormitory. At first, Red didn't understand why he should be angry with him at all. It seems he was too busy with his drink. Red said that the tele-armor that Kuro saw was currently in the testing stage. It's okay that he saw it earlier. Also, sophomores still cannot leave Ark at their own will. Kuro knew that, after strengthening, they could not leave the Ark unless they lost their fighting ability completely, because they are a resource for Ark. Probably, Kuro himself did not understand what he was saying out loud, and in the next moment, the sergeant agreed with him. Red also added that people who get angry for no reason are complete shit and idiots. Then he slammed the can with Kuro and asked if he agreed with him. Kuro was too emotionally stunned to speak. The sergeant behaved with him so simply and completely informally. Such behavior fascinated and frightened at the same time. I wonder if the sergeant understands what he's saying. At that time, an elderly man opened the door. The man asked Red how the test went. The sergeant replied that the armor simply responded amazingly to telekinesis. According to Red, the amount of dragon body material in the internal system should be reduced. The man replied that it is important to increase her power. If she will be so sensitive, it will be difficult to control her. But the sergeant assured him that for the new generation, calibrating telekinesis would be as easy as taking a breath, as he put his hand on Kuro's shoulder. The old man smiled at Kuro and introduced himself. He was the head of the first group. His name was Charles Smith, and he was a pleasure to meet. Kuro shook the old man's hand and introduced himself. Sergeant Red told Kuro that he had just met a legend, namely the creator of the Telebrony. The telearmor of the first generation was assembled in a hurry, so there were gaps in it, but the second generation will be much better. It will become an ideal weapon. The old man liked to talk about his invention. Red added that it was created especially for them, and he himself can barely drive it. Kuro thought about the fact that he should wear the armor worn by the sergeant. Not just to dress up, it is in it that he will participate in a real battle to defeat the dragon and monsters. Was Kuro ready for this? Being on the battlefield right now, he couldn't answer that question. Soon, a car arrived to take him back to the hostel. Red and the old professor came out to see him off. John Red lit a cigarette and asked the professor what would happen to the armor he was testing today. The professor replied that they would take it apart and work with each one separately. There weren't that many parts of the dragon. Red thought that he should keep this armor because he never knew who might need it and under what circumstances. A day at Ark starts at 5 a.m. and Lee Han wakes up at 4 a.m. He was standing in front of the sink and was wiping his wet face with a towel. All this is necessary in order to build a strategy for battles, to write down the skills, abilities, and successes of each member of the squad, as well as your own. His telekinesis skills are still below average, and he can't even use the absolute telekinesis ability that Instructor Wei Chen talked about. But he managed to discover in himself an ability that only he of the sophomores possesses. And this is absolute accuracy when using telekinesis. Kuro and Simon can use a regular pencil as a dangerous weapon, and they will not be able to write with it. When it comes to control, he surpasses all others. Lee Han decided that he would practice as much as he could to increase his accuracy. A new notification rang on his bracelet. He looked at it and realized it was time to go. Dust rose high under the heavy steps of sports sneakers. Lee Han was doing morning jogging with the others. It is necessary to stay in shape. Different squads gathered in the morning to run. They lined up in lines and followed the same pace. Dimitro was especially active at such an event, who was a fan of all kinds of physical training. Dimitro caught up with Lee Han, who asked how he felt about yesterday's spatial crack. Dimitro replied that nothing special, except that she was very bright, perfect for a date. Spatial rift is a trace that remains after the battles of the dragon units and the closing of the gate. On Grossman's orders, the sophomores were divided into 2 groups and sent to inspect the crack. Grossman explained that the spatial cracks are places where our world and the other world intersect. It is believed that it is thanks to them that children with the ability of telekinesis are born. Grossman added that it would be useful for them to see the crack, which is not active even though it appeared more than 10 years ago and is not dangerous. Lee Han wondered if people with telekinesis really felt strangely close to the crack. Dimitro replied that his head was beginning to spin, but it was difficult to describe it. He would understand it himself today. After that, Dimitro overtook Lee Han and rushed forward, shouting that everyone should give a lift. The heat on the street was simply incredible. Probably Dimitro was the only one who could get such pleasure from running. Lee Han gathered his squad and informed them that they would gather at the helipad at 10 a.m. after breakfast and a shower. They would have free time before they could decide what to do themselves. Jose noticed that it looked as if he and the class were going on a field trip. Lee Han gave the order free and everyone went about their business. He continued to look at the backs of his comrades for a while longer. While Lee Han wiped the sweat off his face with his t-shirt, a boy approached him and invited him to have breakfast together. Lee Han recognized the boy. It was John, the head of the 10th squad. John was pleased that Han remembered him. After the victory over Tisha, Grossman did not want anyone to defeat their squad, Tempach with ease, and yet they suffered several defeats. Once they lost exactly to the 10th squad. Li Han replied to John that he always takes his strategies into account and would like to talk to him about it. John said that he was no match for him here. The field was filled with helicopters standing in several rows. It looked amazing. As they took off, the instructor announced that they were flying to Sinija, one of the 6 locations that had opened up during the first invasion, and the Dragon squads headed there, splitting into 2 groups. After that, they went to Korea and China. Eastern Korea struck the enemy with nuclear weapons, and all to no avail, and the eastern region of Korea was almost wiped off the face of the planet. The government of Eastern Korea was liquidated, and citizens began to cross the demilitarized zone. The Republic of Korea accepted refugees while defending itself against invasion. But the country still hasn't moved away from the crisis of those times. Li Han was asked about his nationality, and he confirmed that, like Kijo, he was from Korea. The crisis that engulfed Korea was not only financial, but also social. Chaos reigned all around. The sunlight changed to an unnatural purple glow, so they arrived in Sinija. They approached the crack, and the command to open the rear hatch of the helicopter sounded. Strange sensations gripped everyone present, and they were still unable to describe it. Li Han looked ahead of him. They were getting closer to the crack, and it seemed like it was moving. They felt something like a strong pressure, as if they were about to be crushed. No, not even like that. It felt like the abyss was preparing to swallow you at any moment. Each of them must have felt it. Different emotions ranging from curiosity to horror could be read on their faces. Their tour ended, and they returned to their seats. The helicopters turned and headed in the direction of the Ark facility. Kuro replied that after what he saw, he felt simply terrible, as if the strength had been squeezed out of him. Jose added that he wanted to wash off the day and go to sleep. Li Han was silent. He sat by the window of the helicopter and looked at the night sky. Some thoughts troubled him. In the next moment, something caught his attention, what he saw everywhere through the window. It was a nearby helicopter, the 4th unit of their course. Most likely, there should be a 10th squad in it. It was indeed so, and looking closer, Li Han noticed a familiar face in the window of another helicopter. It was the head of the 10th squad. He also recognized Li Han and raised a finger to the mountain, smiling at him. Li Han smiled back at him. The 10th squad would be watching next. But in the next moment, the light from the crack stretched like a web through the windows and every centimeter of the nearby helicopter. Li Han realized something was wrong. The light was not so bright when they were there. What's going on? A loud explosion thundered all around. The blast wave was so strong that the windows of the helicopter rattled. The sky was now on fire. What was that light? Why was it so bright? The instructors said that the crack was not active. Li Han is torn between dreams and reality. Is the 10th squad no more? It was like a bad joke. This morning he greeted their head for the first time. They had breakfast together and discussed training. The head of the 10th recognized him as a leader and a fighter. He heard shouts nearby. Someone was calling him, repeating his name continuously. It was their instructor screaming at the top of his voice. There was an emergency. Everyone should leave the helicopter immediately. He held Li Han by the shoulder and pulled him along. The helicopter will soon fall and self-destruct. The instructor said it will be the last one to go. They quickly put on backpacks with parachutes. Their helicopter was on fire. One by one, the squad members left the helicopter. The parachutes began to open. The instructor continued to urge them to leave the helicopter as quickly as possible while there was still time. Finally, the instructor ordered Li Han to gather the entire squad and wait for help. If the chief instructor did not come, he should take command. Li Han accepted the instructor's order and stepped forward. He must immediately leave the helicopter and find his team. As soon as he jumped off, the crack light began to penetrate into their battered helicopter. Falling to the bottom, he himself was completely immersed in this glow and flew all over it, covering his eyes and face with his hands. Another loud explosion rang out and their helicopter was blown up and finally destroyed. Li Han opened his eyes. He signed on a tree, clinging to the upper branches with a parachute. Looking around, he noticed the instructor. He was buried in the ground with his mouth unnaturally open. It seems he was unlucky. He needs to come to his senses and get off this damn tree before it's too late. He took in a full lungful of air and exhaled. He must act immediately. His squad is somewhere nearby. He must find them. This is what they trained for. Someone may have been injured and now can't move. He has to find them. He decided to follow the trail of smoke and fire. There would be either helicopter wreckage or a signal from Jose. He took out a large metal knife. It would be perfect to free himself and finally descend to the ground. Li Han cut the straps of the parachute pack and jumped down, landing rather softly. Li Han listened to the sounds around him. There was dead silence all around, only the rustling of the trees. But in the next moment, he heard a branch crack in the bushes behind him. Someone was there. He turned to the dark silhouette and drew his knife as a weapon, preparing to attack. But he stopped. Young Kijo was standing in front of him. Li Han asked how he ended up here. Kijo replied that he watched the helicopter while it was falling. He knew that Li Han wanted the last thing. In such situations, it is necessary to find the head of the squad first of all. Li Han thought that he had underestimated Kijo. He had come to a reasonable conclusion in an extreme situation. Li Han looked at the boy and replied that now the others should be found. They made their way through thickets, breaking branches along the way. It was the only way to leave quick marks and not get lost. Very soon they approached the burning wreckage of the helicopter. Jose was not there. Li Han noticed that this was the second team, so this helicopter should have been the 8th squad. They tried to look into the middle of the helicopter. Maybe someone remained alive. Kijo was frightened by the number of mutilated corpses. It was unlikely that anyone could survive the fall. Kiko felt sick to his stomach. The thought that they could be in their place made the boy sick. As Kijo continued to throw up on the sidelines, Li Han stood behind him and waited for him to finish. Kijo thought that Li Han had nerves of steel. He asked if he was not at all affected by what he saw. After all, Khan did not even flinch when examining so many corpses. Li Han replied that this was not the first corpse he had seen. In Ark, people die from time to time, so they should find those who are still alive. But in the next moment, Li Han froze at what he saw. They should think of something immediately. A large creature sat on top of the wreckage, looking straight down at them. It's a wonder she didn't attack while they were talking. Li Han remembered this creature they had been told about in Ark. It was with them that they trained to fight. The creature was classified as a werewolf. They should find a weapon stronger than just a metal knife. Li Han ordered Kijo to search for at least something resembling a weapon in the helicopter while he distracted the creature. Kijo froze in horror. He was not ready to see the monster. He asked his commander why they could not escape. Li Han replied that as soon as they turned their backs on the werewolf, they would die. The creature is much faster than any of them. The werewolf began to descend towards Li Han, swinging what looked like a long tail. With this kind of tail, he wrapped around Li Han's hand. Things were bad. It is necessary to put an end to him immediately, he yelled, ordering Kijo to act immediately or they would be finished. Finally, the boy came to his senses and rushed to carry out the order. You could see the horror on his face. Li Han watched as Kijo ran towards the helicopter, his arm immobilized. Kyo ran looking at the head of the squad. He was very scared. He just wanted to run away. Li Han cut off the werewolf's tail with a knife. He should buy some time for Kijo. He gave the order that Kijo must now climb into the middle of the helicopter. The werewolf roared loudly in preparation for the attack. This roar was heard throughout the neighborhood. He waved his giant tail and opened his mouth wide. He could easily just swallow him. With nowhere left to retreat, Li Han leaned his back against the tree trunk behind him. The monster pounced on him, extending its long, knife-like claws. Li Han managed to dodge, and the flipping claws left deep scratches in the tree itself. Kyo didn't want to climb into the middle. He thought he could escape while the monster was busy with Li Han. Frightened by his own thoughts, Kijo slapped himself to regain consciousness. He's not a pathetic coward, and he won't leave his partner to die to save his own ass. Meanwhile, Li Han continued to dodge the werewolf's attacks with his last strength. The creature was fast. Kijo cursed loudly on the P2. There were no charges. He can only take one weapon if Li Han continued to slice and dice the tail of the werewolf that was trying to grab him. He regenerated quite quickly. The monster still grabbed him in its strong paws. Li Han held the knife above his head and could not kill the werewolf with it. He was finished. In the next moment, something large flew in their direction. Someone lifted the wreckage using telekinesis. He directed it at the werewolf and used it as a decoy. He should definitely react. And so it happened. The werewolf stopped and turned its head in the direction of the attacker. Kidjo was standing there. He used his telekinesis to get the monster's attention. Kidjo held the spear he had found and another helicopter wreckage in the rivers. He apologized to the commander for being late. Now he is ready for battle. Kyo struck another blow at the werewolf that had already charged at him. Of course, such a blow would not cause any damage to the monster. Kidjo looked at the spear again. He knows that Li Han will understand his intention. He is a smart guy. Kidjo raised his spear above his head and launched it towards Li Han with all his might. The spear flew past the werewolf that was approaching him. Now he remained completely disarmed. Li Han watched as the werewolf was about to attack Kidjo and left him. One blow, and Kidjo was on the ground, crushed by the creature standing over him. The werewolf opened its large mouth and roared menacingly. He was too close. Kidjo could smell the stench coming from his mouth a little longer, and the werewolf would test the strength of its teeth by biting into his skull. The werewolf froze in place, and something very sharp appeared from its mouth. A black liquid spilled onto the ground. It was Li Han's spear. It went through the werewolf's entire head and mouth and stopped a centimeter from Kidjo's face. The black liquid was only the monster's blood. Kidjo's entire face was now smeared with this liquid, and the werewolf fell dead next to him. Li Han gripped his spear tightly and stared at the large beast's carcass with a scowl. The werewolf crushed Kidjo with his body, who was trying to get out and was screaming that he was dead. Li Han confirmed that the creature was dead and praised Kidjo, holding out his hand. Li Han led him by the hand and told him that help from Ark would be coming soon. Kidjo felt terrible because he could have just been torn to pieces. Meanwhile, Jose, Kuro, and the rest of the squad lit a fire to signal to Li Han where to look for them. Kuro added that if Li Han was somewhere nearby, he would find them and everything would be fine. Jose replied that the chairman always made the best decisions. Boys from other squads were standing nearby. They were surprised how much the 13th squad trusts its leader. And given what they saw at the competition, they can be understood. A rustling of leaves was heard nearby. Kuro turned and asked if it was Li Han who found them. In front of them stood the members of the 9th squad. They too were noticeably reduced in size from the fall. Krut counted and there were 6 of them. He asked if their helicopter had also crashed. They replied that they were attacked. The instructor and the head of their squad were already dead, and they were just lucky to escape. A loud question was heard from behind, a dark silhouette asking if they had seen a werewolf. It was Li Han and Kidjo, holding tightly to his leader, struggling to move. They replied that they had seen 3 monsters from the Yellow tribe, and they were taking care of the werewolves as if they were tame dogs. Some were already panicking about what to do next. They had no weapons. Will they all die? A loud shout attracted the attention of everyone present. Li Han ordered the soldiers to be silent. He had a plan, and he asked everyone else to trust him and just listen. Li Han added that help was on the way, and it would take them at least 5 hours to get there. The best solution would be to create a shelter and defend together until they arrive. 2 hours later, the fighters listened to Li Han and began to build traps and small defensive structures. Everything was ready for defense. If they were ordinary people, without weapons they would not have a chance, and everyone present possessed telekinesis. So there was a chance. Someone asked whether it would be better to extinguish the flame, because it is very bright. Li Han explained that werewolves can see well in the dark and have a good sense of smell. All that remained was to wait. Cool approached Li Han while he was alone and asked what they would do if the relief helicopter went down as well. How much Ark understands what happened? Perhaps they have little information due to the absence of a live informant. Li Han replied that they would think if such a situation happened, and now the main task is to survive and think of a strategy. Krut knew that Khan had calculated everything. Krut thought that real battles are more difficult. Training in Ark was not close. Very soon a strange noise was heard. Something was approaching. But where did the sound come from? Each of them prepared to defend and attack. The fighters looked around to spot the enemy. Many were still very frightened and could not assess the situation soberly. Kuro used his telekinesis to the maximum. Life on his body was thick, and his eyes shone with white light. An energy dome rose up around their shelter, covering their entire territory. The people around were shocked. Where did Kuro get so much strength? His skills grew at an incredible rate. Kuro had already seen where the enemy would come from. He reported that he would be away for 6 hours. Soon they will be attacked. As Kuro continued to watch, Li Han ordered the spears ready for battle. Weir ordered Knut to follow him, and he himself went ahead according to the indicated coordinates. Li Han ordered that when throwing spears, think only about the throw itself. They would not be able to throw properly if they were thinking about defense. The 4 fighters followed the order, concentrating and releasing their spears at the same time. The spears cut down the body of the werewolf that was running towards the camp, preparing to attack. Li Han ordered Knut to act. The werewolf was knocked down and weakened. They went up to him and struck 2 more spears at the monster's head and neck. The werewolf started to break free and hit Knut in the stomach with its tail, knocking the boy off his feet. Krut was lying on the ground next to an angry werewolf. Li Han yelled at him to come to his senses. Krut was breathing hard and still rose to his feet, telling his boss that he was completely normal. Meanwhile, the werewolf went mad with rage. Because of the injury, he became more aggressive. Now he advanced on the soldiers who first fired their bare spears at him. The werewolf opened its massive claws, heading towards the group of fighters. But in the next moment, he fell into one of the traps where his head and body were pierced by sharpened sticks. Li Han called out to Kuro. He asked where the next one was. There was no time to rejoice that they had killed one monster. Kuro carefully followed the territory. He saw first one and another following him. He replied that he sees 2 for 12 hours. Li Han ordered Jose to set fire to their barricades, which should, if not kill them, at least delay them. The werewolves approached the burning barricades and stopped. Probably the fire scares them away. Li Han ordered to carefully monitor their actions and kill the first one who tried to climb over the barricade. After a moment, one of the werewolves crouched down and flew over the barricade with one high jump. Li Han gave the order to start, and more spear attacks flew at the approaching enemy. The werewolf flew to the burning barricade and was engulfed in flames. The second werewolf left his burning comrade and advanced along the barricades. He was the last. The commander's new order, and again the fighters directed their forces into throwing spears. 4 spears flew towards the monster. The werewolf hit his head to the ground and put forward a strong spine. He dodged the attack. Someone asked if it was possible that he was waiting until they ran out of spears. Li Han took the spear from the warrior and replied that it is unlikely that a werewolf can think. He ordered Kijo to follow him. Li Han ran to attack the monster. He jumped up and shouted for the creature to open its mouth. With one blow, he pierced the werewolf's leg, nailing it to the ground like a nail. The werewolf opened its big mouth, and then the beast roared loudly in pain. It was at this moment that his head was pierced through with a single thrust of the spear. Another one is ready. Kyo, who killed the werewolf, wished him to die quickly. It seems that his fear has left him. At that moment, Kuro saw another version of the future. He shouted Kijo's name, warning him. Li Han pulled his arm away at the very moment the werewolf tried to claw Kijo before dying. After that, the werewolf fell dead. It was his last attempt to kill someone. Kyo thought that he was lucky. The werewolf touched only his clothes, and in the next moment, a bolt of light pierced part of his stomach.
Kijo fell to the ground. He began to bleed. Li Han knew who was attacking with this method.
Kuro apologized to Kijo. This future was inevitable, but it was better than falling into the mouth of a werewolf. It was Ila's hunters. Li Han asked Kuro where they were while holding Kijo. It's time for the backup group. The reserve is their ace up their sleeve. Li Han gathered such a special squad of 3 fighters. Li Han knew that Yella's hunters would appear themselves as soon as they decided it was over. The squad must imagine that the wooden planks are e-boards and climb onto them when the hunters attack. As soon as Kuro finds out where the hunters are, they will direct them there. They wouldn't put up a protective barrier until they saw them, so Li Han's order was to kill them before they could see it. So it was done. The fighters killed the hunters one by one from behind before they were noticed. Kuro was too tired. This battle had taken too much of his strength, and his nose was bleeding. Li Han knew that their strength was at an end. Their spears were running low, the fighters were tired, and Kijo was wounded. If there are still enemies in the bushes, they will have to flee. In the next moment, Li Han's face turned pale, his eyes filled with terror and despair. A whole pack of werewolves was approaching them. Their ugly silhouettes could be seen between the trees. There were too many of them. If they attacked at the same time, they would be finished in the same moment. Li Han turned his back to his comrades, now covering each other's backs. Li Han realized that the werewolves were trying to surround them, which meant that there was a pack leader somewhere. Li Han looked around them and noticed something strange among the pack of werewolves, something that could be the answer. Among the monsters was a werewolf of white color, and therefore it has its own consciousness. The werewolf grinned as he looked into Li Han's eyes and drooled. Things were bad. Li Han froze in place, dark smoke like wisps covering his legs and moving upwards. He was completely drowning in this darkness. Despair began to overtake him. He could not find a way out. Werewolves surrounded their camp. They blocked all exits for them to retreat. Things are bad. Now they are trapped here. Li Han raised his eyes to the sky. He would not let despair take over. Something must be invented immediately. The next moment he noticed something strange. Someone was approaching them again. Something shone there in the sky, reminiscent of large constellations. He thought for just a few moments. There is still a chance. They will be able to survive in this trap, but you have to act quickly. Li Han tore through the dark clouds of despair and hopelessness within him. He could move again, his body no longer paralyzed by sadness. Li Han turned to Kuro and Hosei. He ordered everyone to get their spears. They needed to hold on just a little bit. Kuro tried with all his might to force himself to use telepathy, his body cracking with pain. He must carry out the order of his commander. There is still a little left. The monsters went on the attack with their white leader. They continued to repel the attacks. Hosei and Li Han also only used telepathy. They had no weapons left. The monsters opened their mouths. Li Han stood firm, holding his spear and preparing to plunge it into the enemy's mouth if necessary. They are already here. After a few seconds, a beam of white light fell from the sky. They were able to stand. Something gigantic was falling towards them at great speed. It landed on a white werewolf that was ready to tear one of them apart. The sound of an explosion was heard. White smoke rose high into the sky and an explosive wave followed it. They were also caught by this wave. Debris and dust flew into their faces. They could barely stand on their feet. Li Han covered his face with his hands while covering himself from the dust and trying to see what was happening. Before them stood a man in iron armor. The word "red" written in red letters on his helmet. Under the robot's feet were the remains of a metal capsule that crushed the werewolf. It was Sergeant John Red, and he was very surprised that the boys were able to survive. Some watched as the sun's rays penetrated his fingers. He did not think that he would see the sun again. Now, the sun was a miracle for Hosei. He was able to survive and contemplate its beauty again. Kroot was sitting next to him with a broken arm. It is truly a miracle. Half of them died that day and they survived. Hosei remembered the shield that they created. It was also a miracle. He remembered that day well. The werewolves tried to kill them in a whole pack and they were torn apart like a knife cuts butter. Although everyone was incredibly scared and everyone was happy that we were able to win that battle. But Knut was troubled by Li Han. He had changed a lot after the battle was over. That day had changed him. Ever since his return, Li Han had walked around sullenly, constantly thinking about something and hardly speaking. From the moment they came back, all the squabbles between the squads and any competition became useless. Li Han remembered their meeting with the head of the 7th squad. He and Kato had talked after he returned. Kato replied that he used to hate him, and now he was glad to have Li Han back at the institution. As Li Han had said before, Kato was not prepared to kill anyone as well as watch others die. Only now, Kato finally understood who their real enemy was and why they were here. It was very stupid to even match their powers. Each of them should become much stronger. Someone knocked lightly on the door of the room at first, and there was no response. That's why this someone punched a hole in the door with one blow of his fist, thus demonstrating his presence. Li Han was very surprised. He was completely immersed in his memories and did not notice that someone approached his room. The bracelet on the hand that broke through the door glowed. On it shone the message that he was expected immediately. Immediate collection. Li Han got up from his bed and followed the one who brought the news of the gathering. He, of course, covered the hole in the wall, and why was it necessary to break it at all? Additional darkness. This guy must be out of his mind, thought Li Han as he looked at Tisha walking in front of him. He asked him if he could tell the name of the person who appointed the meeting. It seems that the boy understood what Li Han needed, and at that moment he stopped walking. Silence silently began to press something on his electro bracelet. Li Han watched him in surprise. Silently, without turning around, he showed Li Han his middle finger, as well as a bracelet with Sergeant Red's name on it and a request not to take it. Li Han agreed and couldn't understand why Tisha didn't like him. Maybe because he beat him in one competition. They were quickly approaching their destination. The atmosphere in the institution had changed a lot after the recent events. They were approaching the place where Sergeant Red was already sitting and talking to someone. Li Han turned to him personally and asked if he had summoned him for an urgent meeting. The one sitting across from Sergeant Red was Del Simon. There were 4 of them in total, including Tisha. Li Han immediately paid attention to Simon. They had not seen him for a long time, but the boy had not changed at all. Simon, in turn, also looked at Li Han somewhat annoyed and said nothing. Red ordered Tisha and Li Han to sit down immediately because they were going to be here for a long time. At a meeting of the instructors, it was discussed that a quarter of the second year had died, although it was only training, not war. Chief Liqueur ordered an immediate interrogation of the commander to find out what was behind this unprecedented incident that caused such losses to ARC's assets. He added that this is the final decision of the Supreme Council and the great responsibility will now fall on the shoulders of Instructor Grossman. They gathered to discuss what happened, including everyone's opinion. Judging by the surveillance cameras of the helicopters, the attack was planned by Eela magicians. In battle, they only fought werewolves and weak monsters, and Lekka wanted to hear the opinions of others. Someone shouted that they had attacked first and that this was their first such attempt since the war. Eela mages are able to open a passage between worlds independently. The war may begin much sooner than they expected. Should they wake up the Oracle? Red mentioned this moment at the meeting. They had to make hasty decisions again. Red turned to the guys present and told them that the only letter available for the team name at the moment was B. They should choose White or Whiskey. A new team? Simon and Li Han tried not to look at each other. The sergeant informed them that they were a temporary team for special operations. Li Han thought that they had a strange team composition. Meanwhile, Tisha pressed a few buttons on his bracelet and everyone saw the projection of the inscription, White. It seems that the other name is not to his liking. Simon and Li Han unanimously supported the boy in the mask. They also did not like the other name. Sergeant Red replied that that was great and that their team name was now Whiskey. Simon and Tisha's eyes shone with annoyance. Li Han simply exhaled. He was sure that this would be the end of it.
Now, Sergeant Red wanted to walk them through the important points of the mission.
During the meeting, Liqueur replied that they really needed Liqueur's help, and in the future, his help could be their only hope. Chief Liqueur wanted to hear Sergeant John Red's opinion now. What decision should they make? Red replied that they might not turn to the Oracle if they gave him the opportunity to create a new team of fighters. Liqueur asked what the sergeant meant. Red decided that it was necessary to capture and torture the enemy, the only way they would get information. Red wanted to catch Eela's mages and told the new team. They fly back to Sinija. Octo joyfully greeted the second years and suggested that they each choose one dragon weapon to begin with. Octo's real name is Siegfried Schumacher, and he was the chief engineer of the Ark. Octo reminded that all weapons are numbered, so it is better to return them to their place later. Li Han looked at the spear in his hands curiously. This is how the dragon weapon looked. It was glowing. Octo added that the dragon alloy remembers the fighter's telekinesis. Simon asked if there were any other weapons, such as a narrower and longer sword. Octo called Simon Shaggy and replied that he would order a personal weapon for himself in the third year. He does not master it here in one day. After that, Octo handed them a strange ball and answered that they should proceed to the next stage. The strange layer shone just like the dragon's weapon. It seems that it was a separate mechanism. It looked like a part of the E-board, Li Han noticed as he looked at the sphere and controlled it with telekinesis. Octo confirmed that this is exactly the case with a lightweight, compact form of E-board. It removed all functions except personal control. The day of the assembly came. Li Han tried on the new uniform. Soon their task will begin. Sergeant John Red wished them all luck and ended by calling them little assholes. The whole team was assembled, and now they can go up to the helicopter together. Their target is the interspatial rift in Siker, which is where Ella's mage is attacked. So that the helicopter is not shot down this time, they will get to the place on foot. It is safer that way. Sergeant Red said that their operation would henceforth be called Capture the Mage. The main goal is to capture the mage alive at all costs and return to the base. Red, Taisha, Lee Han, and Simon will be looking for the magician. Lee Han was ready for this, as he had recently returned from this hell alive. He was ready for battle, and yet there was something that bothered him. He remembered their conversation with Sergeant Red. Then he found him alone and asked why he was chosen for this mission. Lee Han was sure that there are stronger fighters in the 3rd year. Red replied that when evaluating only general skills, everything is exactly the same. But from the point of view of strategy, the situation was different, Red said. The group under his leadership was able to survive without any weapons at all, and they even managed to kick the ass of some monsters. The sergeant also added that this is not the only strong point of Lee Han. Most of the fighters returned from that training psychologically unstable. When exposed to such a dangerous environment as a battlefield, people may not endure and break down. Red lit his cigarette, saying that one of the monsters on the battlefield was himself. The sergeant even wondered for a moment if Khan was suddenly insane. According to Sergeant Red, the only thing Lee Han lacks is combat experience, which is why he's here now. Experience is the main reason the sergeant chose him and Del Simon. Meanwhile, Simon himself was worried about something. Memories did not give him peace. He thought back to the day Lee Han defeated Tisha in the flag contest. Everyone shouted that Khan overtook a 3rd-year student. At that time, he felt like a loser without even getting into a real fight with Lee Han. Silence and Lee Han, he promised that he would show these two who the real fighter is here. The sergeant gave the order to start a halt. They would split into 2 teams, Lee Han and Tisha, and Red and Simon. Such teams will take turns. It was already deep into the night. As agreed, while one group rested, the other kept a fast. First on duty was the team of Sergeant Red and Simon. While Tisha sat motionless, he seemed to be asleep. Lee Han couldn't sleep. He thought only that the same forest in which he almost died was in front of them again. Lee Han was not afraid of death and monsters. He was disturbed by other thoughts. They did not let him sleep. The guys from his squad who didn't come back. They could still be there in the forest. He knew that the chances were small and still. Lee Han was interrupted by a sound from the side. Tisha wanted to take off his helmet. It seems he had already woken up. He held it up as if ready to take it off, and the next moment put it back in place. Lee Han watched this with surprise and immediately understood what was going on. He replied that he would now turn his back and Tisha would be able to remove his helmet so that no one could see his face. There was silence for a moment, and then he again began to press the various buttons embedded in his bracelet. On the helmet appeared a smiley and an inscription that he is not hot in the helmet, so everything is fine. Time to move on. Red announced that all communications would no longer operate on their usual frequencies. They will use a local peer network. The crack will jam most devices. Tisha noticed something unusual nearby. He stopped to scan the area. Ahead of them were Ella's henchmen. Taisha noticed them first. There were only 2 of them at the moment. With the help of a bracelet, he informed them about the whole situation. Henchmen were approaching in their direction. Red ordered Simon and Lee Han not to make any noise. They would bide their time. After that, the sergeant ordered Tisha to deal with the henchmen as soon as possible. They heard only a whistle. Someone could say that it was a loud rustling of the wind, and the heads of the henchmen fell to the ground. Silence lived up to its name. It moved incredibly fast and silently. After finishing, Tish sent another text message. Sergeant Red realized that he had prepared many variants of text messages even before the start of the mission. Another psycho. Simon opened his mouth in surprise, while Lee Han thought that Tisha looked like a cheater in real life, even though he had already fought him once and was still amazed at his speed. In the next moment, Tisha froze and did not move. Ella's henchman was nearby. He was very close. Taisha continued to watch him. Very soon he noticed another enemy, which means that there are 2 of them again. They walk in pairs. Tisha prepared to use his telekinesis power a second time to destroy them just like the previous ones. But a second before the attack, he heard Li Han's voice asking him to stop and not attack. La Han replied that it would be better if they followed them. Sergeant Red asked why. Li Han noticed that the enemies were heading towards the crack and acting calmly. It seems that they were on a reconnaissance. The sergeant praised Li Han for his attentiveness and ordered Tisha to keep an eye on the enemy. They would keep their distance. Simon was getting very nervous. Simon only wanted to kill these monsters himself. He was obsessed with the idea of proving to Li Han that he was better than him, and he was not given the opportunity. Tisha followed Ella's soldiers. His helmet had a camera that allowed him to scan even remote areas and record what he saw. He carefully followed the enemies and also observed where the creatures were looking. Several sentient beings gathered near the crack. Just as Li Han thought, the warriors were heading here to their leader. In the very center stood their head magician, Ella. He raised his hand, holding a wand in it. It was this wand that Sergeant Red asked them to pay attention to. The crystal on the tip of the wand possessed special power. It was a telekinetic crystal. Sergeant Red knew they had heard of it. This is in the educational program of the institution, so they knew very well what kind of crystal it is and what power and danger it carries. The crystal carries a huge amount of energy for telekinesis. Mages could use it to shoot down helicopters. Maybe right now the crystal is charging. Judging by its brightness, it has more than one charge. They counted 1 mage and 6 warriors, 7 enemies in total. They were lucky that there were no werewolves nearby. Sergeant Red gave the order to regroup with Tisha, and the Capture the Mage mission begins. Ella's mages can teleport. You need to catch him before he notices them, so Tisha will go first and catch the object. Meanwhile, they will destroy the rest of the fighters, covering him. They have no right to make a mistake. Li Han looked closely at the magician's altar itself. It was very bright. It seemed like it was daytime. When Li Han looked closely at the mage's attributes, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. Next to the mage, at his feet, lay Li Han's former comrades, their bodies lined up in a row. Among them, he saw the boys from his squad. He hoped to the last that they had survived and were hiding somewhere. It was Qasim and Domingo. He as the head was responsible for the lives of each of them, and now they are dead. Why did this monster have the bodies of his dead comrades? The rage was so strong that it overwhelmed him. Red tried to bring him to his senses. He was confused by his condition with Li Han telekinesis and purr in an incredible amount, what is happening with this guy? If this continues, they will all be in trouble. Red understood that mages could sense the source of telekinesis. Red understood that here they were powerless to reach Li Han. He did not react. Sergeant Red ordered the Whiskey Squad to all retreat immediately. The mission must be aborted. Tisha and Simon did not understand what was happening. They turned and looked in the direction of the commander. The sergeant pointed at Li Han, who was burning with the blue flame of telekinesis. This idiot must be watched. The energy is not enough to find them now, but it is necessary to monitor it so that it does not become more. Only the sergeant thought about it as Li Han shone even brighter, his power growing too fast. It was absolute hell. At this rate, they wouldn't have time to get away. Sergeant Red understood that time was running out. There was too much energy. Everything went to hell. Ella's mage turned his head in their direction. They did not have time to retreat and were noticed. Realizing what Mage Ella's first target would be, Red rushed towards Li Han as fast as he could. Meanwhile, the mage had already activated the crystal in his wand and was preparing to attack the enemy. Li Han opened his eyes. Someone pushed him to the side with great force, and now he flew far back. He looked up to see Sergeant Red in front of him. What the hell just happened? Behind Sergeant Red, he saw a bright glow, the mage preparing to attack. Li Han opened his mouth. If the sergeant didn't have time to dodge, it would be over. How did it come to this? They heard a loud explosion and blast wave from the mage's attack, and the sergeant and Li Han flew to the side. The blow inflicted by Ella's mage left a large charred crack filled with a purple glow on the ground, a scar of the earth. Li Han shouted at Sergeant Red. He must know that the sergeant is alive. John Red looked up at Li Han and ironically congratulated him for finally waking up. John Red gave orders to Li Han that when he couldn't fight, the boy should take command, and now Han should move faster. Li Han bowed his head for a moment, showing that he had accepted the order. They fall back so the other 2 team members have to cover them. Simon was ready for this. He held the weapon tightly in his hands. He will be able to show himself in a real battle. Tisha also heard the order and began to carry it out by rushing at the enemy. Li Han was leading the wounded Sergeant Red by the arm. He was losing a lot of blood with each new step.
For the first time, Li Han didn't mince his mother's words. The situation was full of shit, damn it.
Ella's mage still did not calm down. It will be difficult for even Tisha to restrain him for a long time. The mage ordered his warriors to advance, staying behind them at the entrance to the rift. Now Tisha must first take on these warriors. He prepared to attack. Tisha struck one of the enemies with his sword, and he was able to repel the attack, covering himself with a shield. Simon stood on the top of the hill where the monsters started to fight. He shot them from a distance, aimed at those who passed by Tishy, who was fighting at the bottom of the hill with swords. Simon almost did not stop the volley of continuous shots at his enemy, but the warrior used a shield, protecting himself from all possible bullets so as not to injure him. Simon realized that the damn machine wasn't going to help him, so he swore and grabbed him in the back.
In this case, he will use his telekinesis. Simon's eyes lit up, and he tried to lift 2 large stones with his hands.
Raising the stones to the mountain, he aimed at the 2 warriors who had almost climbed the mountain to him. Simon threw stones at the soldiers. If they could not be shot, he would knock them down and stone them. One of the soldiers flew down, he shot him in the head, and the other disappeared somewhere. Too late. The second warrior appeared in front of him and raised his weapon above the head of Simon, who did not have time to get up. Simon was seething with rage. Was this the end, and this creature was going to kill him? Damn it! Simon thought it was all over, and in the next moment, the warrior's neck and arm glowed. Someone flew past them and hit the enemy. The warrior was defeated. His neck and arm were cut, and he fell to the ground at the feet of Simon, who did not recover in time. His equipment was covered in blood, and he was looking at his savior. It really was fast. Silence stood with his sword drawn, and across from him was Li Han and the warrior he had defeated. Simon didn't understand how Han defeated this bastard. Ella's mage threw his hands up and shouted loudly, seeming to attract the attention of others. And so it was, Ella's soldiers stopped advancing. They turned to their commander and followed him. Simon and Tisha watched this in silence. It seems that the enemies have lost interest in them. Simon and Tisha walked towards Li Han, his face as dark as night. He apologized to the boys. Because of him, the plan was foiled. Simon didn't have time to say anything. He watched as Tisha used his fast movement power again. A moment later, he appeared next to Li Han and punched him in the face. The blow was so strong that Han flew away. Li Han fell to the ground, kicking up dust towards the mountain. Silence was enraged. He was radiating a lot of telekinesis now. Simon put a hand on his shoulder and told him enough was enough. John Red lay wounded under a tree. The sergeant lost part of his left leg. He will no longer be able to walk. Red replied that they would have to improvise. Ella's warriors would follow them. Someone replied that they should retreat, and Li Han said that they would work with a new plan. Simon could not keep Tisha. The boy broke out again because he had only one thing on his mind. He slashed Li Han across the face again, only this time he used his leg instead of his fist. Simon ran up to Tisha and grabbed his shoulder again. He had to stop the fight immediately. Simon's eyes shone with rage. He knew how angry Tisha was, and now Li Han was their commander, and he would not allow him to be beaten. Tisha looked at Simon in surprise for a few minutes. He was sure that Dell hated Li Han, but in the next moment he wrenched his hand from Simon's foul grasp and turned. Simon turned his head to Li Han. Now he wanted to talk to him. He asked if Han understood that the plan failed only because of him. He warned him that the next time Khan threw something away, Simon would kick his ass himself before they reached the facility. Now, Simon wanted to hear Li Han's plan, even if he was annoyed by the guy's teeth. Li Han is the best strategist among the sophomores. If they have a chance to win, Han will use it. Khan stood up and turned to Tisha. He asked to listen to him because, in general, everything is not as bad as it could be. Tisha's fists clenched with such force that a creak was heard. Simon also got irritated and asked Li Han if he was sure of his words. Li Han replied that he was sure of what he said and then reminded the reason why they decided to attack immediately and without delay. Due to the telekinetic attack of mages and the ability to run with the help of a teleport, and now you cannot worry about it. Simon confirmed that the mage's attack had used up the last charge, and he didn't understand why the mage couldn't teleport at any moment. Li Han explained that these bastards had been hiding for over 10 years and had not left. Now their lives were in danger, but they were still here. The mage attacked them with the remaining energy in his crystal. He forced the warriors to stay with him instead of chasing them because he needed protection. This means that there is simply no possibility to teleport. He is tied to this place. Simon and Tuisha were silent for a moment, considering every word Li Han said. They looked at each other and replied that they wanted to hear Li Han's plan in its entirety. Li Han was standing next to the crack that was burning from the middle, holding something interesting in his hands, something that Chief Engineer Octo had given him. These were the same areas that were a refuted version of the usual e-board. He must catch Ella's mage, and he will. Li Han will complete the mission successfully, so that doesn't happen. He decided to ambush the enemies on the other side of the crack. This is the only way out. Li Han remembered their discussion about the plan. He ordered Simon and Tisha to distract the enemy from the front. The mage senses the telekinesis of the fighters. But if the energy goes from the crack itself and becomes a single stream with it, it will be impossible to find the source of telekinesis, and the light from the crack will blind the enemy. Simon confirmed that this way Li Han wouldn't be noticed, but there was something else that was bothering the boy. Simon reminded him of the pressure that a crack puts on a fighter, whether Li Han would be able to control the e-boards under such conditions. Simon also added that the mistake would cost him his life, and Khan assured him that he was confident in his control. He decided to catch the mage, not because he feels guilty about the failed mission, but because he has the best chance of success. His abilities are the most suitable for this, so he is now standing here in front of this crack in the abyss. Simon turned to Tisha. He guessed that Han had most likely seen members of his squad in that mountain of corpses. Li Han sometimes looks like a machine, but if he didn't feel anything even then, it would be hard to call him human. Even in a situation where everything went wrong because of him, he was able to come to his senses and quickly create a new strategy. It's really amazing. Now it is clear why the 13th Squad completely trusts its leader. Meanwhile, Li Han had just reached his destination. He took out his helmet and threw it into the crack, watching its long flight. The depth of the crack is greater than he could ever imagine, and that can only mean one thing. A mistake would indeed cost him his life. Li Han held a sphere in each hand as he prepared to begin. Now was the time to begin the first part of their plan. He was ready for it. Simon received a notification on his electronic bracelet. The timer went off. They have 15 minutes. The real battle will begin now. Now they have to implement the invented strategy. Li Han gathered his spirit and launched each of the e-board spheres one by one. They headed towards the middle of the crack. Immediately after that, he himself plunged into the abyss itself. There is no time to doubt. Li Han stepped on one of the spheres. It was suspended in the air. Perfectly. The contact is there. Now you just need to maintain it. Tisha and Simon obeyed Li Han's command. They rushed to attack their enemy. The mage turned his head and noticed the fighters coming at him head-on. Simon stopped for a moment. Something in front of his eyes was not part of their plan. There were fewer soldiers before. How come there are so many of them? Did the mage summon his entire guard after their last attack? Meanwhile, it seemed that Tisha was not afraid of anything. He attacked the soldiers and knocked them to the ground. Simon used a firearm again. His goal was to draw attention to himself, not to kill the enemy. The warrior quickly approached Simon, bearing his weapon. He wanted to kill the boy. But in the next moment, Tisha attacked him from behind and cut him in half like a piece of meat. Simon thought that his comrade noticed in time that he needed help with this enemy. They will have to sweat a lot in this match, but they were serious. Bullets from Simon's firearm flew past Tisha's helmet, and behind him were enemies. This time, Simon managed to save Tisha. He returned the debt to his friend for the rescue. They looked at each other again. It seems that during the mission, these two began to understand each other without words. Simon was thinking about Li Han now. He had to pull through or they would invite the first mission together. Meanwhile, Li Han was at the very epicenter of the rift, holding on to the e-board spheres. The telekinesis in him responded to the call of the crack. Again, this feeling tried to conquer him. He was sure now of exactly what he felt as he approached this place of rupture. It was the fear of the dragon. Feeling him near you, feeling the incredible power of the dragon. No, it's just an illusion. A ghostly fear inspired by a crack. He should keep himself in his hands. It seemed to him that the dragon was standing right in front of him and opened its big mouth in the desire to swallow him. He has to solve it. Li Han raised his finger to his lips and bit it with all his might. His eyes glowed with telekinesis, his entire mouth filled with the taste of his own blood. It's so easy not to scare him.
Meanwhile, the dragon's mouth opened completely. Li Han thought that he was practically in its mouth.
At this time, Simon continued to attack the warriors, trying to buy more time. He calculated that there were only 2 of Ella's warriors left. They were almost done, and the strength left the body. The warriors stood before Ella's mage. They would defend their warlord to the last. If they protect the mage, they won't attack Tisha and Simon. Simon raised his weapon again, taking aim. The timer is ticking. Where is Li Han? The mage looked at Simon. All his attention was now on the attackers. He would also defend himself. The mage used his powers to create a protective shield in front of his warriors, deflecting Simon's bullets. Simon examined the shield. The enemy perfectly understood where he would aim. Perfect protection. A crack shone behind the mage, and in this endless glow, a dark silhouette could be seen. Fortunately, the mage and warriors can only see those in front of them, while Li Han was behind. Li Han rushed at the mage from behind and knocked him to the ground, a special syringe in his hands. Ella's mage warriors turned to their commander. They must protect him from attack. But Tisha was faster. He used his telekinesis and headed towards the last warriors. A whistle of wind was heard, and 2 defeated enemies fell to the ground. They defeated all the warriors. Meanwhile, Li Han held the mage firmly in his grip as he held a syringe of liquid to his neck. This should put the enemy to sleep, and the mage would rush to the last one, while it became more difficult to conduct the liquid under the skin. Li Han tried to speed up this process. If he didn't have time, the mage could teleport. In confirmation of Li Han's thoughts, the mage's body glowed. He wanted to use his power. He finished driving the liquid and the mage continued to resist. He could feel more and more strength in him. Li Han began to scream. The mage in his hands crumbled into fine dust and disappeared. He wants to teleport and escape. Things are very bad. Li Han was watching the enemy's actions. In the next moment, it was all over. The mage had lost consciousness and was now lying limply in Li Han's arms. They managed. The capture the mage mission was carried out successfully, albeit with some losses. Li Han was standing in the hospital room in front of Red, who was constantly pressing the keys on his computer. Red turned his head to the upset Li Han and asked him not to stand over his soul like a dog that should be taken to the bushes. Red replied that no one had revoked the prostheses, plus he would be receiving disability benefits, which was just the thing to get fired. He wanted Li Han to stop apologizing. The sergeant added that he had done the right thing by completing the plan. If Li Han had retreated, his leg would have become upset and cried. Thanks to Li Han, he was able to finish the report on the operation. Now they had to get the details from the mage they captured. Li Han asked if it was possible to interrogate the alien. Lighting a cigarette, Red replied that Ark has a letter on telepathy. It is the only one in the world. Khan thought that it was better not to smoke in the hospital room and remained silent. Their conversation was interrupted as someone burst into Sergeant Red's hospital room without knocking. Tisha stood in the doorway. It seemed he had been there for a while. The sergeant replied that they were done with Li Han and he could come in. Tisha pressed the buttons on the electric bracelet again, his usual way of communicating. A question about the sergeant's well-being lit up on the screen. Red replied that he was thinking of going on a diet and now it is inappropriate. He has already lost so much weight. Tisha raised his hand to his helmet and started to laugh. Li Han didn't think this boy was capable of such a reaction. Sergeant Red also laughed in response. Li Han was surprised by how easily they could communicate with each other. They had been in Red's room so long that the sun outside the window had begun to set. The sergeant escorted them both out, calling one an old man and the other a pseudo-ninja. Finally, the sergeant added that he wanted to mourn his lost leg and think about a lot in private. Tisha showed the inscription on the bracelet to Li Han. He wanted to apologize for beating him. He would do the same if he were in Khan's place. Li Han replied that he fully deserved the punch in the face. He had put them all in danger. Tisha added that they managed thanks to him, and now it is clear why the sergeant believes in him. Li Han said that it was unlikely that Red would admit that he liked any of them. Li Han also added that the sergeant liked to make fun of everyone. Tisha laughed again. They stopped in front of the signs. Here their paths will diverge. Lee Han is needed in the second-year corps and Tisha is needed in the third-year corps. Lee Han turned to wave goodbye to his comrade, even though they were in the same team during the mission and they have different class levels. Tisha also waved him back. Lee Han had already turned his back on Tisha and was about to leave, but the boy started typing something on the bracelet again. Lee Han heard a strange clicking sound, wondering what Tisha wanted to say to him in the end. He turned and looked at him. It seems that something in his life at Ark has changed after all. Lee Han smiled. Tisha wrote to him to be obedient and train well. He wanted Han to transfer to the third year as soon as possible. Finally, Tisha showed him the usual gesture of the middle finger and called him an asshole. It was an important day at the Ark facility. A white plane landed on the helipad. People of different nationalities got off the plane. They were all dressed in black, business suits. Around the neck of each of them hung a card with the inscription "Guest," and the name and country of the card holder were also indicated on it. The visitor, named James Ryu, replied that today is simply unbelievably hot. A group of people with such cards approached the Ark military facility. The arrival of the Higher Inspection Commission was known in advance. Chief LeCour ordered the military to make sure that they would arrive safely at the conference hall. The soldiers lined up and saluted the arrivals, thanking them for having overcome such a road. The military was asked to follow them, and they also provided those present with an electronic bracelet in which a map is arranged, as well as the possibility of communication. This is necessary so that no one gets lost. James Ryu replied that he had enough of this thing and left. The soldier insisted that he let him lead him to the car. He replied that he would be able to get there himself, because he has every right to do so. He made a special emphasis on the last sentence. The soldier lowered his cap. The inspector beat him. It seems he has his plans for the day. He's still that splinter in the arse. And meanwhile, the inspector didn't want to watch a boring demonstration tour. Inspector Jaime was already about to leave the annoying military man and stopped. The inspector wanted to know where this devil Lee Han was now. He asked the military about it. Knut, Jose and Kuro couldn't take their eyes off the handful of candy in their hands. It was a miracle for them. Inspector James was glad to meet them. He replied that they can eat because they still have a lot of sweets. James thought that the 13th boys looked like his nephews. Lee Han turned to the inspector. He was uncomfortable and his squad had to continue training. James apologized and left. James immediately knew from his commanding tone that he was most likely Lee Han. Meanwhile, Khan ordered everyone to line up and head to the training ground. Judging by the information in the first year, the boy did not particularly stand out. He was talked about after team competitions and the situation near the crack in Sinija. The inspector was waiting for them at the gate of the training ground, leaning against the metal mesh. He was alone with his thoughts. His back began to hurt badly and he himself yawned and tried to stretch. After the situation with the crack, there was no competition and the squads relaxed, and the 13th, led by Lee Han, continued training every day. James sleepily returned to inspect the exit from the training ground. He had been standing there for quite some time. The 13th squad came out, holding firearms and equipment. "Have you finished?" But James's hopes did not come true. Lee Han gave the order to go to the weapons complex. The inspector concluded that their willpower and endurance can only be envied. The sun had almost set, and the training of the 13th squad continued. Inspector Jaime followed Lee Han's team everywhere and watched their training. Lee Han walked up to Kuro and said that they would be training together today. Kuro was surprised at Lee Han's desire. His face read, "Why?" Lee Han was very skilled in spear fighting, so Kuro held back while Han ordered him to attack. Kuro was only thinking about why he chose him as his mate today. He wasn't ready to fight him. It was no longer like their usual daily training. Han was serious. Lee Han thought that the fight at the crack had taught him something important. In a real fight, telekinesis alone is not enough. Kuro must learn melee techniques. Although Kuro was weak in the first year, now their bodies are mature and strong as metal. They didn't have much time to wait. Lee Han himself rushed to attack his comrade. Kuro's eyes lit up as he tried to use his telekinesis again and anticipate his opponent's moves. He saw which side Lee Han would attack from. He would attack him from the right side first. When his spear is aimed at Kuro's face, he must dodge at that moment. Kuro had time. At the last moment before the blow, he defended himself by moving his body to the side. Now, Lee Han was standing in front of him.
and he had to defend or dodge. His head struck one after another with great speed, so that there was no time to use telekinesis. Li Han was really serious. Kuro should become stronger in close combat. Kuro thought that he would suffocate and die now. He did not have time to think and breathe. He began to miss the commander's attacks. He was moving too fast and unpredictable for him. Li Han raised his spear to Kuro's throat and said that even if he could see the future, he would not be able to win just by defending himself. Han wanted Kuro to stop defending himself and finally tried to attack him. Kuro had a very soft character before that. He did not try to attack anyone, or it turned out to be a failure. But it was an order. He must gather his strength and simply fulfill Li Han's request. Finally he did. Closing his eyes, Kuro aimed his spear at Han and charged. Li Han watched his attack. He dared, and it was too predictable. Kuro looked up at the mountain, his spear flying somewhere. Li Han disarmed him with a single punch. He ordered Kuro not to close his eyes when he went on the offensive and to hold his weapon tighter. It was too easy to disarm him. He bowed his head and apologized to the head. Li Han wasn't angry at Kuro at all, and he calmly asked the boy to attack again, only using all his strength. Kuro's face looked like he was thinking of running away from training. Jose and Knut also returned, watching their conversation. Jose asked what Li Han was saying. Their squad was greatly reduced again. They had suffered too many casualties due to the attack of Ella's mages. Kuro didn't dare to attack Li Han and just stood still and looked at the commander. Li Han was determined. He replied that he would use his power to the fullest, so Kuro should do the same. Jose replied that given Li Han's skill, victory would be his, but Knut believed that with Kuro's telekinesis, their powers were equal. Li Han decided to provoke the enemy into a fight. He asked if Kuro was suddenly afraid to scratch him. Kuro bowed his head again. He replied that he didn't know why Li Han was behaving like this lately, but he was sure there was a reason because he knew Li Han too well to doubt him. Kuro glowed with his power. He will do everything as Li Han says. If the leader wants a serious fight, then he will. Li Han remembered their conversation with Instructor Wei Chen. That day he visited him himself. Instructor Wei Chen offered him a strange tea called oolong. It tasted terrible. But Li Han replied that the tea was very tasty. Wei Chen wondered if it was good that he lied so well at his age. Li Han replied that he was worried about Kuro, which was why he came to the instructor for advice. Because of fear, Kuro lacks pressure and aggression in battle. He worries that one day it may cost him his life. Wei Chen replied that people change their psychological distance in combat depending on the weapon they are working with. Psychological distance is an internal resistance when you need to kill someone in battle. It is usually difficult for fighters to kill with their bare hands, but easy with a bomb. It was difficult for Kuro to kill someone because of an order. Wei Chen thought that he needed a more serious motivation. The instructor remembered when Kuro was ready to seriously attack an enemy for the first time. It was on the island when he fully believed in Li Han and wanted to protect him. Li Han looked again at his comrade standing in front of him, ready to fight. So, what does psychological distance mean? Li Han thought as he took off his jacket. Jose watched Kuro worriedly, as if he was completely off the reels. Knuth asked his comrade's opinion whether it was better to stop these two now. Inspector James was watching them at this time. He now realized what an A-class power she was. Li Han thought about how he should act and whether it would be too much for Kuro. Jose said that Kuro would anticipate Li Han's attack and dodge. Knut replied that then he wouldn't be able to attack and get close. In the next moment, Kuro gathered all his strength in his hands and aimed his spear at Li Han. Li Han was already ready for this attack. It was exactly what he had been waiting for all training. Kuro launched a spear at the head of Li Han, who caught it with one hand without moving. He thought that the level of telekinesis is the same with which Li Han throws a spear with just his hands. Knut and Jose were surprised that the leader, instead of dodging, decided to catch the spear with his hands. Not everyone is capable of this. Li Han continued to goad Kuro into battle. He shouted that Kuro had only thrown one spear at him. Maybe he could throw another one by evening. Li Han wanted Kuro to dare to make a serious attack in order to harm the opponent. He added that Kuro would still have to attack him with that spear he was holding. In the next moment, Li Han ran towards Kuro, saying that he was attacking him. Kuro started using his telekinesis again. It seems he was avoiding melee until the last. But Li Han's goal was to make him do exactly that. Otherwise, the psychological distance would not change. There were already many other spears hanging over Kuro's head that he kept in reserve. Li Han approached and repeated that he had few spears left. Kuro decided to use most of them just now. He lowered them down. After that, Kuro sent all those spears at Li Han before he could reach him. It was more like one solid attack than a combo of different attacks. The spears had already almost reached his face. Li Han tore off his jacket without taking his eyes off his opponent. He will also use his telekinesis in this situation to deflect the attack. Li Han directed his jacket towards the spears. It seemed that he wrapped them with it. In fact, he did it so quickly that Kuro's attack flew away along with the jacket. Meanwhile, when Li Han himself calmly continued his offensive, it was not enough to stop him. Knut could not believe that their leader covered himself with an ordinary jacket. He advised Kuro to make a longer spear. He had to do something right now, or he wouldn't be able to stand up to Li Han. Kuro dared. Now he attacked the leader head-on. He had run out of other spears. Li Han looked at his right shoulder, but Kuro was able to catch him even though he broke his spear. Yet in this battle he won. His face was a few centimeters away from Kuro's. Li Han reached out and painfully cracked Kuro's forehead with his finger as a sign of his defeat. Still, he was pleased with the result and praised Kuro for not closing his eyes. Kuro himself rubbed his forehead tiredly. It looked like he was really in a bit of pain. Knut and Jose shouted that it was a beautiful battle without bloodshed, and Li Han said, Kuro, that he is too soft. For some reason, he aimed his spears only at the hull. If he had launched spears in different directions, it would have been difficult for him to dodge all of them, and he could have injured an arm or a leg. Kuro replied that he couldn't risk hurting Li Han, but he didn't expect Han to use the jacket as a shield. The inspector came to the conclusion that the rumors lie, and Li Han is much cooler in real life. Maybe he can tell about what Ark is hiding. The inspector decided that the time had come, and he slowly made his way down the gymnasium. Very quickly, everyone present noticed the guest and turned their heads in his direction. The inspector waved at Li Han and asked him to give him a moment. Of course, Li Han didn't expect this. Maybe he didn't even care that he was being watched. The inspector was interested in the situation that took place near the spatial crack. Li Han replied that it was all in the report, and James handed him a drink, saying that he would like to hear his take on the situation.